This episode is sponsored by Voltoro. Keep on listening and you'll find out more about how you can buy allocated gold when the Bitcoin bull run reaches its peak. This way, you don't have to deal with infinitely inflationary fiat or banks that freeze your account. Also, note that trading involves risks and the information presented is not financial advice. This episode is also sponsored by Wasabi Wallet. Go to wasabiwallet.io, download Wasabi for your OS, and significantly boost your network level and transaction privacy. Hello there, and welcome to Season 9, Episode 7 of the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. I am Vlad, and my guest today comes from Sweden, and his name is Knut Svanholm, and he has written 2 influential books in the Bitcoin space and very popular among the plebs. And not only that, but he also popularized the infinite divided by 21 million meme. And the books that he published are called Sovereignty Through Mathematics, as well as Independence Reimagined. So, Knut Svanholm, how do you do?
I'm fine, thank you. How do you do?
I really like pronouncing your name.
Yeah, you're good at it.
It's a challenge for me, but I really try.
Yeah, but one can tell that you've been in Gothenburg for 6 months, almost.
Yeah, and I know that Oost means both east and cheese.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's one of my fondest memories when I discovered that I can say cheese and east with the same word.
When I was around my 18 or 19, I shared an apartment with a Canadian guy, and he was always so... He found it so strange that one of the first words in the Swedish course he was taking was vitlökspress, which is like a garlic press. That's one of the first words he learned in Swedish. Nobody knows why.
I mean, I might be a vampire, so I'm allergic to garlic, but in my country, we have a lot of garlic. People eat garlic, and it's fine if you have bad breath because of garlic, because it's good for the immune system. But other than that, we're going to talk about philosophy mainly, and why we decided to get into this whole Bitcoin space and do Bitcoin stuff, and what kept us around, because it's easy to get interested into something, but the fact that you start publishing books, you do podcasts, you produce content for the entire community, this takes commitment and it turns into a real job at some point. It starts out being fun, but then you realize that you also have bills to pay and you're trying to make ends meet, and you end up actually working for Bitcoin, even though Bitcoin doesn't pay you, but you might get paid in Bitcoin, if that makes sense. So my first question for you is, why did you stick around? Because I guess you could do something different that's equally interesting. And I do recall that there are pictures of you playing guitar and doing all sorts of artistic stuff. I guess you could also write books about topics that are a lot more popular than Bitcoin. So why are you here, man?
That's a very good question. Why I first got interested, maybe with the risk of repeating myself, what I've said on other pods, I'd just like to say that I was fascinated by the idea of something on a computer which could not be copied. Because that's when I was a kid and had a Commodore 64 and grew up with that, I was so fascinated by the fact that you could copy absolutely everything on a computer, and that everything was abundant in the information realm as opposed to scarce. So when I heard about Bitcoin, something that wasn't that you weren't able to copy on the internet, which could be used as a monetary good or a monetary tool or a money, I didn't really believe it at first. As so many others also didn't, but I found it very fascinating. And when I studied it a bit, and the more I learned, the more I realized that this might actually work. But I wasn't fully convinced until after the Bitcoin Cash hard fork in 2017, when SegWit 2x failed so spectacularly. I realized that the users really were in control, and that no entity could do anything about Bitcoin beyond that point, and I found that really fascinating. So that was certainly a point that kept me in the space. And then you talked about having seen me with a guitar and doing creative stuff. That's more of the personal reasons why I stayed in this and why I kept on writing, is because after I quit my last band, I didn't have a creative outlet anymore, and I need that because I need to express myself creatively all the time. I have an urge to do that. So then I started writing, and I discovered that I liked writing, and I discovered that I liked writing about Bitcoin. So I gave it a shot, and here I am now.
That's a good story. Like, you gave up the rockstar life to start writing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure if it's as thrilling and if you do any touring, but I guess that conferences are the tours.
Yeah, I'm flying to Mexico in a month to do a conference with Ugly Old Goat in Ensenada, Mexico, called the Bitcoin Standard Conference. So I guess Bitcoin gave me more of a rock star lifestyle than rock music ever did.
Yeah, I guess rock music never took you to Mexico.
No, it didn't. It took me to some places, but not Mexico, that's for sure. So, and I have to admit, I was sort of impressed by Andreas Antonopoulos at the time when I started studying Bitcoin, and him just traveling around the earth, living off of Bitcoin and talking about Bitcoin. And I thought maybe I could do something similar someday, or like, how do you become that guy? It seemed like the rock and roll dream of a middle-aged man.
Oh yeah, I remember reading his books for the first time. It was certainly intimidating in the beginning because there was so much to learn. But at the same time, as you actually start learning more and you diversify your sources, so it's not just Andreas Antonopoulos, but you also read from Nick Szabo.
Yep.
And other writers who are very much respected and whose opinions are kind of set in stone in this field because they were some of the pioneers and the OGs. I tended to go backwards. So instead of going forwards like most people did and reading Seyfuddin or something like that, I went backwards and I read the Cyphernomicon by Tim May. I read the Cypherpunk Manifesto. I tried to look into the other experiments that existed prior to Bitcoin. At some point, I was very obsessed with the work of David Chaum because that guy was a genius in his time and he was so ahead of his times. And it should suck being him because he did not have the proper computing power and the internet was still in its infancy when he conceived these ideas. So he had to rely on centralized services. But if he was able to put all of this into practice, he could have been Satoshi, I guess.
So what do you think about a book like The Sovereign Individual?
I think it's fine. Like, I've read it. I think to some extent it's exaggerated and its influence has changed the way that we perceive our role in this world as Bitcoiners, because I remember when the purpose was to make the world a better place and try to get involved locally, and that all had to do with the agorism and the voluntarism that was an innate part of the community. But after Sovereign Individual became popular, everyone started talking about citadels, which is kind of the opposite idea. you don't try to fix the existing system. You don't try to make the world around you better. Instead, you give up on it and you say, I'm going to start my own society somewhere else. I'm going to get along with like-minded people, and instead of trying to improve what I already have around me, I'll just give up and let it burn. So to me, it was a bit disappointing that it led to this, but I think it's a solid book. It teaches you a lot about how you can actually detach and opt out. Yeah. And I think that was essential. And it also predicted a lot of stuff that happened in recent years, which is interesting.
There's an eerie description about what could happen if there was a pandemic, or even the threat of a pandemic. Describes like nation states taking away people's ability to travel and stuff. So it's eerily similar to what we're living through now. I also find the book, while I find it really, really good, I don't think it's perfect. I think it misses a lot, like the rise of China, for instance. There's basically nothing about that in The Sovereign Individual. But I found it interesting with your idea about the citadels there, because and voluntary work. I mean, I've had a lot of voluntary cooperations with other people and collaborations with other people in the Bitcoin space, where we just help each other out. But in my opinion, that is a trade, because we do it because we want to, and it's voluntary. So it's a trade, and that's what Bitcoin is. It's like, and that's what free trade is. And using an uncorrupt form of money is being participating in voluntary activities. That's the whole point. It's not forced in any way, but all voluntary.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. So obviously everyone has the free will and the power to choose whatever their destiny is going to be. Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is that my approach to it is to try to improve the world around me, as opposed to give up so early. But I'm still in my 20s.
Don't you think that the division of labor does that automatically, sort of? If you buy a citadel, you give your Bitcoin to someone else who then spends it on something that they prefer, preferably an investment of some kind.
Yeah, I don't know. It's still so early. Like, if we all moved into a citadel, I guess we can get nuked by fiat nations that they obliterate the idea. So it makes a lot more sense for us to be spread all across the globe.
Yeah.
And help people understand why the fiat system sucks and why we should be looking into this Bitcoin alternative.
Yeah. Yeah.
And why it makes sense to them, because I actually tried to onboard a waiter last week.
Yeah.
And all I tried to do is set him up with a wallet and turn him into the first waiter in town who accepts Bitcoin tips, basically. And he liked the idea, but he got so intimidated and was like, yeah, but I don't have any money to buy Bitcoin. And I was like, you don't really need to. You just accept from other people who want to give it to you. And then he started finding all sorts of excuses. And I realized that, maybe that he still thinks that it's the currency of criminals or something. So it has a bad reputation because he read something in the media.
Yeah, Bitcoin tips are the best. They're anonymous, so on the receiving side at least.
Yeah, you don't know where it comes from.
Yeah.
And if it's also on the Lightning Network, then it has some extra privacy because the rest of the network doesn't know where it comes from and where it goes.
Exactly.
The best you can do is do some network analysis to figure out which nodes were used.
Yeah.
But yeah, it kind of sucks that you have to basically take away all of these fears and try to teach them why they should be brave against a system which doesn't really serve their best interests.
No. You mentioned free will. I have a favorite quote on free will, and it's from Christopher Hitchens, and he said, "Of course you have free will. You have no choice but to have it."
Yeah, this is kind of like a paradox.
Yeah, it's a wonderful paradox. And I had a thought today after watching a Vertasium YouTube video about can free will actually exist without entropy in the universe? Because without entropy, the universe is deterministic, and therefore everything is just playing out like a movie, and therefore there can be no free will without entropy. That's a philosophical
Yeah, that
thought.
makes sense.
Yeah.
And it also has to do with theology and the idea that maybe that there is a preordained order in the world, and there is a God which decides everything regardless of what we think that we have chosen. But the quote that you have used before this about that, the fact that we have no choice but to have free will, is actually rooted in this Protestant reformed idea that we are all individuals and we act independently from God's will. We are given free will to act according to our best knowledge.
Yeah.
If you're gonna ask Luke Dash Jr. if he thinks that we have free will, I don't think he would agree necessarily.
No, I'm sort of the opposite on that spectrum. I view Bitcoin as a form of financial atheism, where as opposed to fiat, where you're required to believe a lot of preset dogmatic things. With Bitcoin, you don't have to believe anything except that mathematics and praxeology actually work. So that game theory is true, for instance, and that people will act in their own self-interest, and that the equations work, that the cryptography works. That's all the things you have to believe, which makes it...
I don't think that it's such a big difference in terms of belief, because the average person will not be able to verify the code to realize what they're running and what everything does. And there's going to be a layer of trust that's required in this open source software. But at the same time, I think that the major difference is that one is opaque and you cannot check it, and you just have to trust in what others tell you about the system.
Yeah.
And the Bitcoin ecosystem is so transparent that you can see everything.
Yeah.
And I think this is the main feature. So there's going to be some sort of degree of faith, because honestly, I have no idea what's in the Bitcoin client that I'm running on my node. And I'm not able to verify everything that happens there.
No, but you have
when I
faith
update to Taproot, I cannot actually verify to see if Taproot is good and if it's a well-written piece of code. And there are actual experts who look into this, and we have to make sure that there are lots of independent ones so they don't get co-opted by one entity which may have malevolent purposes. So yeah, what I think is more accurate is that it's good to have a transparent system that anyone can verify, as opposed to one which demands that you have faith in the whole system.
Exactly, and what you're required to have faith in is like that the people that a transparent system is preferable to an untransparent one, and you will have to have faith that other people can check the code for you. I get all that, but there's a huge difference between that and central banking, for instance, which keeps us all in the dark, and there's just a committee of 20 people that makes the decisions. That's a very different beast than an open source transparent network. I mean, if you just look at other open source projects and how they evolve over time, like Linux, for instance, or you can see that way of doing software is vastly superior when it comes to if you need to trust the code.
Yeah, and there are so many distros which do lots of interesting stuff. So there's everything for almost everyone.
Yeah.
There's even a distro that's focused on creative types, which has some sort of music production software that's part of the official distribution. I find it very interesting that you have so much stuff happening in the Linux space and open source space. And I think that Bitcoin, if anything, has provided further incentives for this kind of stuff to get developed.
Yeah, definitely. Now we have open source money, and it changes everything.
I think that I was not very much interested in open source stuff before Bitcoin. But after I got into it and I really understood how it works, now I very much appreciate everything that is open source. And when I can, I also make a small donation. So I think the last time I downloaded, I think it was Mint Linux for an old laptop.
Yeah.
I've sent like $5 to the developers. And, you know, I felt like I'm contributing to something. And as opposed to being forced to pay $100 for, I don't know, I think it's more for Microsoft Windows, then I just paid $5 voluntarily because I thought that something was good enough and worthy of receiving money.
Yeah, but people don't realize how much of the regular websites and software they use that are built on top of an open source system, like Google and Facebook, for instance. They're all built on Linux systems. So you might not even know that you're really using open source software.
Yeah, I guess the same case can be made about something like Coinbase or Kraken, that they built their foundations on something which is open source, but they turned into basically banks. I think this is the best definition for these exchanges.
Yes, I agree. Are they better or worse than banks though?
I think they're worst because I can go to my local bank and deposit money and nobody can see how much money I deposited there. Mm-hmm. And when I withdraw it, they're not going to track me to see what I'm doing with my money. But an exchange like Coinbase has hired hacking team, which is now called Neutrino, a team of people who are best known for basically looking for... No, they were working with authoritarian governments, trying to dox and identify and hand freedom fighters to these governments. And they were hired by Coinbase to track the transactions that go outside of Coinbase for a number of steps. Mm-hmm. So, for example, if you withdraw your coins from Coinbase, they're going to know where you send them for a few steps, just to be sure that they left your hands. And this is, I guess, a strong case for mixers and services that allow you to do coin joins. Yeah. But I think this is only like a short-term solution. So this show is sponsored by Wasabi Wallet, but I'm calling them a short-term solution. And I'm pretty sure that Adam Nopara73 agrees that we actually need something more advanced, like confidential transactions of sort.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because I think to some extent this is a problem that will solve itself over time. Because the people working at these chain analysis companies, they probably have Bitcoin of their own, and they probably know all the tricks for keeping those Bitcoin anonymous, as anonymous as possible, and like not leaving trails. So and if the number go up, technology keeps working, and Bitcoin's price keeps on going up exponentially over like the next 10 years, then those Bitcoins that these people employed by the chain analysis companies hold will be worth way more than they could ever make by just receiving their salaries. So I think there's like one of the most beautiful things with Bitcoin is that all the incentives are aligned for people to not cheat the system and to not rat on each other and to not. It's much more profitable in the long run to be pro Bitcoin than to be against it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, but I would not rely on only financial incentives. There are people, and we have them in our own countries, who are motivated mostly by ideology or some sort of virtue signaling. So they are not really motivated by money, and not even myself. I don't think I'm a very money motivated individual, even though I enjoy being able to eat every day and pay my bills. I wouldn't say that I'm like Robert Breedlove, for example, that I would sell out for a couple $1,000 just because I can, you know? I did have some opportunities, like there are shit coins that would basically give you a lot of money just to talk about them and mention them and say something nice, just because you have some followers who may see that. I stood away from that. I just focused on what I think has any long-term prospects and is fair and is not a scam.
Yeah.
So
I have the same attitude, but like, some people are just interested in a quick buck. I say, even if you're driven by something else, an ideology or a philosophy or anything, you should be interested in the slow buck, because like the slow, honest buck is more rewarding in the long run, philosophically speaking, than the quick buck and the sellout. I think this is one of the things that Bitcoin tends to do to the human psyche over time. Maybe some of us are more or less prone to changing their perspective, but like I think a lot of Bitcoiners have become more mindful of their economic decisions, and I wouldn't confuse that with being interested in just accumulating more money. I think most of us want to live more independent lives and want to be more self-sovereign and be able to decide for ourselves what to do with our precious time.
I actually hope that you're right, but at the same time, I see all of this Karen culture where they would do anything for some social media attention and for the ability to brag to somebody on the phone that they were so self-righteous and they did what was right in a situation.
Yeah,
and
I see.
I think that all of the regimes that were authoritarian in the 20th century relied on this type of attitude, that you would turn in your neighbor if it was in the name of the law or in the name of the party, in the name of the ideology, in the name of becoming a good citizen and being respected by all the others. So I do think that there is this dimension, and financial incentives are not everything. And we should not just think that somebody from Chainalysis, because this is from where we started this conversation, someone from Chainalysis is going to be kinder and not improve the algorithms for tracing the coins just because he has a stash of his own and doesn't want that to get doxxed.
No, I
like,
mean,
I
he
don't
will
think
quit.
that's really going to happen.
He will quit because he doesn't, because he's. I mean, over time, more and more people will realize that they can live better lives using the tool that is Bitcoin for freeing up their time. And I think these chain analysis firms, the people would just quit them. I know it already happened because they found other ways of supporting themselves. But then again, I agree with you with all the Karen culture and people being so happily turning their neighbors into the authorities, and I think it's scary too. I think it's really, really scary, and I see a lot of that in Sweden. There's a lot of virtue signaling here high and low, and it reminds me of East Germany just before it collapsed.
No, I'm not sure if there's gonna be a collapse in Sweden.
No,
it's a fairly wealthy country.
Yeah, it probably won't be a collapse here for quite a while. But the culture is similar to what East Germany was, and I find that really, really scary. Then again, while I'm like, it's like we're debating Bitcoin privacy, if it's a good or a bad thing. Of course, it's a good thing. I just think that people will use Bitcoin in different ways, and like just using it for something is better than not using it at all, and like spreading the word and making people more curious about what it is and what it can do and what it will do to humanity in the future.
So I agree with you that I might not even be able to conceive in my mind how this is going to get used in the future. But, I would very much appreciate if my transactions, even though there are not many of them, were not, seen by the entire network, at least not the amounts that I transact. And there was some sort of way to conceal certain data. Like, I think David Chaum, and I take it back to Cypherpunks, had a very brilliant idea to use basically some cryptographic tricks to create a kind of payment system where you only reveal the kind of data that's relevant. So let's say that you want to go to a bar and you want to prove that you're 18 to be able to order drinks. The only part of your ID that would get shown was maybe the picture for identification and your year of birth, or if there was any, kind of doubt because you could have been 17 or something, or maybe in the United States 21. I think that's the drinking age. If there was any doubt, they could check further. But nowadays we have a system where if they need your address, they're going to ask you to send a copy of your ID. And I've had that experience with DHL, for example, when they deliver stuff. And they ask me for a photocopy of my ID via unencrypted email to some employee. And that's really dangerous.
It is.
And it can backfire. If you refuse to do it, they're not going to work with you and they're going to destroy the shipment. And that's always terrible. But to ask you to send stuff via unencrypted email and just like that, believe that they're not going to have some sort of data leak or human incompetence, which leads to your private data getting leaked, that's Orwellian. And speaking of Orwell, let me get back to the Karen culture and what you mentioned that happens in Sweden right now. Well, there is a character in 1984 who is the neighbor of Winston Smith, and he's a very high-ranked official within the party. And he gets reported by his kids because I think he was talking in his sleep and he might have said something along the lines of "fuck Big Brother" at some point. And not only that, he gets punished, but he's convinced that he deserves it. Like, he's so zealous that he says, you should put me in prison. I'm a danger to society if I said that. So if my subconscious mind conceived that slur about the party, then you should really put me away and take me away and punish me in the harshest way possible. Yeah.
Reminds me of the character Butters from South Park. And and it reminds me of Stockholm Syndrome, which by the way, I think a lot of Swedes have Stockholm Syndrome for the state, and for like there are examples of women getting gang raped and then feeling sorry for the perpetrators because of their ethnic background and stuff like this, which is just weird. And I think, 1984 is such a masterpiece, and there's still a lot to learn from it. It's cliche, but it's really worth reading and rereading if you haven't read it. And this.
Oh, there's nothing cliche about it. Like,
But
it's so brilliant in so many ways.
but
if you take some time to think about the Newspeak language.
Yeah.
And all of that, which he conceived so that you replace words until they lose their meaning.
That's exactly what's happening.
That's happening today.
It is.
Exactly.
It is. And like the brilliance of calling the police force the Ministry of Love. That's also happening right now. I say we're doing this for your own good kind of attitude. But that neighbor character, I remember that passage, and it's such a scary thought. People being brainwashed enough to think that they deserve the punishment. And if you really look for it, you can find that attitude everywhere. Like with paying taxes, for instance.
Oh yeah.
That's a great example of
Actually, no. There are so many tax evasionists. I'm not sure what the term is.
Mm-hmm.
People who don't pay taxes. So they get on the news. You see them in newspapers. You even see famous football players who get into trouble because they haven't paid their share in some jurisdiction. So I think that that's one of the easiest offenses to do, mostly because it's easy to forget, or it's easy to not know what the tax legislation is where you live. So it's easy to neglect. I think that's the right word for it.
Yeah.
And of course, the state is going to come for you. And if they know you have the money, they're going to check to see if you paid what they think is the fair share. And they're going to take away as much as they can.
Yeah, and that person is going to feel like, bummer, they caught me. I should have paid my taxes. Which is exactly the reaction the neighbor in 1994 gets. Like there's something legit about taxation in the first place. Which is of course debatable, but I think in a world on a Bitcoin standard, that will be a very different story. Speaking of taxes and governments and such, maybe we should discuss the El Salvador situation. I saw some tweets from you that you're sort of opposed to the whole thing, and there was an article, right?
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I noticed, and I think my perspective is like, well, El Salvador is sort of forcing they're forcing merchants to accept Bitcoin. They can exchange them into dollars instantly and stuff, but my perspective is like there are a lot of dictators around the world doing much worse things than this. So why?
Yeah, but that's whataboutism. It's just comparing with something else and saying it's not that bad, but it's still bad, and we should still call it out if we think it's wrong. Vaultoro, and that's VAULT, like a gold vault, and oro, which is Spanish for gold, is a gold and Bitcoin exchange, which offers instant swaps between hard money to over 31,000 customers from more than 95 countries. Vaultoro has offered Swiss privacy and security since 2015. Furthermore, the gold you purchase is your legal property, secured in your name, so even if something happens to Vaultoro, even liquidators could not touch your gold. If you want to become the custodian of your own gold bars, you can request to have them delivered to you or simply trade them back to Bitcoin on the dip. Register for free in only 30 seconds and start trading only with hard money. Please keep in mind that all trading involves risks. This is not financial advice, and you are responsible for your own decisions. When you are using Wasabi Wallet, your internet connection gets routed through the Tor network by default. This means that you get better privacy while using Bitcoin. Download it today at wasabiwallet.io.
But if Bitcoin adoption really takes off in El Salvador, couldn't that be a case of the end justifies the means in a certain way because the value of everyone else's Bitcoin will go up, and the
I can't agree with this out of principle.
okay.
In my idea and my understanding of adoption, it should not and it cannot happen from above. When somebody tells you from now on you're going to use Bitcoin as a mean of payment, and you're gonna get paid in it, and you're gonna price everything that you produce
Why?
and that you do in it.
Why though? Why can't it happen that way?
Because there are two approaches. There is the philosophical one, and then there is the historic one. If you take the philosophical one, I don't think people are going to feel any liberated if they are forced into doing something. And if you get forced to be free, which has been an interesting philosophical concept that I think I've read for the first time in Jean-Jacques Rousseau, I think that it never really ended well in history when people were forced to be free, like liberated. They don't really appreciate what they have until they demand for it. If they don't ask for that kind of freedom, for that kind of liberation, it's just another case of colonialism where you give them the means that they don't really understand and you expect them to catch up. And it's gonna be interesting to observe if I'm wrong, and I want to be wrong. I've always said that in this situation. Maybe that it can help a lot of people, but I'm skeptical. So prove me wrong that this is kind of my approach. And then there's the historic approach in regards to El Salvador and Latin America in general. Because if you look at the history of regimes there doesn't seem to be any kind of consistency or continuity with anything.
No.
They are very open to voting new ideas into office, and they are very quick to dismiss them and vote them out when it doesn't fulfill their expectations.
Yeah.
So they also had a lot of coup d'etats, and they had some sort of civil war which lasted for 13 years in the 20th century. And the president that was before this one was actually a former member of the guerrilla. Is that how you pronounce it? Guerrilla.
Guerrilla, yeah.
So he was a former member of that, and it's always shady, and there are always lots of interests that go into these Latin American countries. Even if the intentions are pure, there are so many ways in which it can fail, and maybe that inside the CIA there might be a branch which says, let's have a beer and see how far this goes, and let's not interfere, because it is an interesting experiment. It doesn't really start, so it started from a very small scale idea that you're gonna pay for services and goods with Bitcoin on a small beach at the ocean, and then they tried to scale to the entire nation. And it's not such a large nation, but it's still, a nation that's underdeveloped, and not just by some sort of United Nations indexes, but as well as, if you go there as a Westerner, you're going to see that they don't have some of the appliances that we take for granted in our daily lives.
Yeah, I've been to South American countries, like not to El Salvador, but similar places like Belize or Suriname. But still, like when I listen to the president of El Salvador talk about this, the thing that strikes me is he seems like a clever guy. Especially comparison to other politicians, which all sound stupid to a certain extent. But then again, I can understand the criticism of forcing anything upon your population, but that's sort of what politicians and presidents do. They don't really do anything else but force legislations on people. And if this is...
Yeah, but in regards to Bitcoin, I think that the wisest approach as a politician and a head of state, if you really care about it and you want it to succeed, is to just ignore it and let people adopt it and let them be.
Yeah, I would probably agree. Maybe encourage people to use it? Is that okay?
I think the fact that you don't talk about it is the best encouragement.
But then again,
Just let it develop. Like people will figure out.
then again, what's the alternative? Like, what would be? What if they issued their own national currency, fiat, the fiat way? That, to me, that's a lot worse than forcing merchants to accept Bitcoin. Because at least,
Well, it depends.
on what?
If they issue their own fiat, then it might be backed by something. And, at least people get to make some sort of everyday payments, which can end up getting converted into Bitcoin voluntarily, as opposed to being forced to accept something that they don't really understand. And another side of the criticism is that most of them will not really use Bitcoin. Most of them are going to use custodial services.
Yeah, but that's
They don't benefit from all of the advantages of the Bitcoin network. They only benefit from the number go up technology.
But that's also voluntarily. The thing you're describing, like them exchanging their fiat voluntarily for Bitcoin, they can still do that and exchange their Bitcoin for dollars voluntarily, the other way around. So
Yeah, but do they need for Bitcoin to be legal tender to do that?
not really, I guess.
That's also my criticism, that this was not necessary. You could just let it exist, encourage it if that's what it takes. Say that it's nice and interesting. But when you do this, you're going to incite all of the war generals and all of the foreign policy people who get a lot more credibility, especially the American ones. And, World Bank and all of these high-ranked economists. Because so far, the adversaries that Bitcoin has had were mostly academics.
Yeah.
And people usually distrust them. Like, they see that there's something shady there.
Yeah.
And there's this general consensus about academia that it lives in some sort of ivory tower. So it doesn't really understand everyday life, at least not in a realistic way. But when people listen to some sort of word general who's going to be like, whoa, this is dangerous for the supremacy of the US dollar. I think Donald Trump spoke against Bitcoin and said that the dollar should be supreme and it should be the world reserve currency. And that was pretty recent, like a couple of months ago. We're going to have enemies who are a lot more trusted. It doesn't mean that they should be trusted. I'm not saying that, but they are by virtue of their reputation and by virtue of their line of work, because we tend to trust more in foreign policy people and intelligence people as opposed to these Nouriel Rubinis of the world. So I think that the difficulty level has kind of increased nowadays. If you want to defend Bitcoin, you have to prepare yourself a lot better, because also the adversaries have become fiercer. And
so there's a worry there that the El Salvador thing could lead to Bitcoin's adversaries becoming more powerful, or taking more notice.
Not only that, but they can use their military monopoly to make this experiment not last too long. And after that, the reputation that Bitcoin is going to have is going to be very similar to what happened with the Silk Road. It used to be black market money that's used by drug dealers. Now it's going to be that failed currency that did not work in El Salvador.
Oh, okay. I'll try to paint a bullish picture here instead. Like,
sure, go ahead.
Yeah. Imagine we're just that this bull run is far from over. Like right now, it could probably go either way. But say that Bitcoin goes up to whatever, $200,000 or $400,000 or something. That means that everyone that holds Bitcoin in El Salvador will have like 10x their holdings. when that happens. And that's a lot of wealth for El Salvador, and it can really speed up the process and like make that country a better place really fast, if provided the price stays around like higher than now, at least. Even if it 2x's, that's like if it goes up 10x and crashes down to 2x of what it is now, that's still very good for El Salvador and for everyone with Bitcoin. And with the military might of the US and the risk of them invading or doing something nasty, I mean, all of these things are playing out on social media as well, and it's not as easy now to just roll in the tanks and kill everyone that you don't like because social media exists, and I think people would realize that something fishy is going on if all of a sudden the government of El Salvador stopped tweeting and stopped like. No, I don't know, but I find it kind of far-fetched that they would use their military might to stop this. I don't really know.
Also, military doesn't necessarily mean force. Like, I suppose that part of the military, you also have the intelligence and spies and people who infiltrate governments and try to overthrow regimes.
Do you think they could corrupt like the strike app and?
Not the strike app. So I don't think they have to work with the software at all.
Okay.
Or they can try to push for some sort of broken wallet that they control. And this is also a concern, but I'll get there eventually.
Mm-hmm.
What I actually mean is that they can incite the population against it, and they can make them hate the president for whatever reason. They can come up with some sort of scandal. It's very easy. You have no idea when you have a monopoly on media and you are basically the standard for everything around the world when it comes to democracy and application of human rights. Like we have to be aware that before this president was cool, he actually had some of the most draconian lockdowns in all of human existence. He forcefully kept people locked, and when he was voting for the budget, he actually brought in the army so that they would assist to the voting process and push the rest of the parliament to vote in favor of his proposal.
Mm-hmm.
So these are only two examples where he abused his power. And if you also come up with some sort of story which makes the average person from El Salvador hate him, it doesn't even have to be true, because they have so much money to spend on propaganda that they're going to discredit him, and by the next elections, he's going to be hated by most people. Even if he did something great, they're going to paint him in a certain way in which maybe that the other world leaders resent him and he's not wanted, and maybe that the average El Salvadoran doesn't really understand how international relations work. But he's going to want somebody who gets the approval of maybe neighboring nations or large powers of the world. So there are so many factors. It's an old and rigged game that empires have been playing for not centuries, but millennia. And I was about to say that also one of the biggest threats is that the people from El Salvador, even if they can choose which wallet they are running, most of them are going to flock around the one that's most convenient. Because honestly, if you were to choose a wallet that charges you fees but gives you freedom, but the kind of freedom that you don't really understand or perceive, you're going to go for the other one which doesn't charge you any fees but actually works as some sort of Excel file which only changes the ownership from one wallet ID to the other. And I think that these are going to get a lot more traction unless there's enough education for the average person so that they understand why they should be using the free open source one, which empowers them to actually maybe not use their node because it's unlikely that they're going to have one, but at least connect with something like, I think Breeze is a good example of an onboarding process which is not custodial, Wasabi is a good example of a desktop wallet which downloads some blocks before you actually interact with the network. So you don't have to rely somebody else's node. You download the blocks from some random Electrum servers.
Yeah, but the whole notion that like Bitcoin is built around the more you know about Bitcoin and the more you know about the software and how to use it, the safer you are, and the safer your funds are, and you can take more privacy measures and so on and so forth. And your worry is like that the majority of the population will not be able to get this, and they will be easily fooled and easily manipulated. And I agree with all that, but what Bitcoin does, it gives power to those who understand, and those, I mean, you have to be both bold and intelligent and curious, and you have to have a certain mindset in order to get all these things, and what software to use and so on. And but that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing, because it shifts the power in society from the clever but manipulative evil people to the clever but people who want to interact with each other voluntarily instead of by force. So I have a hard time seeing the development in El Salvador as a bad thing, and all the examples of the president doing draconian things in the past is just like a, well, that's those were the bad things, and what he's doing now is sort of, while it might not be an optimal thing, at least it's better than draconian lockdowns. Being forced to accept Bitcoin is a lot easier. It's a lot better than being forced to a lockdown for several months. So I just find this whole experiment very fascinating, and I'm eager to see how it plays out, and especially with all these other nations that have stated an interest in like putting their countries on a semi-voluntarily Bitcoin standard as well, like Paraguay or Tonga or whatever these countries are, because we're seeing the beginning of this prisoner's dilemma type scenario playing out, where the countries who hop onto this train first will benefit the most from it. And the same goes for these big corporations with MicroStrategy in the lead. I mean, we may think whatever we want about these big, powerful people, presidents and big corporate leaders, but it's certainly helping, if not the Bitcoin protocol, it's helping the price. And I think this, if you're in the business of money, you need money in the system. Like that's what drives the whole thing from the beginning.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of old-fashioned. I would have preferred if we were still at 9,000 and celebrating with that Vegeta meme. Vegeta, or how do you pronounce it? Instead of having all of our bags pumped by Elon Musk and Michael Saylor, and then having to deal with their new, some sort of organization that's trying to regulate mining, and then FUD from China, and once again, mining getting banned, and all of this situation where you realize that actually China was treating mining a lot better. I was about to say China mining, and I said mina. So China was treating mining better than the United States is going to. And that's also an interesting idea to have, because the same nation, or the same government, not the nation, because they are very different concepts. So the same government that orchestrated a genocide against its Muslim minority treated Bitcoin a lot better than the nation which is trying to teach the rest of the world what freedom is.
Yeah, but the US isn't exactly innocent when it comes to the genocide department, right? Well, not as bad as China.
I mean,
but,
they did
but,
have stuff with the Japanese and the 40s.
Yeah. The yeah. What to say about that? I think the main thing is the paradoxical thinking that people hold the view that centralized mining in China is a big problem, and then when China shuts down the mining facilities and the mining gets less centralized, they perceive that as a problem instead, and that's the same thing. Like the environmentalist, well, I think it's all a facade for something else, but if you believe in the principles of Bitcoin, and if you lived through the SegWit 2x failing, you know that the users are in control, and the weirder these ideas get, that we will take back our network. Otherwise, if we're not in control, what's the point of the entire thing, right? So
yeah, that's why I'm such a big fan of the idea of starting to selflessly and altruistically mine from home. And the unfortunate part is that we have gotten to this point where we must rely on ASICs, and we don't really have many manufacturers who produce ASICs, so we have to buy something from Bitmain even if we don't like them.
Yeah.
Or some other company which maybe only puts out 100 ASICs a month or something like that, which is not really enough to fulfill the demand on the market. So you end up buying something which is used. I also found some American guy, I don't recall his name, but he has this project which is called Apollo. I bookmarked it, so let me look. So FutureBit Apollo BTC. It's basically an ASIC miner for home uses. It's silent, and there's something magical about the number 6 or 7. I don't recall which one exactly, because it has 6 or 7 times less hash rate power than the Antminer S9, but it also has a 6 or 7 times lesser power draw, so it's friendlier with your electricity bill, to say so. So it's quieter, it's lesser consuming. Obviously, you're not going to get the same results, but it's also like 5 or 6 times less expensive than a new S9. So if you want to get something for home, it's basically an ASIC that's designed to stay in your living room and not distract everyone else's attention. And it also has some sort of nice interface. I wish there were more of these projects, because even this one, when you try to order it, it's always sold out. And if it comes back in stock, it's gonna sell out in maybe a few hours.
yeah.
So it just makes me wish that we could use some general purpose hardware, but nowadays even the most powerful of processors don't really do much for SHA-256.
No.
They're not as efficient as a used ASIC, so that one's lesser expensive and is also more efficient. So I wish we had more manufacturers so that we can take mining back to being decentralized, and everyone who's running a node in their homes can also attach a miner and maybe,
But let me
I don't know, make this truly decentralized.
let me ask you a philosophical question about this, because what I can't get through my head is like this system is supposed to run on financial incentives through and through. Like that's the thing. That's what makes the, and if it requires people to be altruistic, does it really work? If the system requires a lot of people around the globe to like charity mine or whatever you can call it, then does Bitcoin really work in that scenario?
Yeah, it does, because it's scarce, right? So there's only 21 million. You have to actually compete to get a slice of it.
Yeah, but that means that you're not charity mining or doing it for altruistic reasons, but you're doing it to actually mine some Bitcoin because you believe they will go up in value enormously in the future. So that's like the basic incentive to mine at all, right?
Yeah, maybe, but you're taking a loss on maybe the short and medium term. And you have a lot of uncertainty about the future price and stuff like that. But you do it for the network. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
you're not doing it at an industrial scale where...
So you mean that it's more of an an investment than actual charity mining or like an altruistic reason. It's more like an investment, a very long-term investment, because you want to mine like 0.01 Bitcoin because you believe that can be immensely valuable down the line. Or
you can call it that, but your electricity bill is going to be a lot more expensive than what you make in a month. So that's why it's altruistic, because you don't expect to make it profitable in any way.
Yeah, and in another, I guess in another sense, it's not altruistic because you're doing it in order to help the network, because you believe that the network will not be as functional, in other words, as valuable if you don't do it. So you're doing it for the value of the network, which by the way is the value of the token in Bitcoin. They're the same thing. They're very connected.
Right. I mean, you don't really do it without expecting any reward, but you expect a reward maybe every year or something like that, depending on how much power you're putting into your system and how much you invest in your rig. But still, so you have to take a loss. That's what I mean. That's why it's altruistic, because you take a loss. Maybe in the long term, it's going to turn into a profit. But on the short term, it's a loss that you must take. And there's also a risk. And there's also... It's not convenient to do it from home. It's just like it's not convenient to run a dedicated node. But if you're serious about Bitcoin, you must do it.
I'm not sure I would use the word altruistic. Because like altruistic to me is when you do something for no selfish reason whatsoever, and anything you do for Bitcoin, you do in order to for anything that you do that is good for Bitcoin is good for Bitcoin holders. So it's not really altruistic.
Okay, but let me take this argument back to the fact that I don't think that in your definition altruism can exist, because you can always argue that you do it for your own reputation or to feel better about yourself or to expect some reward on the long term.
Did you read Human Action?
No, but it's on my list.
Yeah, the basic thesis on why people do deliberate things at all, like why human deliberate action exists, is to relieve themselves of a felt uneasiness. And I like that way of thinking, because it explains everything if you think of it that way. So all the altruistic things is for someone to relieve a felt uneasiness. Maybe they feel bad for other people, maybe they feel that they have some reputation to gain, maybe they feel they have a financial gain, whatever it might be. It all stems from the removal of a felt uneasiness on part of the human being taking the action.
Yeah, I can agree with that, but let's take it back to the idea that home mining should be part of our future, as opposed to making it more industrial. And we see all of these news nowadays about huge facilities in the United States waiting to grab the ASICs from China and take over the operations and produce a large amount of the hash power of the network. And people cheer for that, like, yay, it's going to happen. It's not really going to happen. It's not really decentralized until we realize that we should decentralize through our own contributions. And it's also maybe why I don't really get along with people who cheer for El Salvador, because I believe that this is very much voluntarist, and you participate the network through your own means, and you try to maximize your contribution to it if you are a true Bitcoiner. And of course, there are going to be some incentives, but at the same time, you believe in the project and you're trying to make it work the best that you can, without having to trust in somebody else's good intentions to me, that's what being a Bitcoiner is about.
So who decides what being a Bitcoiner is about?
I don't think that there is any entity
No, of
which
course
decides
not.
anything for anyone else.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of the system, right? It's for everyone. It's even for enemies.
Yeah, just because you dislike someone and you think that they should not use Bitcoin because they launched this terrible shitcoin which turned out to be a Ponzi, you have no decision-making power in that regard.
No.
You can't stop them from using.
No, of course not. But that's what I mean. There are so many. To me, what you're describing is slightly paradoxical. I really get the will to act altruistically and for the best of the system and for the best of every aspect of it. But then again, mining in 2021 it's a part of Bitcoin, but most of the Bitcoins have already been mined, right? It's almost 19 million have been mined already of the 21 in total. So regardless of who receives the new rewards, of course there's the fees and everything, and people can make a lot of profit from mining, but
this is also about securing the network in a decentralized way and not having to rely on some corporation or conglomerate of miners or pool that they're going to be honest and always act in good faith. And we have seen this situation with Taproot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before this, we have had Segwit. And you mentioned that you are reading the Block Size Wars book.
Yeah, I read it
and
already.
At the time, Segwit was about to get deployed by miners, just like we have had the situation with Taproot a couple of months ago.
Mm-hmm.
So at the time, the problem was that the miners did not signal Segwit activation at the time when they were supposed to. And that's when the user said, screw you guys, we're going to do it by ourselves.
Yeah.
And they actually succeeded. And that was very important in the history of the network because they proved that miners are not in control. And they were only given control for whatever reasons.
But
because
they proved it even more when they rejected the 2x hard fork, which was supposed to. Like, because in the New York agreement, all the participants and all the big miners and all the big wallet companies and exchanges decided that, okay, we do the Segwit thing, but then we're going to increase the block size. And that's what I found so fascinating, that the users had the power to stop that. Even though over 90% of the companies in the space, and like by far the lion's share of all the money in Bitcoin companies wanted that hard fork to happen, but they couldn't pull it off.
Yeah, but let's not forget that their software was buggy, so they basically shot themselves in the foot. Yeah. And I recall Peter Todd mentioning that he was expecting as adversaries to have some very competent people, but it turned out to be the exact opposite. So instead of trying to fight against them, all you had to do at the time was to point out to their flaws, and it was self-evident.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but some companies were only in it for the Segwit part. Like one of the show's sponsors is Voltoro, and the CEO is Joshua Shigala. He has been in Bitcoin since, I think, late 2010. And his business has actually signed a New York agreement before the 1st of August.
Mm-hmm.
And the 1st of August in 2017 was a historic day for two different reasons. On one hand, you had the activation of Segwit. And on the other hand, you had the big block version getting forked with Bitcoin Cash. And when he saw that this happened, he said, why do we need to increase the block size in Bitcoin? We already have an experiment with big blocks. We already activated Segwit. This is enough. And I'm pretty sure that he was not the only one who taught this. And that was kind of the end of it when they realized, okay, Segwit was activated by the community. we don't really need to hard fork to increase the block size because we have SegWit now. And if anyone wants to use a big block version of the Bitcoin network, then they can move to that fork and see how it goes.
Yeah, that's you paint a picture which is similar to what's painted in the book and similar to what I remember, but not exactly. But
what I mean is that these companies did not support it with full conviction.
No, so
this SegWit 2x project.
So you mean that they signed the New York agreement more in order for the other companies present to sign it as well, so that they could bail once SegWit was activated?
I think it was a lot of it was virtue signaling.
Mm-hmm.
They just wanted to prove that they're concerned about the development and were trying to pressure the developers into fixing this somehow.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the criticism about the blockchain getting clogged with transactions was legit, but also since then I think that the exchanges got a lot better, and right now they're batching transactions.
Mm-hmm.
There was a time when every transaction that we were making with an exchange was happening on the blockchain.
Yeah.
And that was a bad design.
Yeah, it took up
because
a lot of
it
space.
Could not possibly scale.
No.
And I think also the exchanges got better. We have Lightning Network, we have side chains. Nowadays, I think today, if you look at the mempool, it actually got cleared, which is not something that I expected after the last halving, which happened last year. When I was looking at it,
yeah,
there were higher fees, the blocks were getting full on a more consistent basis. I guess now the interest in making transactions has lowered, and it seems like we are in this transitional time when I guess it has a lot to do with migrating miners from China to somewhere else. And they're trying to keep it low profile and low key, and there's gonna be some kind of boom at some point. It's gonna come out of nowhere, and the media is gonna start asking questions that are dumb once again. The average normie is going to get interested in Bitcoin once again. Once again, you'll not be able to take a taxi ride without the driver showing you his portfolio and telling you that he made 200x in 1 week on something. And after that, it's gonna be another crash cycle. And this is how it goes, just because people are greedy. If we all understood why this is happening and why this is good money, and we were ethical about the way that we use it and transact it, we would just have one cycle where it goes up all the time. But since there are so many people, and it makes sense, in markets, you have participants who have different expectations. And yes, I guess this is part of the feature of the market. I actually wrote an article to explain why Bitcoin is bullish even if it dumps, because that's a sign that it works and it lets anyone take out their wealth whenever they feel like it, as opposed to a bank where you go speak to the manager and say, I want to withdraw everything from my account, and they're gonna be like, yeah, come back in 1 week and we have this appointment and we're gonna give you a couple of calls and try to convince you to not do it. We're gonna make you a better offer, and if you do take out your money, then we're gonna take this fee, and they're gonna try to push you to incentivize you to stay. Or at least not close your account so that they can make more money off of you. And that's not something that you get when you use Bitcoin. If you want to sell it all or to send it to somebody to make a donation, you just do it without expecting permission from anyone.
Yeah. Did you see any of the videos I made with Joni Appelberg and Guys One?
No, I haven't.
I'll send you a link later, but we made one about the price curve of Bitcoin. It's a bit out there, but it describes a scenario in which the Bitcoin price curve is J-shaped rather than S-shaped. You always see these people talk about network technologies having an S-shaped adoption. Like first nothing happens, and then there's like the ketchup bottle effect where it grows exponentially until everyone on Earth is on the same network. It happens to the TV and the radio and YouTube and Facebook and so on. And I think this might be true for Bitcoin user adoption, but not for the price, because I think the price is a very different thing. Since you have the halvings and everything, and the supply being absolutely capped, if the demand goes up, I mean, there's more money in the world than there are people, and these people will, once they get it and get like that, what they should be doing is accumulating Bitcoin as fast as possible. I believe there's a point in time where the curve, the purchasing power of a Bitcoin cannot go anywhere but up, and it's really bizarre to think about, but somewhere in the future, enough people will refuse to sell for the price to not go down again at all. And I believe also that even after it's pointless to talk about the price of Bitcoin in dollars or euros or yen or any of the fiat currencies, because it's just taking off ridiculously fast. Even after that, the purchasing power can go up a lot, because then we're all on a sound money global free market standard, and in such a system, everything gets cheaper over time at a much faster pace than it does now, when we have interventionism everywhere, and just a war-wounded global free market, and we don't have free trade between countries the way we could have on a sound money standard. So I think there are a lot of course, no one knows where the price of Bitcoin is going, but I think there's a scenario which is really bizarrely bullish, that no one really can wrap their heads around. And if that's the case, we haven't seen anything yet.
Hey, psst, hey, what's your plan for the next Bitcoin top?
Unless you need the money to purchase something, you probably should not touch infinitely inflationary fiat. Check out Vaultoro and figure out to which extent hard money like gold and silver can help you preserve your purchasing power. You will be able to get back into Bitcoin as soon as the price hits a new bottom, and you will not be subjected to the arbitrary inflation-driven volatility of fiat or fiat-backed coins. Obviously, this is not financial advice, and you should understand that all trading involves risks. Wasabi Wallet connects to your full Bitcoin node, and if you're not running one, it downloads block filters anonymously via Tor. In either case, you're getting excellent privacy. Download the software today at wasabiwallet.io. I'm pretty sure that this is the early days, just by the fact that you go to a conference and you ask people, so do you know anything about Nick Szabo or Peter Todd or all of these people who contributed to Bitcoin in some way?
Mm-hmm.
And you realize that they actually don't. And then you see Adam Back going to some conference without security. Like, he's the CEO of Blockstream. Yeah. And there's so much that Blockstream does. And there's so much that he personally does, because a lot of people nowadays take him for granted as the CEO of a company. But he's a very competent cryptographer and coder.
Very much
and he
so.
has written some useful ideas like confidential transactions. That was his idea. Sidechains, he had contributions to that. Early on, when he started getting serious about Bitcoin, he had many proposals and ideas. So him, of all the people, is walking freely without any kind of security, without anyone recognizing him on the street. And it makes you wonder, this is so early.
Yeah.
Maybe that 20 years from now, he's going to be like this legend and everyone is going to talk about him.
He's a
but for now, he can blend into a crowd without any problem.
He's a legend in my mind. I met him in Riga in 2019. I was starstruck. He retweeted me once and I was like, the happiest day of that entire year. So, well, But then again, like Bitcoin, while these cryptographers and Bitcoin's early history, it's of course it's important, but then again, the system is more important. The system itself is more important than the people behind it. And like you saw so much of this in 2017 with people getting stuck in, like, they had a certain way of viewing Bitcoin and what it was and how it needed to play out. And that's what created all these false narratives about block sizes and, hard forks and everything. That so because if this thing works, if it truly is decentralized, then we can't do anything about how people interact with it and how it evolves. Neither you nor me nor Adam Back nor anyone else can influence the thing, and it will just continue to evolve into whatever it wants to be. So in that sense, I can understand people being fascinated by this new animal that thrives off of human incentives, that they're just interested in where this thing is going and going to conferences, and you don't really need to know about Nick Szabo for that, but in order to be interested in the first virtual organism.
Oh yeah, I agree. Like, even today, you can make a payment with fiat money without knowing who the person on the bill actually was.
Yeah,
or is. Sometimes even people who are alive
Mm.
get added there. So that can actually happen, and it should happen. And it's a sign that the money is working. But,
yeah,
we are still very early.
we are.
There's a lot that is going to happen in the future. And my biggest concern is that most of it is going to be custodial, and it's going to be businesses trying to make it very simple for the average person to get onboarded. But then again, it's only going to be the number go up version of BTC that's stored on a centralized database and is most likely held in cold storage somewhere, and you only trade with tokens of BTC, like paper money or something. Nowadays you have, I think, PayPal and Revolut and a couple of other of these services, I think also eToro.
Mm-hmm.
They let you buy Bitcoin, but it's actually some sort of paper certificate which says that you own it.
Yeah.
You can't actually withdraw it. And I've always regarded this as some sort of attack vector which can create inflation, because you can't really prove that these Bitcoins exist. And the regulators are never going to be in favor of Bitcoin, or maybe that they will be, but I hope that they will be in the end. But in a fiat system, they're not going to demand the businesses that they hold equal reserves to prove that they have their Bitcoins. So it's likely that on one of these PayPal or Revolut or eToro services, you buy Bitcoins that don't even exist.
Yeah, but then you're not really buying Bitcoin, are you?
No, you're not. But you're buying. You think you're buying something, and it might just influence the price. That's also
but people bought fool's gold as well, back on the gold standard. So I don't know. Well, it's an attack vector, and I don't like these companies, especially eToro. I think it's.
I hate their YouTube ads. Like,
it's so annoying.
I did an interview with their CEO, was it 2 years ago or something?
Mm-hmm.
And he's a very nice guy, very grounded, very down to earth.
Yeah.
Like, you would not expect, I suppose that he's wealthy, but he dresses like a normal person, acts like a normal person, doesn't try to overwhelm you with bullshit. But he's a very nice person, whereas his marketing department has some of the most annoying ads on YouTube.
Yeah.
But some of them are great. Like, there was one with Hodl, with the guy from Game of Thrones.
Oh, yeah,
who says,
I remember that one.
Hodor. Yeah. So that was actually good. But the one with Alec Baldwin, when he's ironing
so
his clothes,
so annoying.
and he's like, you've missed out on Apple and Google and blah, blah, and why don't you buy stocks right now? And then there's the one with the two guys where one is analyzing the market and the other one is playing video games. And she's like, oh yeah, you can be just like the guy who's analyzing the market with copy trading. Of course, everyone's gonna get rich, right?
Yeah,
and
it's annoying.
Then there's the one which I hate the most, with the guy who gets on the elevator with a barrel of oil.
I
And he's
haven't
trying
seen
to
that
sell. You haven't seen it?
No.
It's everywhere. Like I think it's the most recent.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, anyone want to buy oil? And somebody in the elevator shows him like a smartphone and says, you know that you don't have to buy the actual oil, right? To invest in oil.
So cringe.
It is, because the guy is actually doing it right. He buys oil in a way which actually has utility, but then the guy in the elevator is like, yeah, but you can buy CFD, which is only like a paper money version of oil, which proves that you might have ownership to somebody else's oil, but if you go try to claim it, good luck with that.
Yeah, and there's something annoying about these trends in trading or day trading in general. Like everyone, it's just a big lottery, and everyone believes there'll be it reminds me of the poker boom like 15 years ago, when everyone was playing Texas Hold'em poker, and you read these stories about 20-year-olds buying expensive apartments for their earnings in Texas Hold'em poker.
I guess I was too young for that to be around when poker was popular on the internet. But I find it funny because during every boom cycle, when we have a bull market, you see all of these people, including yourself, by the way, quitting their day jobs.
Yeah. But I'm doing it for lots of reasons, and not only. If there's one reason I'm not doing it for, it's for it. We just happen to be in a bull run. It has nothing to do with that, really.
Yeah,
well,
I know exactly what you're saying, but you get these day traders who figure out, okay, I've made like $100 today. If I make $100 every day, then I'm gonna make more money than my day job, right? So why should I keep on working at my day job? And they take these assumptions, which basically tell them that they're going to have the same performance every day, and the market is always going to do what they want. Or they think that there's some sort of geniuses or have some sort of paranormal powers to predict the markets.
Yeah.
And then they sell courses, because that's the last resort. When you don't succeed anymore, you're going to end up selling courses to people who want to get some sort of lifestyle.
Yeah. And that's annoying.
And then you get someone like Tai Lopez, who most likely never succeeded in anything in his life, but he was able to learn some information and put it into the books that he wrote. And just for the record, I've actually watched a YouTube video with somebody who actually bought his course and went through it. And you know, Tai Lopez is the kind of guy who brags all the time about how many books he read. It turns out that most likely he just takes a book on his breakfast table, reads a couple of pages, and then considers that he read the book. That kind of guy. And he's gonna be like, yeah, I read 3 books today. Really? And what were they about? He doesn't really know. He knows a little bit about a lot of topics, and
yeah. And that
he knows how to fool you with that.
That's tying into this. There's a huge difference between hodling Bitcoin for real and like securing them and hodling them safely, because then you're actually contributing to the performance of the network in a sense, and compare that to trading between currencies. How does trading between currencies help propel humanity forward in any way? I mean,
it's useful if it's a base layer transaction and you're paying a fee and it keeps the miners going.
Yeah, if you're trading Bitcoin, but if you're trading between euros and dollars, for instance, or if you're
I don't know.
If you're trading between Ethereum or Dogecoin and yuan or yen or whatever.
If you're George Soros, you might actually crash some nation's market.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, there's so much going on in the world which is not beneficial to the progress of humanity at all. It's just a big casino, all of it.
It's kind of sad when you realize that this is how it works, and then you get people who paint this picture about Bitcoin, and they're gonna tell you, "Oh, it's anti-human progress.
Yeah,
It's anti-goals of sustainability and civilization."
while the opposite is true. I mean,
Well, I'm not going to deny. So there are people out there who will tell you that mining is fine and it doesn't do any damage. I'm not going to be part of that crowd which denies that there is any impact. But you have to put it into the right context and realize, okay, so it consumes this amount of energy and maybe emits this amount of dioxide carbon. But how does that compare to a lot of everyday activities?
yeah,
And then you realize once you figure out that it's not really much compared to a lot of the luxuries that we enjoy in our consumer lives, you realize that what they're actually trying to tell you is that they don't want this to be part of the international system and of the norms. They want to phase it out in this early phase because we should not forget that the project is only 12 years old.
no,
So they're trying to instill the idea that this is some sort of degenerate project that should not exist, so that it doesn't get legitimized and it doesn't become part of our daily lives.
I think the whole environmental aspect of it is people talk about it from the wrong angle, the complete wrong. Like other types of money requires wars to come to a consensus about what type of money to use. Bitcoin uses CO2 instead, and they say that we waste energy. We're not wasting energy. We're sacrificing energy. We're converting energy from one state to another. We're converting electrical energy into monetary energy, or converting which by the way is converting electrical energy into human action in the long run. So I view it as I view Bitcoin as a mathematical battery for stranded energy sources, and the thing people really forget about the energy consumption is what monetary system do we have now? We have one that requires us to consume more and more frivolous bullshit that we don't need every year, instead of making long-term investments, which Bitcoin incentivizes. And the destruction that is bringing to the planet, this consumerism culture with Christmas gifts and all the bullshit we buy for our kids every year, that's what's destroying the planet, not the system that is trying to fix that and trying to make us save and not take a huge loan in order to buy shit that we don't need. Yeah, I want to ask everyone who believes that Bitcoin has an energy problem, how do you fix climate change, or whatever you may call it? How do you fix environmental problems when you have an inflationary money system that requires you to consume more and more? It requires every country to consume more and more every year.
Let me tell you the answer of a central banker.
Yeah.
We're going to print more money to fix the environment. And the average person is going to be like, yeah, that's so brilliant. Like, we can print as much money as it's needed to pay as many researchers and people on the field who are doing stuff, so that they can do stuff and they keep on going and they figure out stuff. Like, I remember I was at a conference at one point and somebody brought up the idea that there's a huge external debt And the reply was, yeah, but the United States can print out all of its debt to pay it to all the nations to which it owes money. And then that's it. It can just do that
Yeah.
out of nowhere. And this only means that they can devalue everybody else's money.
Yes.
And they can rob everyone of their purchasing power.
Yes.
And that they can rob the young generation from the dream of ever owning real estate or a house for themselves, because real estate sounds more fancy, like you're trying to invest into something that you're not really using because you're trying to make money off of it. But the idea that you should own a house as a young person, I don't think is obscene.
No.
But usually it's the housing market that goes up in price with inflation.
Especially not houses that our fathers built. Like, yeah, it's so weird. The housing market is, it's just weird. And like, as you say, the US has been able to print pieces of paper, and lately just to push the enter button on a computer and make people on the other side of the planet manufacture stuff for them. That's what's happening. That's the mechanism. And it's just weird that so few of us take notice. There's so few people talk about these things. I mean, I have these conversations with Bitcoiners all the time, but hardly with anyone else. Or if I do, they say something along these lines, and then they forget about it and go on with their lives as if nothing happened.
Yeah, but all of this system that's rigged and which incentivizes irrational consumption, this is what keeps them going. It's how they still have jobs. It's how they can keep on living.
It's the hamster's wheel.
If they opted out and they gave up on it, I don't think they would have a place in the world anymore.
No.
I suppose this is why sometimes this Bitcoin community feels like such a cult, and everyone speaks in the same memes and tries to virtue signal in the same way. Like, I hate that, and I love it when I can have a real conversation with someone and really agree that it's not all as simple and as meme-worthy as we present it. And it's a lot more complicated, and there's real work to be done. Like, some people like to say that just because this exists, this Bitcoin form of money exists, it's gonna fix all the problems by itself, and it doesn't need us in any shape or form. And I very much disagree.
No.
It's just like that stock to flow chart, which assumes that the demand is going to go up over time just because the supply gets lower. But the demand gets driven by people who educate others, by people who build exchanges, by people who onboard newbies, by everyone who contributes to the space. That's how you get demand on markets. It doesn't go up by itself just because there's a scarce amount of coins available.
The stock to flow model, I don't believe in that. But then again, I don't believe in any models that try to predict the future price of anything, because I think they're all deeply flawed by nature. If they work, they wouldn't work. They're paradoxical. If everyone knew that they worked and the stock to flow model actually worked, then everyone would act differently, and then it wouldn't work. So they're paradoxical by nature. However, I think this Bitcoin fixes this meme. I like that, because I think it's deeper than just its surface level. Like, well, Bitcoin could help this, but we all need to work on Bitcoin, and we need to make Bitcoin better, in order for stuff to work, and we still have to do this and that. That's only part of the meme. The powerful part of the meme is like, if we have Bitcoin, we can build a global sound money free market, and then we'll all be incentivized to cooperate voluntarily instead of like using force and fooling each other. So in a way, Bitcoin actually does fix everything, but it may take 1,000 years or two. So that's what I think people get wrong. To me, that's what it means to me. And I like many of the memes, and I think you can derive deeper meaning from them if you want to. And I think for me, Bitcoin Fixes This is a great meme, but you shouldn't interpret it as Bitcoin will fix this within 5 years, because that's not going to happen. Bitcoin will fix this over millennia.
Yeah, not only that, but there's also the indirect fixing.
Yeah.
Just because it exists, it doesn't mean that it will fix it by itself. It also means that it will coerce the competition, and the competition is central banking, to become more transparent and accountable, to prolong its own existence. Because if it doesn't, it's gonna get obsolete. And I suppose that the people who are in office and are in power right now want to continue to be in power and pass on this tradition of government to others. So if they want to succeed, they're going to have to be competitive. And if they compete, they have to also be transparent and honest about what they do, lower inflation rates and everything else, even though I think the last couple of years have been pure madness. Like, not even in the wildest dreams of libertarians and Bitcoiners and gold bugs could this ever happen with so much inflation.
No, it's completely ridiculous.
I mean, this was part of the rhetoric. Everyone was talking about it, that it can happen. But now we have proved that they can do it, and nobody's going to rebel against it.
Yeah, well, to be more precise, the inflation hasn't really happened yet, but it's coming. The money printing has happened, but the inflation that will follow when the economy takes off again will be completely weird.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's insane. If you look at the monetary supply and how it has increased, and when you figure out that most of it ended up getting traded on Wall Street or something, it's likely that, actually, I think it's kind of obvious that the Bitcoin price was also influenced by that, even though we had some doubts, I think, in, when was it, March 2020?
Yeah,
when there was that flash crash.
Yeah, but the stock market also had a big flash crash at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, everyone started questioning, like, is this not supposed to be like a hedge against the system?
Yeah.
There was that flash crash, and after it actually proved to be a hedge against the system. As we speak today, if we look at the price, it's a decent hedge against the system. It may not be close to the all-time high, but then again, I'm not sure how many people bought at the all-time high, and if they did, I feel sorry for them, but they're gonna have to wait maybe for a year or two.
That's so weird.
I don't know. I'm not in the business of making predictions.
It was like at its all-time high for like a month or so. What kind of weird time preference do people have that they believe that they can time the market so that they sell at the absolute top? I mean, all-time highs are not at all as important as yearly lows, in my mind. The yearly lows are much more interesting.
Yeah, that's also true. There's always this average. And this, I think you should always extend the time frame.
Yeah.
Speaking of all-time highs is sensationalistic. It sells. You can say, oh, it went this high. It's gonna come back. I'm pretty sure about it. And not in this situation, it's not even because of Taproot or because we have developed Lightning to a level which was unimaginable maybe a couple of years ago, when they were still saying that it's reckless and it's not really well taught and it's not ready for mass adoption. Nowadays, even if I don't like it, there's a nation state that leverages Lightning.
Yeah. And
it's kind of mind-blowing.
Yeah, and I've been using Lightning since 2019. It's been working flawlessly all the time. I had maybe some issues with the first 2 or 3 transactions, but after that, no problems whatsoever. And unfortunately, my first exposure was with
Actually, it was not my first exposure. My first one was with Node Launcher by Pierrot Shard, which was a software that you could run on Windows and Mac OS, I think. And it was pure LNZ and Bitcoin Core. It was just a dashboard that was putting them together and activating them. But I was not able to make it work because it required port forwarding for Lightning to work. And it was also on the ClearNet. So this was before the time when you could actually run your node on Tor. So I needed to call my operator, my ISP, Internet Service Provider, to ask them to unlock port 8333 and 9735. I think that one is for Lightning. And for some reason, I don't know why, I gave up on it at some point. And then I tried the Casa node, which was also in early 2019. And that was such a major disappointment. The device, I guess it was the nature of the Raspberry Pi 3 of that generation of computers, that they were slow and clunky. And most of the times you're not even sure if they're stuck or if they're still working.
Yeah, I had similar problems with Raspberry Pis.
And when I reported to Jeremy at the time, he was the CEO of Casa, he was trying to explain to me, that these are unreliable, that Raspberry Pis are kind of buggy and stuff like that. But in reality, it was just that the software was not mature and not very well optimized for that very weak hardware. And it was getting stuck a lot. Like, I had to wait in front of it for like 10 minutes for it to do something sometimes.
I still think people are not at all as excited as they should be about the Lightning Network, because it's a fantastic piece of technology that you can do actual Bitcoin transactions and not have to be on the blockchain. It's just mind-boggling, I think. And Lightning obsoletes so many of the shitcoin narratives, especially the ones that were around in 2017. But like, there's just so much there. I view like on-chain transactions as my savings account and Lightning as my checkings account, sort of. If you're going to compare it to something in the legacy system.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Even though I think the issue with Lightning is not technical, but more like educational. And the fact that
people don't know
people
about
have
it.
become so used to hodling. Yeah, I don't know about it, but
people don't
we
know
have
about
become
don't know about Lightning. They don't know that it exists.
Well, people who spend time on Twitter, they know about it.
Yeah, of course.
And there are some skeptics who don't use it at all because they think it's going to fail for whatever reason. But for now, it works incredibly well, and it has grown tremendously with projects like Rings of Fire. And I gotta give a shout out to Soul Exporter, who was the person who came up with the idea, and Chino, who was the one who put it into practice. Those two people are just incredible, and they created a community that you can find on Telegram, which voluntarily opens channels with each other. And it's called Rings of Fire because the structure of the channels is in a ring, is circular, so that you have more routing opportunities from all the participants in this structure. And it just grew and grew and grew, and people became more willing to open channels. And I think today that the mempool is empty, there are far more channel openers, and it should be interesting to look into the Lightning statistics. But the main problem with Lightning is that we have to adjust our behavior to the fact that now we can easily spend the money and we can easily get validations and everything else that used to take time. And I think the base layer has adjusted our behavior in a way that encourages saving, but now spending is way too easy and way too quick. And we think about it many times before doing it.
Yeah, that's true to a certain extent, but then again, the main thing that is supposed to disincentivize people to spend frivolously is not ease of use, but the deflationary aspect, or like the supply cap, the if you know that this is a scarce thing, you're less incentivized to spend it, right? But then again, I get you get the feeling when you convert your unit to Sats instead of Bitcoins, and you have a Blue Wallet on your phone, and it's very easy to spend those Sats.
Oh, I agree, except that my version of the story involves bits.
Okay, so you use bits as a unit?
Yes, I think it's a lot simpler to divide by 1 million as opposed to 100 million.
Yeah.
And also, bits are easier to project in fiat money. So I think that there is a coin in every fiat system which is equivalent with 1 bit, but there are fewer that are equivalent with 1 sat.
Right now, yes, but give it 10 years.
Yeah, I'll give it 10 years. But for now, I think it's easier to explain to somebody, it's Bitcoin, and the smallest unit you're going to use is the bit. There's also a smaller one, but right now you can't really express it in any goods or services or items.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense on the Lightning Network, I'm not saying that, but on the base layer, there's nothing that you can do with 1 Satoshi. You can't even pay a transaction fee.
No. Oh, the mempool is empty again.
Oh yeah, you should take advantage of it. Open channels, do coin joins.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, it's out there. You can pay the smallest amount for a transaction. We should not take this for granted, because I'm not sure if in the future we're going to have it for a very long time. Actually, if you asked me 2 months ago if we're going to see the mempool empty this year, I would have said no.
Yeah, I didn't believe that a couple of years back. I've seen it empty before this year, so I believe it can become empty again this year. But
usually it happens during weekends, but now it's the middle of the week, almost close to. It's Thursday, so it's kind of strange.
Yeah, it almost makes me suspect that something fishy is going on somewhere.
Well, most likely people are enjoying their summer vacations and they're gonna be back. There's this old financial advice, or how do you call it? Sell in May, go away, and come back in November. That's what they say on Wall Street, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That the markets are a lot more productive by the end of the year, when everyone is trying to maximize their investment and come with some great results. And that's when the interest for investment gets a boost.
Yeah, that's definitely true for Bitcoin. If you look at the peaks, they happen around December. Like it's always taking off at the end of the year, and
it dumps before Christmas. Which is very suspicious. Like, Santa Claus must be dumping his coins, right, to buy toys for the kids.
Probably. It could.
You should know better because you're closer to Lapland.
Yeah. The mempool being empty could be, partly due to everyone's vacation, but also that the charts are looking. Like, no one really knows if they're going up or down after this. It's sort of leveled out for a while, right? So that might be a contributing
I saw
factor.
a tweet by Peter Schiff where he said that we're gonna go below 20k, and I think that's the bottom indicator. Usually when Peter Schiff says something bearish, that's the end of it. And I always thank him for his service. Like,
yeah,
he hasn't failed during this cycle.
No, he's one of the most hilarious characters in all of Bitcoin. Like, it's so weird that he's still trying to do his thing.
It's really funny when he tries to do that with his son Spencer.
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
his son is the Bitcoiner and he's so against it and trying to warn him, oh no, you're gonna lose all of your money. At this point, I don't know, it's so obvious what they're trying to do. Because if you look at Peter Schiff's Twitter feed, you're going to see that when he posts something about BTC, he gets a lot of engagement.
Mm-hmm.
And when he just writes about gold or something that he does on a daily basis, not so much.
No, he realized how the algorithm works.
And he knows it. And it's like he found the cheat code. When he types in the magic word and expresses an opinion, he becomes relevant, right?
Yeah.
It's insane.
But this is such a sad aspect of social media, that people who crave attention can just find a way to get attention regardless of it, of whether it's positive attention or negative attention. I mean, it's like Marilyn Monroe said about fame, like the only thing worse than being talked about is not being talked about.
Yeah, but she also died young, so
yeah, but
that's also an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, but I think that many people operate in that way. Like, that's what triggers them to. That's what triggers virtue signaling, basically, right?
Yeah, and we go back to virtue signalers and Karens who want to speak to the manager all the time. If you want to speak to the manager of Bitcoin, who are you gonna go to?
Is this like a joke question or a philosophical question or?
I think it's a joke that turned into something a lot deeper. Like, seriously, are you going to check your node because that's your best reflection of how the network gets managed? Are you gonna look at the hash rate? Are you gonna go to Gavin Andresen, who tried to become a big Bitcoin dictator?
I think I lost you there.
I think my cat farted, so sorry if that got caught on tape.
Golden Bitcoin, 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 golden Bitcoin. Voltoro.
Wasabi Wallet's innovative coin joins will make your bitcoins more fungible. So if you accumulate more than 0.1 BTC, you can mix it with other users to remove all traces about their whereabouts. So it's like putting multiple fingerprints on your dollar bills, and it becomes impossible to determine the last few owners of the money. Download Wasabi Wallet today and start coin joining. Okay, so I don't recall what... Oh yeah, so if you're a Karen and you want to speak to the manager of Bitcoin, who do you go to? Do you go to your node and verify what's going on with the network? Do you go to some mining pool, or do you check the hash rate? Or do you talk to Gavin Andresen, who is trying to become the dictator of Bitcoin?
I'll probably go to Peter Schiff and read his tweets in order to get a hint of as to where Bitcoin is going next.
Yeah, but you do the opposite.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's a better source of information than any of the others. I don't know. But yeah, that's another fascinating part of the rabbit hole, like how a leaderless system actually operates, and how what that entails and what that means.
I don't think we will stop having leaders. It's just that we'll change our understanding of leaders and we're gonna have like an oracle of truth, which cannot be changed by human action, which I think is wonderful.
Yeah, exactly. To me, that's like that's what Bitcoin is. It's uncorruptible truth. Well, and it's a very important thing.
It's certainly useful. I just hated that it got co-opted by some of the wrong people first. And wrong people, I mean dictators. And we can go back to that discussion, but let's not get there.
No, let's not get there. We're beyond that. I don't really know where I stand on that issue, by the way. I'm just taking the playing the devil's advocate here and taking the opposite view.
No, I thought I was the devil's advocate. You're like the angel's advocate.
Okay. So maybe we have the exact opposite view of what we say we have.
Yeah, we switch roles, and you're gonna read all about it in your next book.
Yeah, I'm writing a new one, by the way, but I'm not very effective at the moment. I'm back at my day job for another month, and I'm not very productive at the moment, I have to admit. But I have a few ideas. There are many parts of the rabbit hole that are yet unexplored.
Oh, obviously. It's not like we can ever figure out everything, or that anyone who spends 24 hours a day reading about this project can never grasp all the complexity of what's going on.
No, it's impossible. And like, while you can be an expert in the economics of it, and you can be an expert in the computer science of it, you can be an expert in the cryptography part, and you can be an expert in this and that. But that's only part of the story. And even if you get these different branches of knowledge, if you get a lot of them and if you grok them all, you still don't get you still can't predict exactly what Bitcoin is going to do and how people are going to interact with it. It's not set in stone, and that's why it keeps on being interesting over time, even though it's a boring old network doing the same thing over and over again every 10 minutes.
Well, it's not really every 10 minutes, and I think that's one of the mind blowers that you have, because when you read Andreas Antonopoulos, I think he had a nice metaphor where the heart beats every 10 minutes and keeps the system alive. Well, then you have ways to visualize the mempool and see how often blocks get generated, and you realize, okay, so this is not really every 10 minutes. There's actually this difficulty adjustment, which makes sure that the amount of blocks remains constant across a longer amount of time. And you have these 2016 epochs of generating blocks, which adjust the difficulty so that you don't have any unexpected inflation. And something that I've been thinking about lately is that Bitcoin is not really libertarian, or is not really a free market system. And I can argue this by saying that, for example, the libertarian approach to the scaling debate would be to allow the free market to choose. And somebody like Roger Ver would come along and say, yeah, so let's have blocks that are just as large as the market demand for blocks, right? And libertarians are going to pat themselves on the back and say, yeah, that's brilliant. That's the only way it should be.
But that's what happened, right? Bitcoin Cash had bigger blocks, but it failed.
Not even them. Not even them allowed the blocks to be as big as the free market demands, because that just opens up the door for attacks to bloat the blockchain. Yeah,
but it's all flawed thinking. But what I mean is the winning fork of Bitcoin was the most valuable fork of Bitcoin. Like, Bitcoin forks off. There are Bitcoin forks all the time, and has been for quite a while. But none of them are significant any longer. And the chain that is most valuable is the most significant one. And you can claim that there's some other rule that defines what Bitcoin is, but I argue that the most valuable coin is Bitcoin at this point in time, at least.
I agree with you. But, it's always so interesting to see that you can have these ideological perspectives, and then you realize that this is actually a system that's engineered to work in a certain way and scale, and you're either with the rules or you're against them. And if you're against the rules, then you're gonna fork out of the network.
Exactly.
And this is kind of authoritarian in a sense, that the system only has some very basic consensus rules about how it functions and what the supply is. Because once again, you can have this libertarian discussion and say, how about we allow the free market to vote or decide on the total supply, and it's gonna adjust itself with some sort of algorithm across time, so you don't really have constant inflation. And this goes back to Nick Szabo, because Nick Szabo with BitGold was trying to design a system where the blocks were inconsistent, and you only had blocks when there was a new demand. So in the absence of demand, you had no blocks. So you could have these periods when you would have like thousands of new blocks getting generated, and then there was almost no activity, and there were no blocks. And I think what Satoshi solved in the end is this issue of inflation and how to manage it in a way that's simple to understand and transparent and fair for the entire network.
A thought that came to mind when you say that it's not really libertarian is like the only way, in hindsight, the only way we had to read. The only way we could construct a tool to enable libertarianism was with completely voluntary communism. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it does. Like, I know exactly what you mean.
We had to find rules that everyone could agree upon and no one could be opposed to, in order to construct the tool necessary for providing humanity with true libertarianism.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But it's also interesting that this tool, which is not really libertarian in the way that it approaches its own rules, so it's either you accept the rules or you don't. But the fact that you accept the rules actually increases the amount of liberty that you have.
Yeah, this reminds me of Starship Troopers. You could only be a free, liberated citizen if you enlisted to the military in that movie. Have you seen that movie, by the way?
No, but I've seen all the wrong commentaries about it, of people who overanalyze it and say it glorifies fascism or something.
Yeah, you should just see it because it's brilliant.
I'm doing my part.
Paul Verhoeven made a lot of good movies in the 80s, and one of my favorite directors. He made the RoboCop movies and this one. And that's like... Yeah,
I think
really
you'd be very good friends with Hodlow Nut.
I am a very good friend of Hodlow Nut, I'm proud to say.
Nice coincidence that you also watch the same films.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, not in the least. Then again, where were we? Yeah, the only a communist system, but that's not really true either, because it's not really communist. Because at its core, it's still voluntary. Participating in the network is it's not a thing you're forced into doing. Then again, you're sort of indirectly forced into doing it, since if you're not in this system, you're missing out and you're not getting the reward. I view it as a sort of reverse Rocco's basilisk. Have you heard of that idea?
No, or maybe I have, but not in these terms.
Rocco's basilisk has been called like the most dangerous thought you can think, and that's the notion of an AI that will punish you in the future if you don't help contribute to it coming coming into existence.
Yeah.
So, but Bitcoin is that, but sort of reverse. In reverse, it rewards everyone who helps it come into its existence. So, in a way, if you don't help it come into existence, you will pay because you will miss out on all the rewards you could reap if you were one of the people helping Bitcoin along the way.
So you can call this Satoshi's basilisk.
No, I call it Roko's honey badger in the book.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write another book and call it Satoshi's basilisk.
Yeah, I think you should do that. Yes, you can Control C, Control V the chapter in my book and just steal it. I stole it anyway, so or at least stole the idea or read it somewhere. I don't remember where, but I like the idea.
Yeah, it's definitely part of our culture. Sometimes when we joke about our robot overlords and how we don't want to offend them, so we're gonna try to be nice to our computers and stuff.
Yeah, that's Roko's basilisk.
Yeah, I'm not sure if right now I have any more questions for you, but it was nice during this interview that there were moments when we switched roles and you're the one asking me questions.
Yeah, I can't help myself. I think maybe I should there are so many Bitcoin podcasts though, but for my own selfish reasons, I would love to speak to a lot of Bitcoiners. I enjoy almost every conversation I have with another Bitcoiner because it's always inspiring.
Okay, so my approach to many podcasts is that there should be many more because there's so much happening that it doesn't really get covered. But unfortunately, there's too many podcasts critique only concerns the fact that there are too many people trying to be talk show hosts who maybe make a summary of what happened last week or something like that, or comment on the news. And that's very common. But there's so much happening with stuff like side chains, with, for example, I did an entire season on hardware wallets. And there are...
I lost you there for a while. You were offline. Not me this time, but you.
That's why we have backups. But anyway, I was saying that there are so many different niches, different places to get lost in, different rabbit holes that involve Bitcoin. And if you do a podcast which concerns something very specific and you have a target audience and you explain something that, or you explain it better than someone who talks about everything does, then that's very useful. And some people are going to listen to you. Also, if you do the podcast in a language that people from your country speak, and maybe that they don't speak English, in Sweden's case, it doesn't apply because almost everyone speaks good English there. But if you live in a country where Spanish is the official language, or Arabic, or one of these, or even a rare language which has a very small network effect, and there are maybe just 1 million people around the world, but that's still useful. Because you can't expect everyone to learn English overnight and be able to understand complex conversations. So if you are able to understand these ideas and you can translate them into a language that people around you can understand, then it's useful. It goes back to, I'm not sure what the scene is called in English. I know what it's called in Romanian. But basically, the apostles of Jesus had tongues of fire descending onto them. And this is how they became able to speak all of the languages of the world and go around the world and spread the word. And I think this is a very nice metaphor about preparing yourself and trying to speak every language to be able to spread the knowledge.
Yeah, of course. And
I mean, if Luke Dash Jr. was here, he would punch me in the face for calling something from the Bible a metaphor, but...
I think the Crusades has something to do with the spread of Christianity as well.
That too. Also colonialism.
Yes, of course. So, this is your savior. Yes, what's he going to save me from? What we will do to you if you don't accept him as your savior. That's the basic premise, right?
Oh no, we should not really get into that. Even though
No,
for
no.
tax reasons you can create a church of Bitcoin and enjoy life with the absolute freedom of transactions, but if you do that, you have to look into places that will not prosecute you at some point and are very likely to respect your freedoms on the long term.
I find it fascinating. This whole religion debate. Anyway, I'm on a the only atheist on a panel debating the existence or non-existence of God during the Bitcoin conference in Mexico. So if someone would have told me 5 years ago that I would be debating Jimmy Song on the existence or non-existence of God on a panel in Mexico, I would have laughed.
Oh yeah, plus it's Mexico. It's very Christian.
Yeah. So I might have to censor myself a bit.
I mean, at least you're Swede and you're tall and you're taller than the average Mexican, so they can't punch you in the face.
No, they can still shoot me though.
I'm not sure which one of us was more racist right now.
Let's forget this part of the conversation.
Yeah,
maybe
I agree.
Cut it out. Anyway, I enjoyed talking to you a lot for that, and I like these conversations when you have something to say. It doesn't matter how long it takes; just let the other person speak. And you're better at that than I am, by the way. I cut you off a couple of times, but
No, I enjoy it.
I try to be mindful of that. Yeah.
And listening is only part of understanding, because it's easy to assume what you're about to say, but I gotta let you finish your sentence so that I understand more precisely what this is about. And it's useful, you know? Twitter is so limiting. You only get like 200 something characters that you can type in a tweet. And that's why we end up having big fights and arguments, because someone tries to say something and somebody understands or gets some sort of wrong signal. And then they flock against each other and they argue and they waste their time. And if they got on a call by any chance, I guess it would be a lot simpler to explain. And not only that, but people have told me that my podcasts are too long. If you have listened to this point, you're a hero and you deserve some sort of badge of honor. And I congratulate you. Yeah. But I usually compare, television or radio or something which is very fixed. And it has this format of 1 hour. And of that 1 hour, you get commercials of 10 minutes or something. So I'm not trying to do that. The whole point of the internet is that you don't have any kind of limits. As you said, you discovered on your Commodore 64 that you can multiply files as many times as you want. That's the whole point of the digital era. You can have something as lengthy as possible for you to express all the opinions. And if somebody cannot listen in one sitting, well, that's part of the convenience of saving or pausing the recording and coming back some other time. You can do that, even though it's not very convenient, because you get distracted a lot and there's always something new coming. And I understand why some people do this format of 1 hour, which is easy to digest. But it doesn't leave room for too much nuance. You just have questions that get answered and that's it, but not much debate.
One thing I took away from learned from my years in music when we recorded and produced our own stuff is setting limits for yourself can be very helpful for the creative process. Putting a frame around, I'm going to produce this much at this time, or I'm going to write about this narrow thing here, or That was in a documentary about how they make South Park, 6 Days to Air, I believe it's called, where Trey Parker says that like he writes the whole episode in like 3 or 4 days, and he says that if he worked on it for 2 more months, the script would have been 5% better. So that's the thing. And I really believe that you if you're doing creative stuff, you need a momentum as well. I don't
Yeah, I
really
agree
know
with you.
yeah.
I mean, we could stage this conversation. Maybe it would be like 20% shorter if we cut some parts. But at the same time, the beauty of podcasts is that you hear 2 people talking, and you also get to witness how their ideas come. I personally, I'm very much fascinated with how people come up with replies and reactions and stuff like that, because it gives you an insight on how their minds work and how they're wired and which kind of information they're using.
Yeah, and I think having to come up with a reply on a short notice in a conversation about a complicated subject is it's a good brain exercise. At least for me, it is. I mean, you get better at this stuff the more you do it, but I still view it to some extent as challenging myself, and I like it.
If you get the time, you should listen to my interview with Chris DeRose, because I was so struggling to keep up with him. He has such an eloquent and educated vocabulary, and he keeps on formulating arguments around his previous arguments, and it just keeps on adding up, and you have to zoom out all the time to realize where he started and where he's getting to. And it's quite a challenge to keep up with him because he's very intelligent, but at the same time, sometimes he frames arguments in a certain way which suit the purpose of his message, so that he's trying to manipulate you into thinking that he's right by using some examples, and you have to really pay attention and deconstruct everything that he's saying, because he's not always right. None of us is. None of us are always right. But it's still a very big challenge, and he has been a podcaster since 2013, 2014, when he started Bitcoin Uncensored, and it was the biggest show in the whole space, and everyone was listening to it. And he was interviewing people and busting scams when it was not quite as popular as it is today. And he was doing that on a weekly basis. And he's so sharp, and you can tell that he reads a lot of books, and he tries to keep himself sharp all the time and be ahead of the curve.
Chris?
It's a pity that he stopped podcasting for whatever reason, but he's one of the smartest people around. And it doesn't mean that he's always right or that always his opinions are the best, but it just means that he always pushes himself and challenges himself to learn. And when I end up in a conversation with someone like him, I feel like I'm growing all the time, just because I think the first time when I interviewed him, even when I disagreed with what he was saying, I did not directly disagree, only because I was afraid that I would sound like an idiot. So I just went along with it. But the second time I felt a bit prouder of myself because I was able to keep up and actually have a debate. And I could tell that he also enjoyed it.
It sounds like you're describing Jordan Peterson.
Possibly.
I believe. I think he's also very, very, very talented at coming up with answers and ideas quickly. And I agree with about around 80% of what he says.
Yeah, he's just next level in terms of presenting arguments. I know academics who are not as articulate as he is. And if he had any kind of bad intentions, he could get very far in terms of manipulating people. But he has all of these existential struggles and personal issues that never let him get to that level.
Yeah. Anyway, it's nice to have him back in on the internet, and I think he's been better at the stuff he does since he came back after being away for such a long time.
I don't think he's back. Like, he's not coming back to Twitter or something. He's just, I guess, doing
but he's
interviews.
doing long interviews. Yeah, and I really like that. His the conversations I've heard have been very interesting.
Yeah, he's the kind of guy that you want to listen to, even if you disagree, just for the sake of trying to understand where he comes from. And even when he's wrong, he makes you think about something that you did not consider before.
Yeah, and just rhetorically, the way he speaks, that's interesting in itself.
Yeah, that too. He likes to place himself in that punching bag position sometimes, where he acts like he's very Socratic. He's like, yeah, but I'm just a fool who's trying to make an argument, and tries to put you in a superior position to make you feel better about yourself, that maybe you know better than he does, or maybe that he's ironic. I'm not sure, but uses all of these techniques, and it all adds up. Like, you really have to keep up with him. It's a challenge. I think it's a lot harder to debate him than to debate someone like Roger Ver, who's not as articulate but doesn't let you speak. He keeps on talking and talking and talking. And his fans actually think that the fact that he keeps on talking means that he's right. And when he debates someone and doesn't talk as much as he does, then they might be hiding something, or I don't know. That's how they get convinced, just because he's the most vocal. But also with him, you need to be concise and not let him go too far. I would love to debate him one day, but he doesn't seem interested.
Not really. He's such a has-been at this point. There's like no point in talking to him any longer. I mean, it became blatantly obvious after a year or so from the birth of Bitcoin Cash, and when he had been doing that whole thing for a year. I mean, he's also just regurgitating stuff and, as you say, not letting the other person speak, and not really taking in the criticisms that are very, very, very valid. Does anyone listen to him any longer? I don't know. I never hear about him anymore.
I don't know. Sometimes I go to his YouTube channel, and it's funny because he has all of these videos from 2014, 2015. There's one where he gets his ass kicked at jiu-jitsu, and it was kind of brave of him that he uploaded it. Like, that's not something that you want to brag about, but you can find it on his YouTube.
There's something awkward about him, though. There's something weird about him.
There's something weird about everyone who ever got into Bitcoin, to be honest. Like,
yeah.
I don't think any of us are perfectly sane.
No. And the further back you go in Bitcoin's history, the weirder people get. And the more intelligent they get, probably.
Yeah, you have all of these geniuses who saw something that nobody else did.
Genius can be very weird. Yeah. Yeah, but let's not... I wouldn't want to go there to talk shit about other Bitcoiners. That's not really my thing.
Oh,
Roger
it's
Ver
not mine either.
No, Roger Ver is, of course, another story, but he's not really a Bitcoiner, you see.
That's up to him to decide. None of us can choose who is and who is not a Bitcoiner. For all I know, Paris Hilton is a Bitcoiner.
True that.
Floyd Mayweather is a Bitcoiner, even though he sells NFTs.
Yeah, that was so weird about that Bitcoin Miami conference. I mean, I was supposed to go there, but Biden wouldn't let me in. So I watched it online instead, and I was just baffled by the amount of shitcoinery at a Bitcoin conference.
Yeah, that's a joke that I like to make sometimes, that in America you go to Bitcoin only conferences and they have shitcoins, And in Europe, you have Blockchain Week Summit or something like that. And it turns out that most participants are Bitcoin maximalists. And it's funny. Like I'm going to a conference later this month. It's called Mallorca Blockchain Week. It's in Spain, in Mallorca. And if you look at the speakers, you have Giacomo Zucco, you have Peter Todd, you have all of these people who are obviously maximalists. And you have like a few shitcoiners. But I'm pretty sure that if you go there, they're not trying to sell you anything. They're going to be quiet about their experiments and affiliations. And they will low-key acknowledge that there is a supreme currency that has already won the race. And everything else, I have this theory that even, there was a point where Ethereum was only bragging that it's wrapping BTC. So this only means that it's acting as a side chain. So it finds utility in the fact that it creates stable coins, which are just an euphemism for ways to integrate fiat money into trading, and also wrapping BTC, which is something else that it can technically do. I'm not saying that it's a good idea or that it's safe, but that's an option if you ever are into that. Just like I suppose if we get drive chains and there's going to be like a fungibility Zcash sidechain, that's also an option for you to get more privacy. It will never have the same security of the base layer, but it's still something that you can use. So it's funny that every shitcoin is actually trying to provide a service for Bitcoin right now. In 2017, it was trying to become the next Bitcoin. Now it's about trying to help Bitcoin. That's how they legitimize their existence, by saying, we do this, which is also good for Bitcoin.
Yes, I've seen a lot of that. And it can be very subtle sometimes. Like you don't even notice that there's a shitcoin involved there somewhere. I think Strike app uses tethers, right?
I'm not sure. It's not available in my country.
No, it's not available here either. But I think in order to make that thing work, where they instantly convert between dollars and euros and stuff, they have to like connect it to something so that it switches over. I shouldn't talk too much about it. I don't really know how it works, but stable coin is an oxymoron, by the way.
It is very much.
No.
I don't know who came up with the idea. Actually, I do know who invented it.
Coin. Okay, who did?
It's more like government fiat coin on the blockchain.
Yeah, and that altcoin also makes no sense. Like alternative coin. What do you mean alternative coin? This is like, as we fleshed out before, you need this voluntary communist system in order to facilitate libertarianism.
Well, so I think we had this conversation before we started recording, but the scams are getting smarter because somewhere along the way, not only that they're more technically complex, so it's hard for you to tell to which extent it's a scam or why it's a scam. It used to be much more obvious.
Yeah.
And not only that, but they are also trying to provide something for Bitcoin as a way of saying that they have utility.
Yeah. The worst example would be, of course, Ethereum, where your description of Chris DeRose there reminded me of listening to Vitalik, but when you listen to him all over and over again, you're like, not that I do that, but I think he sounds like a really smart guy to guys that aren't that smart, because he says things and you can't really follow what he says, but it's because it's word salad. It's not because he's extremely clever. He's a clever marketer. I give him that.
Well, there's a lot of method acting involved. I've spoken with people who were friends with him when he was working. He was, I think, the editor-in-chief at Bitcoin Magazine. He was one of the co-founders. And he was a whole different person. Like, I suppose when he decided to launch this different network, which experiments with ideas that were not implemented into Bitcoin, he also embraced the new public persona. The way that he walks, the way that he picks his nose in videos, the way that he dresses, that's all an act. He wasn't like this. But he's trying to maintain some sort of public image, which makes him look weird, like that boy genius who has very strange habits, and he's also speaking with a slightly Russian accent. I don't think that's natural either. Or, I don't know. He's very much aware. Like, I'm pretty sure that he is smart enough to realize what or how others perceive him. But it's what drives his vehicle. So if this is how he's going to perpetuate the existence of the project that he started, it's the only way that he can keep it going forward. Just like Zuko. Zuko, I think, was one of the first people who wrote about Bitcoin in 2009, like 2 or 3 days after the network launched. He was so enthusiastic about it. And I think he was like this until 2016 when he launched Zcash. And after that, his interests and incentives have switched. And he's not as vocal about Bitcoin anymore, even though I'm pretty sure that he is still a very hardcore Bitcoiner. He's just trying to sell this kind of zero knowledge proof that he created for his own project. And he's trying to get the most out of it, I suppose, because it's clear that it did not get traction. He was hoping... So the narrative of Zcash was that it's going to be to Bitcoin what HTTPS was to HTTP.
I remember.
To bring some extra privacy and security, but it did not. It did not succeed. The fact that it's opt-in privacy also contributed to a situation where most users think that they have privacy, but they actually don't. But the cryptography is legit. Like, you can't deny that there is some really interesting effort that went on there. I'm pretty sure that he's gonna be back. I mean, Zuko. About Vitalik, maybe in 10 years, 15, or however long this takes.
Maybe that's the genius of Vitalik, his method at acting.
No, he's also pretty smart. I mean, I give him that. He was very young when he started all of these.
Yeah. It cannot all be an act, but maybe the lion's share of his talent is not in the... Maybe he's a multifaceted genius, so he was kind of smart, but his real talent is method acting.
I'm not sure if you remember the time when Adam Back and Grubbles from Blockstream were calling Ethereum Etheranus. Like, what was that scam by Elizabeth Holmes called? Terranus or something.
Oh yeah, Terranus. Yeah. Theranos.
Etheranus. That's what they were calling it.
Etheranus. Yeah.
Just because, Elizabeth Holmes also was changing her voice and trying to act differently in public. And I'm pretty sure that the people who met Vitalik in 2012 know that he was different. A whole different person. And he changed. Whatever floats his boat. I'm not saying that what he does is not interesting, but the way it started was flawed from the very beginning with the pre-mine and the way that he managed the... Yeah, we should not be talking about this.
No. Have you experienced, like, I guess, developing an online persona and like a public profile, or whatever you may call it? Like, if you do a lot of podcasts, if you're on YouTube often, if you get interviewed, and like you're active on social media and everything, and you see your own tweets, you hear your own voice, you see your own performances, of course you're going to take notice and start adopting more of an artistic personality. I mean, people who live their lives as celebrities or they become a different person than someone who wouldn't. and they have to mind their decisions about how other people perceive them a lot more than a regular person does. I mean, uh, I'm sort of too old for that now because I'm 45 this year, so I don't think anything I do online will affect my personality very much. But I think people who are in their 20s and they get this feedback loop, they will develop another personality than they would have without it. Definitely.
Oh, fame is very dangerous. Like,
I think so.
if you're not aware of what's going on and you don't keep yourself grounded, it can destroy you.
Yeah, but it can also be a tool if you know how to use it.
Of course, but, most people have no idea how to handle it. And especially, I think Vitalik is doing a great job, by the way, because there are lots of others who blew their lives with drugs and having the wrong kind of friends who always tell them that they're the best and they're the smartest. I think Vitalik is partially guilty of this, but he handled it pretty well compared to how it could have turned out. Like, you look at all of these pop stars and they get rich and famous overnight. And after that, what do you see? That they turn to drugs and they destroy their careers because they're not... I think with talented people, the problem sometimes is that they don't appreciate what they have. They think it just comes naturally to them. And then they lose it. And only after they lose it, they truly appreciate what they actually have. This is actually the Magical Flute by Mozart, the opera. If you've seen it.
I've seen it several times.
It's kind of the same message that you need to lose what you love in order for you to really appreciate it.
That's the one opera we always went to when I was a kid. I have an opera celebrity far back in my family. My grandfather's brother was a Wagner tenor, so we saw some operas when I was a kid, and I see operas every now and then, like every 5th year or something. But we saw the Magic Flute a lot when I was a kid. Anyway, where were we?
Let's try to talk about ideas as opposed to people.
Yeah. But this idea of fame, it's interesting because I think also a lot of the rock stars you were talking about, like Kurt Cobain or someone, for instance, they have this creative force because they're already depressed. They need to get something out or whatever. And that in combination with being very, very famous overnight can be deadly, of course. But most people want to be famous for the wrong reasons. They want to be famous for the sake of fame, which is very strange. I mean, I have no particular interest in being famous, but I'd like people to like my book. I can't say that I dislike when people like my books. Of course I like that, and I don't mind being on a stage and talking about stuff, or appreciation is appreciated. I think most people want to be appreciated for what they do. And
are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you dropped out.
No, I stopped the sentence with an "and."
Yeah, I very much agree. And that's why I think in the beginning of our interview, I mentioned that sometimes there are stronger incentives than money. Some people would rather have power or fame or appreciation. That's why people donate to charity. It leverages this need to be noticed or to feel useful or to signal
they want to be
others.
Loved. It's pretty easy. People want to be loved. And if they can't be loved by the people close to them, they want to be loved by someone else. Or like...
That's the plot of Citizen Kane.
Yeah, it is. Rosebud.
Exactly. He did not find the poor guy. He did not find any kind of love or understanding from the people around him. He was just a rich guy
No.
trying to find his place in the world. And there is a scene where
Yeah.
he says that he sought the love of everyone else, like the general public. When he was trying to run for office to become a politician,
Yeah.
that this was the criticism that he got, that he's basically fishing for love from people who don't really care about him. But that's all he got, because he married the wrong person and then got into an affair with someone who fell out of love with him and didn't really have anyone close to him, like a friend, to really have real conversations. He was so alone in this world. And I think the whole idea gets also suggested by the fact that he was living in Xanadu, the world's largest castle with all of the riches of the world and all the statues.
Yeah.
And to take it back to Bitcoin, that's how I imagine the Bitcoin whale who died last month, Mircea Popescu, who was a Romanian. Like, he had at his peak, if we were to believe him, about 1 million BTC. And it's likely that when he died, he had more than 100,000. And he could have anything in this world. Yet, how much of it did really matter? It just makes you wonder. You think that
Did he
when
have
you
any
get the
kids?
money, you're going to be happy. No kids.
People who think that. Yeah, that's the sad part, because getting the money, when you have kids, getting the money is, but it's just part of the journey. Like, I find Bitcoin so hopeful, because now you don't have to get the state can't grave rob you, so you can actually, like, my father, for instance, he always had the attitude like, I'm not going to leave anything for the kids because it will all get taxed away anyway, and there's no point, and every generation should have to make their own journey and stuff like this.
Yeah, but that's very
And I think
Swedish. It's so cultural.
Yeah, and yes, it is, and it's because of a system that has like poisoned our minds with this idea that you shouldn't care for your kids' future, which is just weird when you think about it. Of course, I can realize why someone like Bill Gates doesn't want his kids to inherit more than $100 million. Because he thinks that giving them $100 billion wouldn't do them any good. That's another thing. But then again, I think these inflation and aggressive taxes has like changed the minds of people, especially boomers, like that they don't want their kids to inherit anything, and it's really sad.
Yeah, it's different here because we have a different kind of appreciation for private property, as it was taken away for almost 50 years by communism.
Yeah.
And you could not inherit anything. It was owned by the state. So my parents have a stronger feeling of, this piece of land belonged to my parents and belongs to me right now and is going to belong to you. So you better do your best to preserve it and grow it if you can. So I think that from this regard, we are safe for now. But then again, you have this university education, and I date girls in their 20s, early 20s, and they tell me sometimes that they go to classes about global justice and stuff like that. And it's basically that whole agenda about not owning anything because it's terrible for the environment, because it's not ethical, because whatever. They should only care for their own selfish reasons and perpetuate their lifestyle while they are still alive and then die and leave nothing behind. And I feel like this thought is going to poison the next generation, and it's going to get tougher. But the only kind of real change in this world that you can make, and the only kind of revenge that you can have on society, is to have kids and educate them yourself.
Yeah.
Because you know that there's always going to be some sort of dissidence, some resistance to the mainstream ideas, and you're going to preserve something in which you believe. Of course, there's no guarantee that your kids are going to really keep on doing it. But that's a whole different situation. It's not up to you, but you still put up a fight by doing this.
Yeah, definitely. And it's yeah, when I visit my kids' school and hear all the propaganda that is being pumped into them about whatever political issue du jour, it saddens me a lot because I hated the Swedish school system when I was in it, and I hate it even more when my kids are in it. So
has it changed that much, or has it been consistent in some regards?
It has been very consistent in the flock mentality regard. I mean, obedience is being rewarded, and questioning things is not being rewarded. I wouldn't say punished, but you hear a lot of kids talk about climate issues, and you hear them talk about well, regardless of what you think about climate issues, I don't think climate issues belong in a school. Schools should teach people maths and other languages and neutral stuff like that.
Or to recycle. It's very simple. That can be so basic. When you have this piece of garbage, just put it in the right bin. And that's a good contribution that you can make. But to turn them into warriors that will advocate for a cause at a very young age when they don't really understand what's going on.
Yeah.
But it's how the system gets perpetuated. They need to have this sort of propaganda, regardless of what it is. It just needs to strengthen the conviction of young citizens into the system.
Yeah, and they basically stealing time and stealing a lot of years from your kid's life. I guess the inflation has made the theft of people's lifetime a lot more subtle in a way. Earlier on you had schools and then a mandatory conscription where you had to do military service for this and that many years, and they were just blatantly stealing every citizen's time. But in a way, inflation is the same thing, right? Because you're stuck in a hamster's wheel all your life and you can't really eat the fruits of your own labor if you don't run on in the hamster's wheel. But the school system, I don't really know what to say about it. I think it's very flawed, and I think the wrong people get good grades. At least that's how it's like over here. It's never based on actual skills or actual knowledge. I mean, I think grades should reflect what skills the person has, not how ambitious he is at or she is at this or that. Or it shouldn't reflect how obedient or ambitious someone is. It should reflect what they actually know.
Well, I agree with you, but I can tell you that as someone who studied in Sweden for 6 months, I was shocked to see that your grading system only has 3 types of grading, right? You have the VG, which means passed with distinction. You have the G, which means that you passed. And then you have the F, which means that you failed. And that's it. There's no room for competition, really.
No, but this is the university grading system only. It works like that.
Yeah, I guess, but I still felt like I was not really stimulated. In my home country, we have grades from 1 to 10. And if you want to pass, you need to get a 5. So in this system, you are more competitive because there's a difference between a 7 and a 9. But somewhere where you have a VG, which means, I guess, from 8 to 10, and you have a G, which probably means from 5 to 7, and F, which means everything below, you can't really tell the nuance, and you don't really know how to improve or where to improve.
No. But I think the main problem with grades is that anyway, this is the situation in Sweden, is that the same teacher who has been with a kid for 3 years is usually the person setting the grade, which I think is completely backwards. I think that the one setting the grade should be completely neutral to the personality of the kid, or, like regardless of which school year you're in. The exam should be held by the school you're trying to get into, or the job you're applying to, and not the school you're leaving. Does that make sense?
Yes, because we have exactly what you're describing. We took the system from the French baccalaureate, where you take the exam, which is nationally organized. I'm not saying it should be nationally organized, but there's a unitary type of exam which is objective, and nobody really has the subjects in advance or is able to influence what's about to happen. And when you hand in your paper, it goes to a different school, and the teachers from that different school are going to correct the papers, and they get anonymized so that you don't know who has written that. So there's a whole system in place. Of course, there can be some corruption, and some can get away with bribing others to get better grades. But still, it's trying in its ambitions to be more objective and not make you rely. You don't really know where your paper goes. That's kind of the point. If you try very hard and you have enough money, you can find out and you can bribe possibly somebody. But you don't really know where this goes. And you don't know who corrected it. So that's also...
There's a similar system here. We have national tests or national exams. But they're only part of the total grade or the final grade of the student. They're just an indicator for the teacher. So it doesn't really work. But of course, and another good thing about random questions is that the student can't study, because I think like studying, reading page 48 to page 96 in a book over and over again is a waste of time. I mean, we have the internet now, and like, of course, if you want to get really good at something, you should study it. But forcing kids to study something just for the sake of studying is very weird.
It nurtures obedience. That's the whole point.
Yeah, and that's just sad. It nurtures obedience. That's completely correct. And what schools should do, this is a utopia, of course, but they should premiere people that have actual skills, that can actually solve differential equations, or can actually, carve out a knife from a piece of wood, or whatever it is. Run very fast. There's some skill. Skills should be premiered, and not grades shouldn't measure obedience. I guess that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, and I did not want to tell you this in the beginning, but my impression of Sweden's education system, even if it gets praised a lot, is that it glorifies mediocrity, and it's fine for you to be mediocre. And
it does.
I remember I was at a class and they asked us to present some sort of talent that we have, and some guy brought his guitar and started playing guitar and singing, and it was horrible. Like, it was one of the worst artistic moments I've ever had, and I was looking at everyone and they were maintaining their poker face, including the teacher, and at the end of it, she was very supportive and never said anything like, maybe you should take on another hobby or maybe you should try to practice more. She didn't say that. She was like, yeah, that was a very beautiful expression of blah, blah, blah. And I was like, these people are just lying to you. At some point in your life, you're going to discover that you have been lied and you're not who you think you are. And that's almost as sad as,
Yeah, that's dangerous to tell a kid that they're really good at something when they really aren't.
Yeah,
it's
I know.
Just sad, but that describes the Swedish school system through and through.
Their philosophy, I understand that they're trying to encourage everyone to pursue their dreams or whatever.
When people finish high school, when the students finish high school, that's called studenten in Sweden. And they used to sing a song. There used to be an exam at the end, and you could fail, and like a high percentage of the students failed. This is my parents' generation. They could, but then, sort of around the time when I grew up, no one failed any longer. And they used to sing a song when they ran out, a very poetic song. I know you don't speak, well, maybe you can understand some of the Swedish, but the song used to be, Sjung om studentens lyckliga dagar, låt om oss fröjdas i ungdomens vårar. With some advanced words in it, and it's a beautiful lyric. And now all they sing is Fy fan vad vi är bra, fy fan vad vi är bra, which means we're so fucking good. And that's sort of telling that this, as you say, mediocrity is being rewarded.
Plus, there is no room for individuality. Like, you're always supposed to be part of some sort of group or...
Yes, but that's social democracy for you. That's what it does to people.
It reduces everything to classes. Yeah. Like, people were excessively trying to describe you as part of a class, even though, you're an individual. Even if you have something in common with somebody else, it doesn't mean that you're one of them. You can do whatever you want and be wherever you want and speak with whoever you want and go to whichever bar you want.
Yes, just because I'm opposed to this opinion doesn't necessarily mean that I'm opposed to this, and I can agree with this guy and agree with this guy at the same time. But this group think that it's everywhere here.
I also noticed, so I'm not sure if this is relevant anymore to the podcast, but I'm gonna let it slide just in case somebody ever wants to move to Sweden so they know better. But I remember going to Coop, which was one of the biggest supermarkets, and there was another one. Wait, it's like the biggest national chain of supermarkets. ICA, exactly. ICA. ICA. Yeah. I used to go there and I was looking for a specific type of shampoo that I was using at home. And I noticed that the kind of products that you have is usually very narrow. So you only have like 3 types of everything. 3 times tops. Like, you don't really have to make a choice. There are not many choices involved on the market when you go to buy something. And I was used to having like a huge shelf of, for example, detergents, and you get to pick your favorite. But it was very corporate in Sweden. You only had some of the biggest companies that were selling their products, and that was kind of it. Yeah. Nothing really local or brought from a different country. So beyond this image of socialism, I've also observed that there's a lot of corporatism that's happening, and people seem to be fine with it, and they embrace it.
Yeah, it goes hand in hand. You know, the Coop store you're talking about, that used to be owned by the state completely, and it's still sort of a cartel. So that's very.
Does Coop stand for cooperative?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, so that's why.
Yes.
It's kind of this utopian communist idea that Actually, utopian communist is not the way of putting it, because communism is utopian. So
Yeah, by definition.
I'm repeating myself, but it was kind of the dream of all socialist regimes to accomplish. And I suppose at some point it got privatized.
Yeah.
But don't get me wrong, I love a lot of stuff about Sweden. I love the story of Niels Holgersson.
This is also a thing, you know. You think I would mind if you said something bad about Sweden, but I don't view nations that way. I only happen to be born here, and I don't particularly like the political system. I don't particularly like. I like certain individuals from here, but that's about it. So feel free to say anything bad you want about Sweden. I'm moving out of here anyway, so you know. And I think that's sort of Swedish too, not to have a proud national identity, because we really don't. Now I'm saying we again. Anyway, I don't.
Yeah, I noticed that when I went to the history museum, there was no mention of the Vikings. Like, it never happened.
That's also strange. Yeah.
But if you go to Denmark, they're marketing this whole Viking origin situations.
Yeah.
They're selling like small action figures of Vikings.
Yeah. Anyway, Vlad, I think I have to go to bed.
Yeah, likewise.
Getting up early tomorrow. Late. Yeah.
It's been 3
hours.
I really
enjoyed this. And I guess that's a good grade for the conversation. Hope to chat with you again sometime, and to see you in real life.
Yeah, likewise.
Wherever that might be. Yeah. And to jam, of course. We're both guitarists.
That should happen.
That should definitely happen. We should have a gig somewhere. Let's book a gig first and rehearse later.
Sounds like the right way of doing it.
Yes. We should tweet something about that. Who would like to see a gig with us too?
Actually, I think we can do something. I'm gonna write you a DM about this conference in Spain.
All right. Yeah, I think I won't have time for this conference in Spain, since like I have 4 weeks left in Sweden to pack all the things, and then I'm going to Mexico for 10 days, and then I'm driving the car down to Spain. So I'll be in Spain at the the end of August. But before then I'm short on time.
Okay, then we will not play at the Spain conference, maybe something else.
Yeah, somewhere else.
Okay, talk to you later, Knut.
Yeah. Take care, Vlad. Thank you for this. Talk to you later.
Golden Bitcoin, 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 golden Bitcoin.
Wasabi Wallet's innovative coin joins will make your bitcoins more fungible. So if you accumulate more than 0.1 BTC, you can mix it with other users to remove all traces about their whereabouts. So it's like putting multiple fingerprints on your dollar bills, and it becomes impossible to determine the last few owners of the money. Download Wasabi Wallet today and start coin joining. Bitcoin Takeover Radio is brought to you by Voltoro, the gold and Bitcoin exchange. Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro, grab your phone, use Blue Wallet on iOS or Breeze Wallet on Android, and scan the QR code on the webpage. So what are you waiting for? Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro, scan the QR code, and get that sweet pile of Bitcoin.
And let me tell you that we are really changing the world as we know it. The world is not anymore the way it used to be. No, no, no.
Bitcoin Takeover Radio.
And now this is it. The episode that we all wanted to hear. What's really going on between Wasabi Wallet and Samurai Wallet? I don't want to really go into details because it was a really interesting conversation, but I hope you guys will listen to the whole episode. It's really long. It's 2 hours and 16 minutes long, plus this little bit over here. But beyond that, I can say it's really, really informative. It tells you everything about, the most important part that happened, and at least it will help people, understand better the whole drama between them. So yeah, I'm not gonna cut the chase here. I'm just gonna start playing it right now. There will be no music and no ads. So yeah. Also, a little disclaimer: the sound quality will be a bit worse. So because with Twitter Spaces, we know how crappy the mobile quality is, and it won't be as loud. So you might have to turn a bit more on the volume. So enjoy.
So yeah, welcome everyone to this special event that we're having right now. This is basically the first live Bitcoin Rehab episode that we're gonna have, and today we are going to talk about the wallet wars. Today's guests are Nopara73, Giacomo Zucco, Shinobi, and Rafe. So basically, we had this idea that with Nopara that he never really told anybody about the past events that been causing a lot of issues for Wasabi Wallet. Ever since Samurai Wallet started attacking Wasabi with bogus stuff, basically. And that's why we started this event here. And I don't want to speak too much more. I would like to hand over the word to Nopara. So welcome, everyone. Hey, guys.
Well, thank you, Caro, for organizing this event, this extraordinary event. I would like to start with something that, because I never done this before.
Sure, okay.
And why I wasn't doing these, and that brings us back to the history of what happened between Wasabi and Samurai, which I suppose we are going into it. But for now, I just want to say that at the beginning, when I started to realize things and I started to understand things, that when I wrote a couple of articles and that pissed them off a lot. And then I became wiser. And for many years, I just decided to stay silent on everything, because it's not a wise thing to poke them. And so I was silent for many years. Maybe 2 years. But, at this point, I can see reasonable people forwarding the propaganda of Samurai. And I have a big dilemma now that, well, silence doesn't work, censoring myself doesn't work. Then I don't know what works, but the cleanest thing if I just tell the truth, and whatever happens.
I'd like to step in here real quick. And, for full context of this, I am been friends with Nopara since at least 2015, 2016. I've known him for years. The same also used to be true of a few people involved with Samurai. The operator of the account Samurai Wallet, I actually used to trade sci-fi book recommendations with him on a regular basis. This kind of Samurai versus Wasabi feud, this existed for at least a year in terms of just passive aggressive nonsense in private before any of this became some public point of contention. And literally the earliest thing that I remember coming from people over at Samurai was when Nopara and TDev were still collaborating on the specification for ZeroLink. I remember Nopara wanted to spend a week or so thinking before finalizing the spec about altruistic motivations for running a coordinator. So thinking about a non-profit way to have multiple CoinJoin coordinators out there before actually writing into the spec an operator based on, profit incentives and charging fees. And they immediately lost their mind and started shrieking at me that Nopar is an idiot, can't be trusted, has no idea what he's doing in private. And a week later, Nopara went, okay, I can't think of any reasonable way to do this altruistically, so profit model it is. And it was quite literally just wanting to spend a week thinking about something that would decentralize the ZeroLink spec away from a company offering something as a service. Just a week thinking about that. And they lost their mind and just started attacking him in private to me, pretty much over the next year, trying to push me into it's no par or us dude situation. And they inevitably started attacking me too in public when I would not just mimic the types of shit they were throwing at Wasabi.
Well, guys, since everybody is giving their real rehab style stories, I will also introduce mine, the motivation behind my participation to this. Hi, everybody. My name is Giacomo, and I was a fan of Samurai Wallet up to 1 year ago. So my story is actually one of a user of Joy Market mostly. I don't use Wasabi, not because I don't think it's cool, but just because I was using Joy Market before, and I guess I just more used to that model. But I realized that around Samurai, there is a very, very dangerous set of misconceptions that are starting to creep into users that I respect and users that are privacy aware and privacy seeking. And I think those are the most important users and influencers and developers of the Bitcoin space. I think that right now we are inside a strong division between two equally nonsense narratives. One is privacy is bad, let's just do number go up financial bullshit. And this is very, very bad. And the opposite one is privacy is good, but we should use like shit coins and we don't have to care about monetary incentives at all. And I think this is equally bad. And the reason that I think that it's important to clarify misconceptions is that the people I see falling mostly for the samurai narrative are people that are trying to keep the privacy fight on, which is paramount at this point. In particular, I think that for example, the narrative about people getting in jail because they used some kind of CoinJoin implementation Samurai developers don't like. This is completely false. I think we should take a few minutes during this live to debunk completely this lie that people has been incarcerated for using a different CoinJoin implementation from the one that Samurai guys suggest, which is a lie that they keep spreading, and many good faith people are believing this shit. And then the second partial lie is that the only thing you should do if you care for privacy is just to teach Bitcoin completely and use Monero and other privacy shitcoins, which I think they are cultivating because after they burned all the bridges with every Bitcoin developers, and they are just promoted by Bitcoin podcasters, basically. Right now, they are trying to move to another target, and so they want to cultivate this kind of Monero borderline community. I think these two things are dangerous because maybe it will come the day where CoinJoin will put you in jail and Bitcoin itself will put you in jail. I think that's very possible, but it's very important to understand when the day comes and in which jurisdiction and for which motivation. And the fact that they spread these lies about you go to jail if you don't use their implementation of CoinJoin. I think this is just a completely irresponsible thing to spread.
Yeah, let me take that, Giacomo. Like that is in reference to the Plus token Ponzi scheme in China and the BitClub mining Ponzi scheme. The idea that Wasabi had anything to do, or its architecture, with those people getting arrested is completely delusional nonsense. It's ridiculous. In the BitClub people's case, I believe as their list of bullshit they circulate on darknet market forums, which are the safest, free from feds and spooks places on earth, random forums on the fucking darknet market, big brains. Yeah, BitClub mixed with Wasabi some of their mining outputs. And then shortly later, in reality, 9 months later, multiple people involved in BitClub were arrested. And so the claim is that mixing with Wasabi because it's architecturally broken is what got them arrested. That's delusional. These are people who were publicly on video under their real names making offers to illegally sell unregistered securities to Americans on video, publicly, under their real fucking names. And on top of that, they conspired to do other illegal shit, defrauding their customers in a Ponzi scheme-like manner, in addition to illegally publicly offering unregistered securities. They discussed these things in Facebook DMs and unencrypted emails. That is what got the BitClub people arrested. It has literally nothing whatsoever to do with Wasabi Wallet. So, like that's just completely, utterly disconnected from reality. Unless you think it's a CoinJoin implementation's job to stop you from doing illegal things on public cameras or conspiring illegally in unencrypted Facebook DMs. Like, unless you think that's a critical property of CoinJoins, them getting arrested is utterly delusional. It has nothing to do with Wasabi Wallet. And then in the case of the Plus token people, relating to Wasabi, they mixed way too much money. Like, a CoinJoin pool cannot just support mixing an infinite amount of Bitcoin. You have to have a small proportion of the overall Bitcoin in the entire CoinJoin pool to blend in with. Plus token came in with way too much liquidity. That would not work in any CoinJoin protocol, period. And then after shoving way too much money through it, they started condensing and mixing together post-mix UTXOs, which completely undermines the privacy. But to really top it all off, if you look at the court filings, guess what they did? The same kind of shit the BitClub people did. Made public appearances under their real names, illegally shilling a Ponzi scheme, buying all kinds of properties registered under their real names. It's like, these are the things that got all of these people arrested. It has absolutely nothing to do with some special architectural flaw in Wasabi. And anyone claiming that that is the case is either one, an outright liar, or two, literally has zero business talking about privacy anything in this space because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
I did look at. Oh, sorry about it. You want to talk?
Yeah, I just if I also just quickly say that I'm also I'm Rave. I'm just a Bitcoin pleb. I also just got pissed off about the mudslinging against this, like all over these like privacy wallets. Yeah, I think it's like doing a lot of harm. People are actually starting to be afraid of using these tools, and I think it's net negative. And yeah, the current mudslinging is just embarrassing. The stuff that people are talking about and saying is happening is just absurd. It doesn't make any sense. Now that we already touched about these, like people getting jailed because of Wasabi things, yeah, Shinobi, do you remember what happened with the Twitter hacker?
Yeah, the Twitter hacker pretty much mixed some of the coins that they received in a single round. They did a single round of mixing and then took all of their mixed outputs and condensed them into a single output again. They did something really stupid that you should never do, that no wallet can stop you from doing if you're that stupid. That's why they got busted. In addition to the fact that things were tied to a Coinbase account. Like, there is no privacy wallet in the world, if you can take your private keys out of it, that can stop you from doing stupid things like that undermine the privacy. And this is something I have challenged Samurai to do for years. Show me a single instance of them de-anonymizing something in Wasabi without some user doing dumb shit like mixing and then putting all of that back into a single UTXO again and tying everything together. They have never been able to do that. That is the only way they have been able to dox anything run through Wasabi.
Yeah, that's actually one of the things that got me pissed off. Like, I used to shill Samurai. I used to use it also. But after hearing and seeing all this kind of like so desperate and like illogical bullshit that they are throwing, I just can't trust them in like any way. And I think like that was main turn off from them, for me.
I mean, dude, like, if you use their software properly with Dojo, you can keep remixing, and even with light users who dox their information, their XPubs to Samurai, you can still keep remixing and deal with that. Like, the tools that they produce can be used to create a decent level of privacy. Like, I have no issues with people using those tools, with those tools existing. But the types of outright lies, factually incorrect statements that they make on a regular basis to throw shit at Wasabi and try to market for their own tools is completely morally bankrupt and disgusting. And it does nothing but scare people away from tools in this space that provide privacy and make it almost impossible for non-technical people to understand how privacy on Bitcoin works in the first place. Like, half of the time I talk about privacy publicly, I am constantly getting DM requests of people going, they don't know which tool to use, who to trust. They don't understand all of this shit. Exactly because of this bullshit that Samurai does as a sad excuse for marketing.
Yeah, I also want to join this clarification. What I'm also here to say is not don't use the Wasabi stack. Sorry, the Samurai stack. I used it not more than 1 month ago to do this kind of page join that they call Kahoots, and it was cool. It worked, and sometimes for my clients I use Sentinel. So the stack is not what we're talking about. There, we may talk about the technological stack because there is the Dojo problem, if there is no Dojo only pool. This is a possible objection, but it's not really clear cut. And there are other symmetrical objections that they make do against using Wasabi, which is desktop only, or the reuse of the fee address. There are a lot of nuanced technical things that we may say about joint market, about Wasabi, about Samurai. The point of this is that the fact that one of these three implementation is using constant misleading points and lines and exaggerations, like when they published the new discovery of a terrible bug in joint market, creating the giving the announcement of the announcement of the announcement and creating this big buzz. This is highly damaging for the privacy fight in general. So the point is not stop using Samurai. The point is understand what you're risking when you use Samurai or Wasabi or GeoMarket, or when you don't coin-join. This is also risk. This also can be very risky not coin-joining. Understand what you're doing, ask, study, verify, challenge what you hear, but don't blindly fall for this kind of narrative that I think is not symmetrical between the three implementation, is unilaterally coming from a disinformation campaign explicitly aimed at delegitimizing any alternative implementation of this very important tool for Bitcoin.
Yeah, guys, can we get into the supposed air quote deterministic selection bug that they discovered that is not a bug at all, is actually a security feature to protect a user from the coordinator if they act maliciously?
Maybe we should go into that a little bit later. Yeah, I think Carl wanted to start from the history.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually want to
This we get a
to
bit
put
off
some
to a fiery start.
I would like to put some pieces together because where you picked up the history is you have more information about it that might help me understand or decipher what the hell is going on, and we can go back to the place where I've been working on Bitcoin privacy probably for 2 years, but didn't really show up with anything. And then I created the zero link research, which the Samurai guys were very enthusiastic about. They contributed with a very nice logo and something about big 47 payment codes, which I didn't understand, but merged the pull request because I really wanted to keep the good relationship going on and have my stuff be on a real wallet that people are using. So that was the time when I noticed the complete stonewalling from them, and for no reason. So I didn't know what happened. So I decided I just go out and implement my own wallet. Doesn't seem like they want to get involved in it. But then what you said now here is that it was because I was trying to explore the possibilities of how to do it with donations, how to do the mixing with donations only. And so that was the thing that made them hostile.
Yeah, like the instant that you said that, they were like DMing me talking about what an idiot you were, and like I shouldn't trust you, and you're never gonna finish building anything. Like it was almost instantaneous.
So you guys say that the Samurai wallet from the beginning had the motives to turn CoinJoin into a profitable venture?
Yeah. I mean, so did
which is fine,
ZK
right?
Snacks.
What wasn't fine is the stonewalling.
Yeah, exactly. There is nothing bad to have a business model. It can also help to make something more sustainable. It's completely legit from a moral point of view. It could be also technically interesting to help the development. The point is that usually profit means centralization to some degree. They go together. Profit is fine. Profit is great, but it's a little bit fragile in an adversarial environment because you have to centralize stuff to make a strong profit. So in stuff like for example, GeoMarket, you don't profit directly unless you are one of the nodes that are using the protocol, which is not a superior moral thing. It may be a superior technical thing. So the point is not that Samurai are not allowed to make money. The point is that if you make money making the system more fragile, and in the case of a central coordinator, probably there's at the end, Nopal, I think you didn't find any workaround, right? It's just what it is.
Well,
Yeah.
I had donations set up and they were not really coming, so I thought there's no way to pay developers from that.
But yeah, it's just like, the point I want to make here is that despite the fact that the tools they make can be used to provide actual privacy, like they are just unbelievably childish people. And I know there's no way to verify any of this, like, but hey, I'm going to state it anyway, and you can just take my word or not. This is what started this bullshit feud. Completely ridiculous, 0 to 10 for no reason, petty bullshit. Like, that's it.
With them, you're the enemy.
What did you say?
Sorry?
Yeah, disagree with them, and you become the enemy.
Yeah. Like I said, like I was friends with people at Samurai. I've been friends with Nopar for years. 2017 to around 2018, I believe, is the time frame. Like they just kept trying to like twist my arm and pressure me into attacking Nopar for all these reasons that are just factually bullshit. And eventually just said fuck you and cut me off, stopped talking to me, turned on me and treated me like the enemy. Just because I wouldn't jump blindly on their team and just fling the bullshit at somebody that they were.
Yeah, pretty much the same. I was in pretty good relationship with them, and I was not only using some feature of the wallet, not really Whirlpool, but I was also in a way promoting it, with modeling with my beautiful body with their T-shirt and stuff like that. Then I wrote an article promoting privacy in Bitcoin and a treatise about Bitcoin and privacy on Bitcoin Magazine. And this article mentions CoinJoin as something important and necessary to do. And I mentioned the 3 implementation, including Samurai. Then I linked the article in 3 Telegram chats. One was the Samurai chat. And then I started to get attacked because I was also mentioning Wasabi, which was an gem market, which are, of course, broken implementation. So from that moment on, I have been called a cop, a friend of cops and stuff like that. And then this very childish, I agree with the term. And very, also, I think it's very fascinating because in this campaign by Samurai people against the other privacy tools in Bitcoin, there is a lot of projection. Like the main point they do is that they are developing while other people are just influencers and LARPers and influencers, which I think is especially ironically by now, because literally every single non-Samurai hired developer in the Bitcoin space explicitly say that everything Samurai is doing is bullshit since a while. And the only guys still promoting, guys that I respect, still promoting Samurai are literally just influencers. So Samurai Wallet exists because of the reputational push of influencers and podcasters, and not developers like Luke Dashier advising against some of the initial mistakes of Samurai implementation, Gregory Maxwell advising against their behavior and other kind of activities. In all these cases, most of the advice of developers were not literally about the code. Nobody said the code right now cannot work because, and when that was the case, the things has been fixed somehow. So for example, at the beginning, Samurai Wallet used blockchain info backend, also because the guys were coming from blockchain info. So somebody pointed it out. They didn't receive the criticism very politely and very calmly, but they fixed that.
Really quick, Giacomo. I mean, like that very early criticism over things like that, I think was kind of ridiculous. Like that, I mean, they're still technically in beta, but like back then, it was actually beta. Like they were just starting to build out the wallet. They didn't have a back end implementation. Like they weren't at, you know what I mean? Like that kind of criticism that early on, I think that was bogus. And I actually defended them against it because of that.
I did defend them as well. I'm not sure the criticism was bogus in itself. It was bogus if directed about the infrastructure. You're not supposed to have an independent infrastructure if you are just coming out with alpha. You are saying everybody that it's alpha. But when you are going privacy oriented and you are promoting yourself as privacy oriented, and you do promote explicitly some other feature that may be interesting but are a little bit less fundamental than your backend structure, like ricochet and stuff like that. I think most of the criticism was, guys, you are promoting a lot of, I mean, interesting but debatable new privacy techniques that are very new, like changing the transaction graph with ricochet and stuff like that. And you are not yet over some kind of high privacy risk with the backend. And the way I've seen, I defended them as well up to a very recent time. But the point was that their reaction to the criticism was always the real point of mistrust by developers, not really the criticism. The second time was when Lawrence Naum, I was working with him with Green, and he discovered a bug in their Tor implementation. And the point was not the bug that was actually something not even that critical, not as attack surface per se. The point was the reaction that was immediately of like adversarial reaction instead of just responsibly accepting a responsible disclosure. It was always this kind of reaction that drove people against them in the technical community. But the point stands that basically developers are collectively, without exception, skeptical of Samurai claims, and yet influencers are the only ones promoting them. So this is just the opposite of what Samurai people are saying.
Sorry for a second. I just wanted to ask something. What did the usage of the blockchain.info server mean for Samurai Wallet users at that time?
Well, the server of Samurai Info could collect stuff like the on-chain information that you're going to download in your light client. So it's like when you connect to an Electron server from your Electron, and the Electron server that you're connecting to, they may not know your IP if you are using Tor at least, but they can easily connect your UTXO set. Back then, to be fair, there was no Whirlpool, there was no mixing claim. It was just about again ricochet or starting the first page join experiment with this non-standard implementation they tried, the NIMS, the stealth payments. So back then it was not about Chaumian coin join, but there was this infrastructure thing that was similar to the criticism later on about Whirlpool without Dojo. So guys, we are mixing with this complex Chaumian technique that Nopara invented in order to hide the coin join request from the coordinator, and yet the coordinator is basically providing to the users of the wallet all the blockchain information, so you can just link the XFAB together, and you can just link all the UXOs together. So what's the point of even coin joining if there is a server which is feeding blockchain data to your light client and can match everything independently of the coin join? So this was an early aspect of the same criticism, and they fixed the first by creating their own server. And then they fixed the second by creating Dojo and open sourcing Dojo.
I'm sorry.
I mean, this is a
how's that
misunderstood
fix?
thing, though. This is necessary for a mobile application to have these two things together. And this is kind of like multiple aspects of their architecture are constantly glossed over and given different reasons for being the way they are, when the reality is it's necessary for mobile users. When I pull out my phone and I want to mix right now on Samurai, they mandate remixing UTXOs as some portion of a mix transaction, because some people are leaving a desktop client on, remixing constantly, and some people aren't. And for the people who aren't, in order for me to pull my phone out, tap and actually get a coin join done, not have to sit there for 10, 15, 20 minutes and click after I get an alert, you need to have both of those two things interacting. And it's the same reason for transaction zero. Like, you are just doing UTXO management to break things up efficiently so that you don't have long peeling chains with mempool limits, so that you can have this composability between mobile and non-mobile users that just goes quick and instant like that. It has nothing, like transaction zero has nothing to do with privacy is magically better because the change isn't in the coin join itself. It's about fragmenting those UTXOs so they are independent peeling chains with a mempool limit so that their fast mobile mixing can work.
I mean, going back a little bit about the blockchain info stuff, didn't blockchain info also try to do some kind of mixing tech, but it pretty much like failed, or it was so naive that it wasn't implemented?
It was implemented.
Coin shuffle?
Coin shuffle,
Shared
yeah.
coin. Shared coin.
Okay.
What was not coin shuffle? Oh, maybe I did remember the same. Well, anyway,
Coin shuffle is a research.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it was a little bit naive. It was without the, it was suffering from the amount correlation stuff, and of course, it was suffering from the honeypot problem of the non-Chaumian coordinator. So it was, I think, a noble experiment to start doing for a centralized company to try to improve users' privacy, but it suffered from at least two major problems that have been later on advanced with Chaumian stuff or decentralization in the market.
Oh, may I also point out something which is, because a lot of people hear it, is that I looked at shared coin, blockchain info's shared coin, and the debunking of the amount correlation claims were made in the CoinJoin Sudoku research. But I looked at that research and it was actually not fully published, so I couldn't verify that the amount correlation have ever existed there. And the closest thing that would suggest that there was an amount correlation was a graph there and an example, and that example was actually flawed. So I wouldn't dare to say anymore that shared coin actually suffered from amount correlation. I just wanted to point this out quickly. Anyhow, I also want to say that I'm not sure your explanation was correct, or maybe it was correct, but too long. But the gist of it, what were the early criticisms of Samurai is that they were advertising themselves to the privacy wallet, yet they were sending XPubs to blockchain info, from which your Bitcoin addresses are derived. Therefore, you are exposing blockchain info, your entire wallet history, right? But you said that they fixed it by setting up their own server. That's not really a fix. It's just now they are sending the XPubs to themselves and not to blockchain info, right? So that's still there.
What could Samurai Wallet do with that information that they receive on their trusted node?
No, absolutely right. No, Para, they didn't fix it. They moved the information from an external service, which would be, I mean, arguably even worse, especially with the position of blockchain info to be a kind of anti-Bitcoin company during the block size war, and they just incorporated the risk of honeypot into themselves, and then only with Dojo they fixed at least this point properly. Without fixing every kind of criticism Dojo, because again there is the possibility that if most of the people using Whirlpool are using their server and not Dojo, then the few people using Dojo are not really protected by the anonymization. So yeah, they only fixed that problem of XPub right with the Dojo, and only for the users that will actually use Dojo.
This is actually my main point, the only point, if I have one point to make, is that they serve their XPubs by default. For that, they gonna say that use a full node Dojo, but even if you are using a full node and you did not already expose your XPub to them, then you are going to mix with people who did. So if your inputs and your outputs in the mix are the only ones who are not de-anonymized, then, well, you are de-anonymized by exclusion. And I believe this is the single most important difference between Joy Market and Wasabi compared to Samurai.
Yeah, I agree. Like to me, it's so weird how far are they going to just to like kind of like sweep this thing about XPubs under the rug. Like they seem to be trying to so desperately point out the attention into whatever else. Like, yeah, you can use Dojo, and yeah, of course, even if you can like extra, yeah, like
Can I
take a
step
look at
in
it,
real
and
quick?
if you are there, yeah, sure.
They could actually completely solve this issue. And I pointed out, I think 3 years ago at this point, the simple solution. The way that their software is architected, they actually isolate pre-mix and post-mix UTXOs into a completely separate subset of addresses. Now, there are a few ways you could do this, but they absolutely could set up the post-mix wallet in a way where handing your XPub off does not reveal the post-mix wallet to whoever you're giving your XPub to. And they could very easily set things up so that your post-mix wallet queries a single address at a time, or doesn't even need to if you cache your UTXOs. Because the whole point of this segregation is that you never receive money into your post-mix wallet. That never happens. Anything that you get sent fresh is supposed to go to your pre-mixed set of addresses and then get mixed if you want. So they could absolutely set something up where it just caches your UTXOs. You transact, you push a transaction, the wallet tracks the UTXOs for change and shit. And it never has to query a back-end server that's centralized, so that even people without a full node could have that level of network privacy. But they didn't do it. And you know why they didn't do it? Because when I relayed the idea to one of them, I brought up the fact that I had the idea in a conversation with Nopara. And their reaction was a completely childish, fuck you. We're not changing a single thing to humor that idiot. So they're just idiotic assumption that the idea came from Nopara instead of I had it while I was talking to him, is why they didn't do something or even consider doing something that could drastically improve the privacy of all their users. And that's what I mean when I say they are fucking childish.
Just to be more constructive here, I believe, Wasabi is using neutrino filters, right? And Chaincase is a Wasabi fork for iOS. So that's basically a proof of concept that neutrino filters are working just fine on mobile. Maybe it requires some optimization, but yeah, they could also change to neutrino filters, right?
So I mean,
Yeah, it
their own
wouldn't be
server would be
viable.
included.
No, that would not be real viable on mobile though. But they could do something like what I described that would be very low resource cost and very viable because you don't even need a back end. You just have to track, the transactions you make and the outputs that it creates. But the
But
point is
also,
they could solve this for non-dojo users. They chose not to because of this childish, petty feud. And their
Also,
perception that if they did what I said, it would be like giving no para a win.
yeah, and they could also decide not to do that, but just to be honest about the trade-off. Like, guys, we want to focus on mobile. With mobile, we have this problem of the server. We don't want to do what Shinobi suggested because we want to differentiate. We want a maximum differentiation of the technical choice from Wasabi. Okay, let's try to spin it that way. And but then you cannot pretend that you found like this huge hole in the security model on another wallet when your wallet is still constantly fetching the XPub of all your user in or your non-Dojo user on your actual server. I mean, the point is not you have this defect, so your tool is shit. The point is you have this defect in this trade-off. Maybe you can solve it, maybe you don't want to solve it, but you cannot, with this kind of giant security and privacy hole, really say that using other implementation with different trade-offs is a giant risk because you have discovered this kind of de-anonymization technique when somebody uses Wasabi under the full moon in January. I mean, you are actually collecting XPub.
Yeah, they could also just create a dojo pool and non-dojo pool. Of course, it has trade-offs, but still,
that would,
at least
again, like I said earlier, that would break the liquidity dynamics. You have to have people online all the time to mix with the mobile users who just pop on to mix real quick. Otherwise, the entire catering to mobile users, you can't do it.
I mean,
Also,
I personally
a
have
couple
some
of
kind
times.
of. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay, I
Just
also
a
have
quick
this
note.
kind of bias against the this kind of mobile-only orientation of Samurai. I can respect it, but I'm skeptical of it in the privacy of strong privacy because eventually on-chain techniques like CoinJoin, they will always require block space fees that will get higher. So the mobile use for small amounts eventually will need to face the problem of scalability as well. So a mobile wallet which makes sense for the street, as they say, must be layer 2 compatible eventually. So I don't understand also this fixation for anti-lightning terror. And I suspect this is also very similar to the situation with Shinobi's solution to the problem of the XPub. I think that since Lightning Network is not their stuff, they have to actively shit on everything which is not coming from their own kitchen.
A little of that, and I also just think, dude, their attitude is like, and again, I want to reiterate, like, if you use these tools correctly, they can provide you useful privacy. But their overall attitude to me is delusional. Like, their favorite insult to throw around is to call anyone who disagrees with them a LARPer. They are the ones LARPing, living in this imaginary world where everyone else is just going to go away and stop using Bitcoin except people who want to use it like them. And fees will stay cheap. And they can just constantly stay on chain forever and ever. And that's all they need to care. Like, that's utterly delusional.
Yeah,
Other
that's also
people
another
are
case.
coming. They will price you out. If you don't want to accept that, then when that happens, your entire stack and company is going to implode because you didn't plan for reality.
Yeah, the LARPer thing is another very comical one to me because I respect live action role plays. I mean, I like them, and but when you literally go around with katanas, which in this case cover both implementations actually. I mean, it's fun, but you cannot really call other people LARPers. Just like the influencer thing, or like the dogmatic, like gatekeeper thing. When you criticize anything about Samurai, you are a dogmatic gatekeeper and maximalist. While if you just post an article which also mentions other conjoined implementation, they will cancel you. So they are the most active cancel culture exponents inside Bitcoin. I've been literally cancelled by the samurai crew because I posted an article talking about other two implementation of the same technique. So the projection they use is incredibly ironic. They are the cancel culture of katana larpers within Bitcoin influencers. Quite literally, everything I said is quite literal description. But anyway.
Well, just to talk the canceling there is a good story that there was an article, an interview created with me, and the journalist said, what did it say, Rafa? You remember?
Yeah, the As I Lay Holding guy in Twitter, he wrote an article where he misunderstood something that Nopara said, that Wasabi would be providing liquidity to keep the mixes going. But it was a misunderstanding.
And then TDEV tweeted that I said that, even though I did not, and so that wasn't a quote. And then I talked to the journalist, and he said, "Oh, indeed, it was my mistake. I made a mistake," and commented on their TDEVs, the Samurai Devs Twitter post that it was just a mistake. And what happened there is that everyone who was pointing that out, he hidden the replies to that. So making sure they are cancelled and no one can actually seek out the truth. So that was ironic.
Yeah, I mean, it was so embarrassing for TDev. He actually went and posted, retweeted, and was saying something that, oh, okay, Wasabi people are using their own coins to provide liquidity, and dogs, Sybil attacking their own coin joins. And the author of the article, he actually showed the direct messages that you guys were having, where you didn't say anything like that, but he misunderstood it and wrote it wrong. Then he tried to explain it in the tweet that TDev posted, but TDev were actually just hiding those comments. And even you, Nopara, was commenting that, oh, this is misunderstanding. And yeah, he also hid that reply. So it's so fucking shady stuff that they are doing. They just can't admit that they were wrong, and they are still just continuing with these narratives. And about the cancel culture, I also remember when I started to question their stuff, they actually just kicked me out of all their Telegram groups. And then after that, they came into Wasabi Telegram groups. And when they got kicked out of there was a bunch of crying that, Wasabi people are censoring and they don't want to talk about these relevant issues that the samurai people have found. And yeah, it's just so fucking hypocritical.
What's funny is that at the beginning, we live streamed every single dev meeting. It was very boring, so we took it down. But I don't think any company out there decided to be as transparent. Even our income, right? The coordinator address. There was a coordinator address in Wasabi, and well, that was like a huge presentation of transparency, because everyone knew our income. And well, now there is this dogma in Bitcoin that you should never reuse address, right? So you take that dogma and put address reuse into that we were collecting the coordinator fees on a static address. And well, the things started to spread that Wasabi is address reusing. And, we since took it down, replaced it with an XPub. But I believe that was a mistake, because the company behind Wasabi, who is currently financing the development of Wasabi, is called ZK Snacks, which means zero knowledge snacks. And Wasabi is a snack, of course. So that sets down our most basic principle that the company, zk-SNACK, should have zero knowledge, should not know anything more than the public does. And by us replacing the static address, coordinator address there, it actually opened up the possibility. Well, the coordinator address was receiving non-equal amounts, right? So that ended up becoming a noise in the changes. And now the changes are harder to identify, even though they are not supposed to be anonymous in the first place. But if someone comes to us and ends up not identifying the changes, then, well, we have to be the ones to do that because we violated our most basic principle, the zero knowledge principle. And I believe now that was a mistake to go along with the no pressure.
I mean, really, architecturally, it made no difference except like the stupid flagging incidents at a few exchanges, which every time, from my understanding, nothing was seized. Like, it was just the annoying explain this, and then people got their money back. Like, yeah, I mean, it's the exact same thing. And this is kind of the absurdity of how, like, it's literally just like utter stupidity. Like all of that pressure towards Wasabi to change the coordinator address and stop that reuse for all these reasons of privacy that like it does nothing. It makes no real difference. But when I point out the fact that Samurai has an option to make even their light users without Dojo completely private from Samurai's point of view, I should shut the fuck up because the developers can decide to do whatever the fuck they want. It's ridiculous. Like, if people point out ways that Samurai can improve things, it's shut up. Go use something else. Blah, blah, blah. But they're constantly just like picking this nonsense bullshit and screaming that Wasabi should change things because it's like the most ridiculous cognitive dissonance and hypocrisy in this entire ecosystem.
Okay, so to top that, there is the BIP47 payment codes there, and they are collecting the income from that in a static address, and it's in the code. So, well, that's interesting there.
I think we should talk about the deterministic input selection, air quote bug.
Agreed.
I just wanted Yeah, just quickly, I just wanted to point out that, I've been seeing that same thing. Like, they are complaining that Wasabi should make sure that the users can't do mistakes or, all these kind of things. They are all the time like requesting features or some kind of changes in Wasabi. But whenever you are like saying something for them that maybe they should give out some kind of warning text in their mobile wallet that, even if you are mixing, you are not actually getting any privacy against the Samurai wallet. But that's something like obnoxious, cannot do. Like, that's preposterous. Like the hypocrisy that they have. Like, they are saying that they don't take marching orders from anyone else, but they seem to be wanting to give these marching orders for everyone all the time.
The ego must be pretty big there that they're not doing it.
All right, though. All right. Let's shift into this issue.
Yeah, sure.
So
let me start it because I'm not
real quick.
that,
I want to preface this with my disclosure to them and give the context here. So last year, a Samurai user approached me in private, claiming that Samurai's support was completely ignoring him with this issue. That his wallet was reusing the same address every time he went to receive money. He showed me the actual address and the transaction history that was pretty spread apart, over time. Looked like the wallet was just randomly fucking up and not like, oh, this guy just intentionally did this. But I didn't want to just only have, this one dude's address to dox. If this was really a bug, I thought, then it would probably be happening to other people. So I used a data set that Nopara put together of all the different CoinJoin transactions from different protocols on the blockchain. And you can go build this data set yourself from your own copy of the blockchain, verify all of it. It's on the blockchain. Like, you cannot argue with what is on the blockchain. And I analyzed all of the post-mix transactions from Whirlpool. And my original count was 5,000 something cases of address reuse. That was overblown and my fuck up. What I did there was I forgot to remove anything where an address was air quote reused twice and only twice, because that would be the address showing up once in an output and once in an input. So it's not actually reuse, it's just the transaction, loading an address and then spending from it. I fucked up there. The actual reuse count that was not sending to like static exchange deposit addresses and things like that was, I think, like 400 and something. But it was a substantial pattern of the wallet randomly reusing addresses. The cause for this is when you have an HD wallet, every new address is just kind of incrementing a number in the derivation path to the next address to get a new one. Samurai Wallet does not track that index of the last used address in a database that it stores. It entirely 100% counts on your Dojo node or Samurai's backend every time you open it to tell it what that last address was. So any kind of network connection issue, fuck up, anything, all of a sudden you're back to the first address that you ever used, and that's what your wallet's going to show. They, air quote, fixed this by patching their backend in Dojo so that when you go to broadcast a transaction, it would make sure that no addresses were reused. But this only fixes it on the sending side. If a non-Samurai wallet is sending you money, there is literally nothing checking or preventing address reuses. There is nothing in your wallet actually tracking this persistently. They didn't actually fix it. They just did a patch that only helps it half the time. And I want to be clear here. We cannot really ever know how bad that bug was, because there is literally no way definitively to find all the instances of address reuse out there, because not everybody mixes with Whirlpool. All I could do, all anyone can do, is check when that happened after you mix through Whirlpool. There's no way to go find anybody who uses Samurai but's never used Whirlpool that was affected by this bug. So in response to that, if you want to break it down, I'm going to take a rant break here for a second, Nopara. They found a air quote bug in Wasabi, which they disclosed shortly after my disclosure to them.
So I want to start with that it might not have been clear that I did not put together the data set because of that. I put that together because of the Wasabi 2.0 research. We wanted to have some intuition for the different kind of coin joins, how they are behaving, what kind of inputs people are putting them. So I didn't actually know about this, but of course I was accused of setting up a fake data set to discredit the competition,
Dude,
something
you
like that.
can't do that with a blockchain. It's on the blockchain. You can verify it. You can't lie about what's on the blockchain. Like, that fake data set, that's the most ridiculous accusation I've ever heard. It's literally on the blockchain.
Anyhow, so did this happen after or before? Did they created the report before or after your report?
It was after my disclosure by like a month.
Hmm. So to be honest, I do not fully remember the technical details, but that's a feature, not a bug from Samurai's point of view, because of the technoblog, all right. But they sent us email at one point that, hey, here is a bug, and tell all your users immediately to stop using Wasabi, and in 3 days, if you don't do that, then we're going to publish the bug and this kind of stuff. And then we actually sit together. It was a very long disclosure, and we went to the bottom of it, but I couldn't exactly remember what was there. But we sit together, spent a few hours on it, and figured that it wasn't really too much of an issue, if at
Okay,
all.
let me break it down real quick. So what happens when you click in Wasabi to queue multiple outputs for remixing is the client has to decide which ones to remix first. It does that deterministically. So based on if you pick the same outputs, it will always pick the same order for when it's going to remix them. And it does
Okay.
this for a very specific reason, because the coordinator that Wasabi runs, if they randomize on the client and what it picks every time, that coordinator can just fail around. It can disrupt it. It could even disrupt it just for specific Tor connections. And what this would lead to is doxing all of a single user's output to the coordinator if it acted maliciously, because it could just keep fucking with that user's connection, and that user's client would pick a random new input when it came back instead of the same one. So it would dox potentially all of these users' UTXOs they have selected to a malicious coordinator. So it picks
Okay.
the same ones every time. But real quick, Nova. So the issue that Samurai has is, let's say you have an input, you mix it, and you get your mixed outputs out plus your change. Well, if you pick some of that mixed outputs to requeue and the unmixed change, and I magically somehow know ahead of time exactly which outputs you picked in addition to your unmixed change, then I can wait and see when that unmixed change goes into a mix again, and I can figure out which rounds all of the mixed outputs that you remixed with the change were last in. So I could reduce your anonymity set to just those rounds. The thing is, what's the thing everyone has been told from the beginning of time? Never do. Never interact with your mixed outputs and your unmixed outputs at the same time. And two, what magical situation are people going to know your UTXOs ahead of time, and which ones you picked to remix? Like that will almost never happen. Like that's if you are in a situation where that is like the case, then you've already been hacked and doxxed, and whoever knows all of your UTXOs anyway. Like it's ridiculous to call that a bug.
Okay, and also on top of that, now I remember that the deterministic selection is not as deterministic as they would like it to be, because they just went into a specific branch of the code where, of course, it's deterministic, but there is fuzziness, and also confirmations make it even fuzzier. So yeah, there is a multiple level of problems here. And in the end, if it would be completely deterministic and someone would know all of someone's coins and exactly when the person is mixing, then might end up knowing some information. So, yeah.
Yeah, but if you already know all of this information, then you've already doxed all of their coins by hacking them or something. So what on earth are you talking about? Like, it's ridiculous.
I mean, to me, it's so ridiculous that they are actually like still demanding for Wasabi to fix this so like big issue or like big bug. But yeah, or they also seem to like expect or think that whatever we like or like Wasabi don't fix, it's just because they don't want to fix it or they just don't understand the issue. But I think like mostly it's because the samurai guys don't understand the trade-offs behind like fixing this kind of really small or weird issue that is already like pretty much
Well, the challenge is still open to them. They can go ahead and use it to dox somebody. I bet you they can't.
I mean,
So there was a challenge.
maybe even themselves, they can just create their own users and report how they dox themselves. But eventually, it will turn out they have to do something extremely weird, interacting with pre-mixed coins.
May I go into something a bit
Sure.
more conspiratory, but if it turns out then that will have some disastrous consequences, which is, well, since everyone told their story of Samurai, I was using Samurai too. And when I started to be really suspicious, okay, so there is a heuristic called common input ownership heuristic. This is the second most important blockchain info heuristic. It says that if in a transaction there are multiple coins, multiple inputs, then those inputs belong to the same user. And well, they can go very far with this information, right? So I was using Samurai, and then they figured that they are going to do these fake coin joins, Stonewall, and which is, so the idea is that with your wallet, you're creating coin joins, you're creating transactions, those look like coin joins, right? Which is a fine idea. But the problem was, and probably even today, is that there were no such similar looking coin joins in the blockchain. So what they did is they constantly kept putting more and more inputs into a transaction to make it look like a coin join. But blockchain analysis probably laughed at it because there was no such coin join. It's obviously a fake coin join. And so when that feature got into, that's when I stopped using Samurai personally. And why it may have huge consequences is because they are doing the same thing for post-mix UTXOs of Samurai, right? The anonymity set isn't that big to begin with. But if the users are constantly joining together the UTXOs, and let's say there is only 1% of transactions, those look like those are real coin joins like that, the heuristic still works, right? This is why it's a heuristic and not a rule. So does this mean that if a researcher looks at it and assumes the common input ownership heuristic for Stonewall for the post mixes, then it can completely unbind all the transactions? I don't know, but it's something to keep in mind and test it at one point before it's too late.
Well, my big worry there is that, especially how Samurai advises to use those things, is to only find people you trust and know in your social group. So if everybody's like Samurai using, or every Samurai user is using these post-mix tools very frequently, then what you're doing is you're fucking yourself in a way if Chainalysis companies can identify new heuristics here. You are removing yourself from the global mix pool and creating a little sub pool that's only going to be you and your friends and shit. And the more you do that, the more you pull your coins and tie them into this narrow, tiny post mix pool that is just going to be a small group of people. And like they literally have people exchanging their info and shit in like fucking Telegram rooms, for fuck's sake, as far as like people exchanging paynim contacts. So yeah, that's totally not a basis to scoop up that data and start trying to build heuristics.
Well, in the end, it doesn't really matter because there is an architectural issue with the XPubs to be fixed first.
Yeah. And see, the problem there that blows my mind is like there are a lot of people who think that the samurai guys are spooks. I think that's fucking ridiculous. I think they're childish and arrogant and overconfident. I am not worried at all about samurai themselves deciding to be malicious to their users, but hey, with how fucking childish and arrogant they are, do you think they would notice if the NSA owned their backend? Do you think they would figure out if a nation state compromised their backend and started grabbing XPubs when wallets go, what's my balance, and storing them? Do you think they would notice? Because I don't. I don't think like 10 times more competent developers in this space would notice something like that. Which is why, if you're doing shit like this, you should not be collecting any information about your users, period. That's what your architecture should be. Because if you think that you're going to fucking out-hack the NSA as some fucking wallet dev with no in-depth InfoSec or security or threat modeling experience, you are LARPing.
So
Yeah, sorry, go on, Apara.
I don't want to jump to the conclusion that it is just childishness. I used to do that. But, someone put it this way. Think about what they have. They have a bunch of XPubs from users who really care about their privacy. They have a product that's called Sentinel, which is basically collecting XPubs to Samurai too. So that's basically a spy product. And then they have two blockchain analysis products, which are, by the way, closed source, both of them, even though one of it, the Know Your CP and the OX I'm talking about, and even though the Know Your CP, they point to a GitHub where they don't publish the source code what the developers are working with, but they mess around that source code and just dump it there. I'm not sure what kind of technique that is, but it's not the real source code. So, they have blockchain analysis companies, they doing this stuff. They have a spy product Sentinel, and they have a bunch of XPub from privacy of our users. So I don't know. I mean, this is just getting. Yeah, I don't want to spread conspiracy theories here, but it's suspicious at least.
Well, the reason I tend to agree with Shinobi actually here, and I don't think they may be spook. Of course, everybody may be a spook, and the spook will probably focus on privacy stuff because it's where the juice is. So everybody here could be one. So that's always possible. But I will assign this scenario a very, very low probability because of the same kind of asshole behavior we were discussing about all the time. If maybe I'm naive. But I think that if I was a spook, when I interact with Greg Maxwell about the CoinJoin bounty, I would probably not behave as a childish asshole, basically interrupting any cooperation with Greg Maxwell forever. I would probably be super kind when Luke Dashier points out about the blockchain info backend problem. I would probably be kind with people working in privacy, because yes, I need to establish a market quota in order to have a lot of numbers. But I also don't need to be immediately hated by any single privacy researcher around. So I would actually put my money on the like personal psychological thing. I think that they had very, very good intentions, and I think they are genius of UX stuff. I mean, the wallet is sleek. The wallet is very, very nice, and the name of the features, they are very interesting narrative. As much as they hate influencers, they pretend to hate influencers and marketeers. They are great at marketing at UX, but I think that their skills in hard stuff behind the superficial UX stuff was just not high enough to match their ambitions. And I think that the way they reacted when they discovered that their ambitions were great and their intentions were noble, but their skills were just not enough, which is something that happens to everybody. I mean, let alone to me. My technical skills are not enough to stay connected with a Twitter space without dropping. So I understand this sensation, but in their case, I think this created this kind of short circuit of reaction. If they were spooks, I think they will just try to be nicer. Usually scammers are very, very nice, and they are not very, very nice. I would actually like to clarify that when I created the shitstorm about the Monero swap, about which me and Shinobi disagree completely. So maybe later on we can, if he wants, we can discuss this a little bit. But when I created that shitstorm specifically, I said that I think they are compromised. I intentionally let, maybe not very honestly, let the ambiguity about this term, but I thought it was obvious that what I mean is not necessarily that a state level entity will influence somewhere a wallet to actually use Monero. I don't think that makes any sense at all. What I mean is that they are morally compromised, because my suspicion is that after burning every bridge with every relevant Bitcoin community, they are just now pandering to the shitcoin community, which by definition is also a community of Bitcoin users, because every single shitcoin users must have Bitcoin wallets as well. So I think it's a marketing repositioning strategy. I think that's morally compromised from the point of view of the Bitcoin only non-scam wallet that was supposed to be at the beginning. And so I use the term compromise in that sense. I don't think they are spook, because I think that spook will make an effort to keep things more civil, at least at the beginning.
Actually, like Giacomo, I don't agree with you about the strategy if they would be a spook. I mean, like, I don't know about that, but if they would be nice for people like Luke Dashier, that would incentivize Luke to actually go through their code and maybe even point out issues or find out like bad things about it. But by being so toxic and like assholes, they kind of like keep them like the good developers out of the project and the eyes out of the code. Also, like if you consider that, yeah, maybe the most hardcore badass so-called criminals would actually pretty much even like this kind of strategy of being like from the street and like this kind of a tough guy, you know, not taking any bullshit from anyone, and yeah, things like that. I mean, yeah, the incentives would be actually, in my opinion, to be an asshole.
Yeah, I mean, I recognize your argument. I acknowledge your argument. Indeed, there are two techniques usually used when you are not honest. One is to be very, very nice, and one is to actually be an asshole with everybody in order to create the narrative that there is a conspiracy against you. And so every kind of attempt to debunk your bullshit is a conspiracy against you by some evil enemy, like you know, Craig Wright kind of bullshit. So yeah, this makes sense. The assumption that scammers are only nice, doesn't make sense. But I think this, I don't know, this doesn't sound like a typical. I don't know about spook strategies, but this doesn't sound like something happening with a government agency or a chain analysis company will compromise actively a Bitcoin wallet. This really sounds like more the technique that typical con artists and scammers like Craig Wright will use in order not to be exposed. Because if we antagonize people, then when people will criticize me, the reason they criticize me is because they are my enemy and not because there is a point in the criticism. So yeah, I don't know. I'm still skeptical also because I have really seen the psychological side of things spiraling into madness real time in the relationship with me or in the relationship with other people interacting with them. So it was like we are all friends, and then every time there is a mistake, a problem, a bug, an imperfection, then this kind of psychological defense explodes about becoming assholes with everybody.
I would love to know
And I think, look,
Karo's point of view here, because you have been previously part of the samurai sect and descended into the deepest of the hell. Anyhow, so you
yeah.
might have some insight there. What's your take on it?
Oh yeah, okay. So you want my history with them? Okay, so I got to know about Samurai Wallet in 2019, a bit early in that year, and I was just using their software. I got into Telegram groups and everything else, just like a normal Bitcoiner, like a normie, and I was just trying to make friends in the space and get to know people. And there was one day around, I think in just this month or like July or something, I was talking to someone, I don't remember who it was anymore, and he was talking about Hackers Congress, and I said that oh, it's a cool conference, but I'm not gonna go. And then suddenly in my DMs, he kind of appeared and he said that I must go, and he bought me a ticket to go to the conference. And that was basically my story, because I mean, I did talk to him on the way up to that point, but it wasn't a serious conversation that we were having. And then I went to Hackers Congress in Prague in 2019. I met with them, and it was it was really weird situation, because I invited them to a dinner on the first day, but their plane was late, so they arrived later. And when I was at the conference, they just appeared out of the blue. They stopped me. They shoved into my hands a shirt that I had to put on. I felt, compelled, like your sponsor giving you some sort of a swag that you need to sport. And I, immediately felt, bad after that. And I think he actually did it crash. Do you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, so basically, what happened was that, where was I? Okay, so at that point, after that, I talked to him a couple times, and they had this, this really, how would I say, bad guy outlook. They were always like in such places where they would be in front of everybody, but it would be like a spot where I wouldn't really stand around, like around the entrance or passageways, and they were really weird. And yeah, I can say that they did have this bad guy outlook, that they were trying to, say that they're supporting our privacy, that they are like, these people who really champion the small people, the people on the streets. And I really felt this was cool back then. And then, this whole episode happened with the sweater and things. And after the event, I only talked with them like 3 times or 2 times at the conference, but then apparently this wasn't that great, because the Samurai Wallet unfollowed me like a week later. And then, things next year in 2020 started going downhill, because they, at that time, actually, I was talking to a guy called Setwell. Shinobi knows the guy. And I got onto his what was this, like TeamSpeak or whatever. So basically on that chat we were talking with other guys like Huddlenut and whoever else was there, like Bitpaint or something. And then at that time the thing started that they started turning more aggressive towards the plebs. And at that time they started attacking everybody. And I felt that they are directly attacking my friends, like Huddlenut and Katya were running Citadel 21. And then I kind of felt compelled that, that they are going this hard on my friends. I have to, start, talking to them and see their reasoning. And that's when we had our first conflict in 2020 around August. And then, everything then was getting really bad because, I shit on Monero and they really hated that. And then I had that article on Citadel 21 where I said that I'm still neutral because I want to use both platforms. But I started seeing that, that they want me to choose. And at that point was that when I got really pissed off at their members, because I realized that this group that they're running, like, number goes sideways with the guy who's making that node service, that node set up for them, was the whole space that he made seemed like it was a cult hideout for his users. And their presence there was there because they wanted people to be influenced by them. And they went out and started attacking everybody who they wanted. And at this time they pedaled really hard the whole anti-Wasabi thing, and this was really pissing me off because I stopped coin joining with Wasabi because of them in 2019. And that's the point when I felt like really this whole drama is just dangerous because I don't know what is the truth. So I started looking around, and I kind of arrived to the point that that they are idiots. They are really pissing me off and my friends, and I thought that this is gonna end. I had a fight with one of their members because I was trolling their group, and they said that, oh, I'm posting porn for kids and things like that in their in their darknet market groups, and that's the whole conversation was going on there. What somebody around that age was supposed to be doing there, I don't know, but that it kind of felt like something pulled out of their ass. But anyway, so that was the point. I kind of felt like it just, they have to be somebody who is, having a reason behind his motivation, because I felt that, I was maintaining my neutrality, and then, the members, they kept just doing the same thing. And I felt that, this was intentional because it just looks for me like that they are wanting to have this bad guy outlook for people, that they have this view of others. And now, since their users are dwindling among Bitcoiners because everybody starts hating them, they started pivoting over to Monero. And yeah, kind of that basically. I don't know if you want to ask any other things, because yeah.
Well, the question was that what's your take on the spook conversation?
Dude, that's ridiculous. Okay, like, they're not spooks. They're just fucking butthurt children. Like, come on.
Nobody knows, to be honest. So, I mean, I'm not gonna dig into their lives. I'm not gonna,
They are butthurt children, or I am literally the worst judge of character on earth.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, I guess you're right. They or not. I mean, it's still not concrete that whether or not. It could be also like, I mean, last time I ran the poll, people were saying that it's possible that that they're all doing this for marketing because they feel that they're not making enough money. So it will make sense that if Samurai Wallet is trying to do this purely for profit, then that means that they need to grab every option here to keep the money coming and keep it in Whirlpool, because all that money that is unspent is because of that. They kind of like probably running some sort of metrics on it. They're like, what strategy is working? And when a member is starting to turn against them, they completely reject them. They throw it out the airlock, and you're gone. You're dead. And then They just, that's why they're pivoting for people who are more susceptible towards accepting their narratives, and that's why they're pushing all these disinformation, what I would say. And they are really effective at it because, they relay it over to their members and their members believe it. And you have big influences like Matt Odell or Stefan Rivera who kind of, magnifies this information. And Matt really nicely runs a podcast and live show for them also every day almost. And that's the content what I see every day. So this whole information board that they started is really run amok basically, because in my opinion it's kind of Wasabi's fault because they allowed it to happen. Because I mean, okay, you didn't want to fight it, but at this point, I understand that you have to fight back because it really damaged some users, what I would say, and there has to be a way to fix it.
Yeah, I think it's interesting this point about strategy, like ignoring or reacting proportionally. I think that, for example, for joint market people, ignoring them kind of worked at least for a while because they have been left out of most of the heavy weaponry at least. While, for example, for Wasabi, that was not going to work because when you are the main target, you cannot really ignore and just wait. You have to counteract the narrative. Otherwise, the other narrative will just. I mean, it's just like shitcoins. People for years just say to me in 2013, 2014, ignore shitcoins. They are nothing. They cannot work. And then you ignore and you ignore, and then the entire world of newcomers is contaminated by absurd notions like cryptocurrencies and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and honestly, I do have to say, like, I don't know if they are spooks or not, but it fits in the strategy. Like, we all of here pretty much, we like are not saying for people to not use Samurai Wallet. There is some cases when it could be like totally okay. And yeah, like we overall just want people to have a better privacy. But their strategy isn't like to shit on every other project and try to get everyone to use their Xbox honeypot. Like that's already a really, really weird thing to do.
Well, another, as I said before, another collateral damage that this kind of dishonest campaign by Samurai could achieve is actually to radicalize some good people, or not radicalize, but to make some people suspicious of privacy and privacy tool in general. So like you have somebody who is exposed to some kind of lie or bullying by Samurai, and then they connect the dots and they decide that Samurai are not trustworthy, and that they may actually start to criticize them. And Samurai people will frame these people not as critics of Samurai as they are, but as critics of privacy in general. So they will be pro KYC. For example, I keep suggesting people to avoid KYC since since I started to do Bitcoin stuff consistently without any kind of exception. They when I committed the crime, the sin of posting an article mentioning Wasabi and Gem Market, they actually framed me as a pro KYC crypto guy. So this kind of framing will actually radicalize the spectrum between two identically bad misconceptions. The ones that just don't understand money, like Monero people, and the ones who don't understand privacy, so they don't understand money as well, which are like the regulated Bitcoin guys, which is another, the KYC guys, which is another very, very bad trend. So the point is that they are trying to frame any kind of criticism against Samurai as a war against privacy tools, which is the kind of frame which is more dangerous and damaging, in my opinion.
Yeah. And it's just like, dude, this is like the point. Like, they are just manipulatively disruptive like that in almost everything. Like, they do the same kind of shit to me, like the click, like the number go up guys. Like, I'm sorry. I have consistently said people like Elon Musk, Michael Saylor, all these big institutional players can go fuck themselves and shove their own dick up their ass. I don't give a fuck about them. I don't trust them. But because I dare criticize them, I'm painted into that fucking picture, into that tribe or group. And it's ridiculous. It's the most manipulative shit in the world. It is literally, and I will repeat again, I do not think that they are spooks, but this is literally what a fucking spook would do, is just manipulate, divide along these bullshit lines, and just arbitrarily tell people what side of the line they're on and go fight.
Do you want Shinobi to have a quick match about the Monero swap stuff, or there are other more interesting
Sure.
points around?
Dude, I don't see any problem with that, honestly. I don't see this as so much burning bridges everywhere and looking for an alternative, Giacomo. I just think this is a realistic thing that they looked at and tried to solve a problem. Like Monero, I think is a scaling dead end. I think that its scaling problems are not fixable. When its scaling problems come home to roost, they completely break all the privacy features. But right now, it can still be a very strong privacy tool, which is why it keeps getting delisted from exchanges all over the place. And I see what Samurai did here as just trying to solve that problem. Like Monero can be a very useful tool, but it's delisted almost everywhere. So how the fuck do you get a hold of it? An atomic swap between Bitcoin and Monero is a very easy way to do that and very hard way to shut down. So, like Monero is a dead end, but I don't think it's a fucking scam to use it right now. And I think all they've done is just build that bridge in a world where it's getting harder and harder to actually use Monero, get a hold of it to use. They just built that bridge to make it easier. Like, I don't see some kind of malicious shit coining or anything there.
Yeah, the reason I see that instead is twofold. The first reason is that currently, I mean, in the past, like just even 2 years ago, your argument about Monero being a possible tool right now, even if it's a dead end from the scalability point of view, and in my opinion, also a dead end in the monetary point of view. I think all shitcoins are dead ends from the monetary point of view for monetary reasons. But anyway, right now you can use Monero to improve your privacy into some kind of well thought privacy scheme. That's beyond doubt. And I say the same thing in a video that the samurai people are posting everywhere and now to show that I am somehow inconsistent if I get triggered by the Monero swap. But I think the difference right now is that there is a narrative that some Monero people, and especially the Monero people inside the samurai sect, are promoting, which is with Monero, there's no trade-off. You just use Monero and you're safe. And worse than that, if you use Bitcoin for your saving, because shitcoins are very, very bad for long-term saving, then you just switch to Monero for your most secret and more dangerous and more private transactions, and then you just go back to Bitcoin for long-term saving. The problem with this simplified version, I think, is that it's wrong in most cases. In most cases, when you start from Bitcoin, you go market to exchange at market price, real time, on the fly, and you switch or swap with Monero, and then you move Monero, and then your merchant will realistically get back to Bitcoin for long-term saving. What actually happens most of the time, or anyway can happen, a very sorry, yeah, exactly. Well, not just slippage, but also reduction in anonymity set because of the market exchange bottlenecks. Basically, what you have to do is to go through a bid and ask order book, and when you do that, your actual anonymity set, especially when you have atomic swap with public basically marketplaces, you are basically going through a bottleneck of anonymity. So your Monero transaction is very private, but it's not infinitely private because there is less people using Monero than people using Bitcoin.
Yeah, but
so
it's not that simple though, because well, one, I mean, on the slippage part, that's just the cost of that increased privacy. But in terms of the anonymity interplay across things, like as long as both sides are freely exchangeable, like I get what you're saying, there is a reduction, but it's not like it shrinks to just the size of the order book because you have no fucking clue which Monero is coming back, like who that Monero went from and is now in control of on its way back. Like it's not that narrowing, because
Well,
both sides can freely transfer between different entities. And so the size of the order book is irrelevant if new actors are constantly entering and exiting that order book. You see what I mean?
well, I see what you mean, but this is especially true if the use of Monero is very large compared to the use of Monero as a Bitcoin Unlimited bridge. So if most people are using Monero independently for other means, and only few people are basically free riding this kind of an unlimited set, entering and exiting, that could be pretty effective. But if the narrative spreads that every time you want some privacy, you just take your sets from your Samurai wallet, you swap with Monero, now you are private, and then you can go back. Actually, in this case, the kind of liquidity you see moving, my point would be that the privacy-seeking liquidity on Bitcoin could actually end up being larger than the liquidity on the entire Monero chain in a very realistic time frame. So it's a very dangerous narrative. I'm not saying that every time you go through Monero, you lose anonymity set. But I'm claiming that sometimes that may not happen. They may happen, and many times you don't increase significantly your anonymity set. Also because the anonymity set of a Monero transaction is large, because you have not amount correlation due to confidential transaction, and you have the ring signature anonymity set. But it's not infinite. And if you have a few people using Monero, and most of these people are actually coming from Bitcoin and coming to Bitcoin, which I argue is the typical situation that you will end up with, because people will not store long-term savings into shitcoins, then this can be a very dangerous narrative. And my point for considering this operation with the swap very suspect from an ethical point of view is that when you know that there is a narrative about just use Monero and you fix everything, and when you know that this narrative is irresponsible and may get some people hurt because they will think that Monero is just this super effective, zero trade-off anonymity increasing machine, which may not be in some cases. They do that, and especially they do that after focusing on a marketing which was explicitly Bitcoin only. So you are going to confuse your users in order to add a tool that may be interesting in some cases, but may also be useless in others. And especially what you're achieving is basically something you could achieve with Bitcoin only coin swap. For example, the specific problem they have in Samurai is that you have this decreasing denomination of the fixed amount of the Whirlpool round. Then you have a larger round, then a smaller round, a smaller round. Then you are left with this DOX exchange, and you want to spend this change, but you cannot mix it. So what you can do is swap it. But actually, you can swap it easily, not super easily, but just as easily, just as with Monero, you can swap it with other Bitcoin, implementing, for example, a coin swap support. There is a sound theoretical research on coin swap. There are few experimental implementation. Why don't you just add that to your wallet instead of going through the compatibility with an entirely different code base, which would be harder to maintain long term, adding a risk of slippage and adding up to a narrative which is just use Monero and you're fine, which is a dangerous narrative. So my point is, of course, this kind of suggestion may be taken as giving marching orders. Like, who are you to tell us to do coin swap before Monero swap? I'm nobody. You do whatever you want. But when you have the possibility to implement a Bitcoin swap for the very specific use case you are trying to attack, and instead you go through something that is arguably even more complicated and is something that you explicitly promised not to do 4 years ago, my interpretation of this will be that you are desperate to do that. My interpretation is not that you just found a useful tool and you just wanted to try it, and so you just put it in. Because you're going to implement something that is as complex as a Bitcoin coin swap, but possibly more complex, especially financially, because now you have a price swap situation that you don't have in coin swap. And you do that after you promised you will never do that years ago. So what you do, I think you're doing because you need to do that. And those my interpretation about being desperate to pander to a new marketing target.
Do you think this is because of the new Wabi-Sabi implementation for Wasabi?
No, I think it's independent. I think that they literally burn the bridges, and they have at this point they have basically three major podcasters supporting them, and their own developers and a huge fan base. And the fan base is also made up of shitcoiners, so they have marketing convenience into moving to the shitcoin narrative, and indeed they are updating their narrative, their language as well, because now if you are against a samurai, you are a maxi, you are an intolerant, exactly the same kind of terminology that
So they're using
Ethereum people
newspeak,
are.
basically. You mean?
Yeah, yeah, the same thing that Richard Hart will tell you, or Craig Wright will tell you, or Vitalik will tell you. You are a maxim now. I don't think this is just incidental. I think this is a natural consequence of basically burning your bridge with the so-called Bitcoin only maximalist, let's say, constituency, talking in a political term.
It also makes sense from the psychological point of view because when sociopaths have been exposed in their community, then what they do is they move on to another community where they not had been exposed yet.
Yeah, of course, in this case, the community is not Monero wallets, which would be quite difficult to actually attack from a Bitcoin product, but is let's say M curious Bitcoiners, which is a community with some overlap with Bitcoin only people, but with a very small overlap because people who are Bitcoin only, even if they're very privacy oriented, they will tend to focus first on Bitcoin, and only then, when you finish all your experiments with CoinSwap and stuff, only then you try to use some kind of different economical denominator to add the complexity of a different economical denomination.
Giacomo, you have to stop assuming that everybody thinks logically and systematically. We've established that these guys are petty children.
This is a fair objection.
All right, so question. We addressed the current situation. So, what is the best way to move forward in the future?
Stop humoring bullshit. I mean, like, dude, I'm sorry, but like the samurai crowd have completely poisoned the well on the topic of privacy, period. They have scared people away from using tools. They have spread completely incorrect, like, false understandings of things. They have grabbed the narrative, and instead of using control of that to spread actual education and understanding, they use it to spread disingenuous, manipulative marketing material that half of the time are outright lies or false explanations of things. Stop humoring the bullshit. Like, the longer they get away with this shit, the more damage is actually done to privacy. Like, point in case, the nonsensical doxic change argument against Wasabi that still years later convinces people that it's not safe to use. Let me explain how a transaction graph works. There are dots with lines connecting them, and you can see the connections. When I put an input into a Wasabi round, and in a single transaction, I get a change output and I get mix outputs, it is the exact same anonymity analysis to an outside observer as Samurai. When I go and do a transaction 0 and I get all my mixed denominated outputs and my change in a single transaction that's only me, and then, and only then after, do those mixed denominated outputs go into a coin join? It's the exact same. I
We
see
lost
the
you there for a
number of
second.
mixed denominated outputs. Hold on. I see the input that goes into the coin join or the transaction 0.
Can you say that again? Because you're cutting out.
Yep.
It's the ninja mask, Shinobi. It's too tight. You're still
Wrecked.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do think I understand what he means, and yeah, it's like I totally agree. Like there is no reasoning in TX0. Like yeah, it makes the graph of the samurai like chain surveillance tools like like yeah, it makes them look pretty since it doesn't have the change in the mix. But otherwise, it's just chain inefficient. Like you have to do two transactions. Like if you would have, like in Wasabi, the change in the mix, it's just much more efficient. You have to do one transaction. It doesn't matter like having the change in the mix or not.
Yeah, what I'm surprised is not yet happening is some kind of merging between the samurai narrative and some kind of Elon Musk, Roger Ver, Craig Wright narrative about gigablocks. Because at this point, their complete refusal to even analyze, let alone improve layer two privacy solutions like Lightning in a mobile wallet, which would be used by people for small amounts. So by definition, we'll need layer two, and their complete insistence of this kind of block space expensive techniques like Ricochet, like Stowaway, and like this kind of TX0, I think that eventually will drive them to necessarily face a very, very high fee problem for Samurai users. So at this point, I think it will be fun to see if other than just Monero shilling, they will start doing some kind of I don't know Dogecoin shilling or anything else.
Yeah, like they do keep saying that. Oh, but yeah, even if there is in a round, you know, like you are the only dojo user, you should just remix. But yeah, like requiring people to do like many rounds, it's just like inefficient, and it won't scale whenever we get into like high fee environments again. Like you have to try to compress this data and yeah, try to do like as little transactions as possible.
I'm afraid I have to go, guys. It was a pleasure, and from my side, I know that together with some technical discussion, there have been a lot of like personal stuff. But I think the listeners should know that this is a typical love story gone wrong. If I was indifferent to Samurai as a wallet, I would just be probably indifferent to everything which is happening. The reason I'm here talking like a real rehab junkie, like discussing my past and my interaction and complaining. The reason is that I was pretty much in love with that product. The idea of a mobile, privacy-oriented Bitcoin-only wallet is great. And I think that some of the things they have done about, especially about UX, are great, and naming is great, and the intentions are great. So I was in love with that. So as any kind of love story ending badly, there is a lot of looking into the past and personal stuff. But my takeaway points before I go will be: stop saying that other CoinJoin implementation apart from Samurai are sending people in prison. That's an utter lie. Shinobi explained in details what happened with those people. It may happen someday that some technical choices in Bitcoin will create some harsher response by states and law enforcement. We will have to monitor that when it's the case, but it's not the case now. It's a lie, and it's very, very hurtful for people to scare them away from CoinJoin because of these lies. And the second thing is, and I'm probably more worried and more concerned than Shinobi about this, is be skeptical about the just use Monero narrative. Privacy is a very complex stuff, and if you don't know what you're doing, going through shitcoin is not necessarily decreasing the degree of complexity and the possibility to fuck up. It may increase your chances to fuck up. So beware that there is no silver bullet, there is no panacea, and especially shitcoins are not panacea of anything usually.
Thanks for coming, man.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Thanks, Giacomo. Bye-bye.
So,
I would say that's a good point to end for me
Should
to.
we proceed the questions maybe, or?
I mean, I
Oh,
I
all
have
right.
still
We've got a
yeah
little
I
bit of
still have
time.
like a bunch of things.
Okay, so if somebody have any questions towards the guests, you can just put your hands up, and I'll drag you into the audience.
Just hit
Or
the
you can just,
speaker request.
yeah.
Maybe there's like one thing that I wanted to mention
Yeah, sure,
also over
man.
here. Yeah, like this is also one of the things that are really like so weird for samurai guys to do. But for example, this guy Max Tannehill, who is a big supporter of Samurai Wallet, he was also in the Chain Case Telegram group, like being like concerned trolling about Wasabi address reuse, and like playing that that he's really worried about this and stuff like that. And he posted a picture in there claiming that some user sent it to him. And the picture was showing that there was like an address reuse, but it also was showing with a big red warning that the backend has been updated. There was someone actually messing around with the wallet's like code. And it was also showing that there was like more than 2 billion confirmations, which is not possible. But yeah, there was also something like successful rounds -1, and like all of the stats, a lot of things that were like really weird. So someone is actually like on purpose, like maliciously trying to mess around with the wallet code and take screenshots of it, and they are actually like using this as a proof that there was an address reuse, that it's so worrying that not even like guy like Max Tannehill should actually like accept this kind of proof when there is that bigger warnings. But it's just absurd that they are actually doing this stuff. And if you don't look at the picture any closer, like it could even, you could actually believe that this was the case and there was nothing wrong other in the picture except for the address reuse. But they are using like really, really shady tactics to get these narratives through.
Okay, so Alberto wanted to ask a question. Hey, man.
Hi, I don't know if you can answer if it's on topic. I have a question about UTXO who have been mixed. Do you think it's on topic? Can I ask?
Yeah, sure.
So my question is, I've been mixing just a little bit more for just to get acquainted with Wasabi, and now I have UTXO that are KYC and some others that are not mixed, that are mixed. And then I was thinking, hey, but if I die, my whoever received my bitcoins, we might have issues if they try to sell something because they don't know how to. They don't know anything about this stuff. They might just send the entire amount to Coinbase just to name an exchange, and Coinbase can just throw back everything, saying, "Oh no, it's there's something wrong there." Which is your thought? What do you suggest to do? Like, I don't know, maybe putting aside the mixed coins on another wallet or something like that. I was even thinking to reverse the process to KYC my mixed coins just to be safe, on the safe side. I know it's kind of stupid. It sounds stupid, but just your opinion. It's just a challenge.
I mean, you can't unmix them. I mean, like they're tied to whatever you mix them with. That's obvious. That will be very hard to completely sever the connections to that. But I mean, like that's a tough question, man, because like how is shit gonna be in the future? Are exchanges going to refuse like coin join deposits? Are they gonna
Try lightning.
Taro, I'm hearing echo. But like, that's something you're gonna have to think about. And honestly, if that risk worries you, then you're going to have to think through like how do you explain or leave instructions for somebody to deal with that problem, whether it's like contacting the exchange and informing them first or using something like lightning like Karu said. But if that is a concern for you, you're going to have to figure out a way to explain to whoever would inherit that like how to deal with that. Like that's that's just the future. We don't really know how that's going to play out. You know what I mean?
Same thing
Because
happens
if
with
you
the
just
Samurai wallet.
say again, Caro, excuse me, can you repeat?
Okay, so like it's same thing if you use Samurai wallet with your mixes.
Oh,
Just
definitely. I haven't used the Samurais, even if I have my node and I could use Dojo, but I haven't done yet because I started to think about this issue. But actually, I'm thinking this should be a concern for everybody in the Bitcoin space because the regulation that is coming, it's clearly pointing in that direction that probably they don't want to see coin mixed and this kind of stuff.
Yeah, this is why I
mean,
think it's incredibly irresponsible to just tell people go mix all of your coins for no reason. Like people should be thinking through, why are you mixing your coins? You should mix the amount of coins you need for that reason. And you should also think about like what are you going to want to do with coins that are going to interact with KYC stuff? Like I want to buy land when I can afford that. I've never owned my own property. I've always rented. I'm not going to take those coins and mix them and cause a headache for myself. Like that's something that you need to sit and ask yourself before you start playing around and actually pushing coins through these tools. How much do I need to mix? Why am I mixing in the first place? Like what should I not mix because I want to do something that interacts with the legacy system in the future? Like people should not just run off and mix all of their coins. That's utterly stupid.
yeah, I mean,
There is a trade-off
this is-
here, which is what would you prefer more? Risking to coin join and risking if a dark authoritarian future happens, we will not be able to spend those coins on exchanges only in peer-to-peer transactions and similars, or you're risking that someone or maybe everyone, because the blockchain is public, have your wallet cluster and all your financial activity, right? And well, everyone has to make their own decisions.
Or I have a better idea.
yeah,
You can just if you think that your country is about to ban Bitcoin and you're about to go to jail, get on the first fucking train or plane or boat or whatever you can and go to the first country that is hostile towards your country and is friendly towards Bitcoin. Like for example, El Salvador. You can just, look at these options because people always talk about, even the samurai guys about, mixing and how important to do mixing and everything. But what if shit hits the fan? What you gonna do? That's what they are not saying. They should be talking about how you're supposed to escape a country. That's nobody's talking about that.
Well, and consider
I would
that
say that,
for young kids, single. I mean, I'm not young, but I'm single. I can move to somewhere else tomorrow. But the majority of people have a job, a regular job, kids at school. I don't see this visible. Just pick your coins and a luggage and leave. It's not feasible.
Yeah, not for everyone. That's
I mean,
definitely.
I would say that, what Shirobi also said, consider what are you going to be using your coins in or for in the future. Like, for example, if you're now buying from a KYC exchange and you're going to hold it for, let's say, 1 year and then send it back in that same exchange to sell it. Like, yeah, I don't think there is a reason maybe like to mix between that if you are already planning to sell in a KYC exchange. But also, like, we don't know what will happen in the future. They can go on and ban like self-custody. Like, there is like limits where we shouldn't maybe just stand by and do whatever they say. Like if they do ban self-custody, we're totally fucked. Like, but yeah, are you going to go on and give all your coins away? Are you going to go on and send them to a KYC exchange where you can't anymore use them wherever you want? Like, I don't think most people will do that. So these are like stances that we are having. Like, do you care about your privacy more? And like, I think it's every Bitcoiner's responsibility to take care of their own privacy. There is no one else to do that for you. So you have to decide if you want to like use these privacy tools and how much and for what amounts and things like that. But yeah, like if we consider that regulators will all the time be clamping in more and more, yeah, well, some people will do whatever they want, but yeah, maybe some won't.
Let me just add
Pick a
that.
line.
What did you say, man?
Yeah, I was going to say that, you know, we should just pick a line and, you know, it doesn't matter what the regulators say, you won't budge on your line.
Yeah. You know, this kind of brings back the thing that you know, the samurai guys and even Metal Dell really pushes this whole thing that you have to buy non-KYC. You have to go even, Diverter always says that, you know, you have to mine Bitcoin. That's a really cool concept, actually, that you are mining your own Bitcoin while, you know, just paying the electricity bill because you're getting non-KYC coins. But where their logic fail is that, you know, if they ban KYC coins that exit exchanges, then they already banned coins that are non-KYC and don't originate from exchanges. So that will equally be illegal if that is the case. So it doesn't matter anymore if the coins are KYC. If it comes from Swamp Bitcoin or somewhere that they're KYC, it's gonna be just as illegal. So what matters is that you don't get stuck on exchanges, because if you're stuck on an exchange, that's game over for you. Likely game over. Government comes in, swoops all your Bitcoin, it's game over. And, you know, but if you are self-custodying your Bitcoin, then nobody can stop your transaction as long as there's an honest miner.
Yeah, I mean, like there's a lot of this narrative that if you have like non-KYC Bitcoin, the value of it might be lower than the ones that are safely on exchange that the regulators like. But it could be also like the otherwise, that the free Bitcoins that are not on a KYC exchange that you can actually send freely to whoever you want, that is not censorable or controlled by a third party, those could be the ones that are more valuable. Like, yeah, we don't know what the future brings.
Yeah.
Thank you for the comments. There's a wise catch from a European guy, I think I saw somewhere on Twitter. I don't remember in which occasion, but he basically pulled out the GPDR. I think it's a norm, a European norm about privacy. When he was asked, "Hey, your coins have been mixed. We don't want them," and he said, "Hey, but I did it because of privacy, because there is this rules that." You know, privacy is important. Everybody is pushing, even authorities, for privacy. And I did it because I don't want people to know how many coins I have, where I took them from. And so he was trying, but I don't think he went a long way. But at least it was a good try. You know, the privacy. But I guess so. On the long term, authorities will say no, privacy. Fuck you. KYC is more important for terrorists and all the usual bullshit.
I don't think that's the case. I have a much brighter. Maybe let's start with the nano.
You skipped. Can you repeat?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
So I want to say that I was thinking hard of the future of privacy, and actually where I found the most reasonable thinking hard of the future of privacy is actually David Friedman, the son of Milton Friedman, who created a vision that, well, offline we are fucked, because public cameras plus face recognition equals the government surveys everyone. And maybe it even equals everyone surveys everyone at all times in real space. That's the David Brin transparent society. But on the other hand, in cyberspace, the situation is much better because of cryptography, because of technologies that have been invented. They just have to be adopted. So, and these technologies are anonymous communication. Well, it's getting there, right? Reputation systems, which is basically systems where people who don't fully know each other, maybe one of the parties anonymous, one of the parties pseudonymous, or one of the parties is not anonymous or pseudonymous at all, but people can transact with each other. And there is one more missing piece, which is anonymous cash. And if you think about it, I mean, here we have Wasabi, here we have Join Market, here we have Monero, Zcash, we have Xiaomi and eCash. We have a bunch of different ways of how an anonymous cash would evolve into the future, but we know that it's going to happen because, well, fungibility is a fundamental property of good money. It's if your money is fungible, then it's a better money by definition. So the point is that in cyberspace, privacy is going to be the norm eventually. The technology cannot be uninvented. So I'm much more bullish on that. And last, the trend is, and it is going to continue, I believe no one would disagree, that people have more and more their lives in cyberspace, in virtual reality, than in real space. And this is going to continue. So eventually, IRL, in real life, meet space is going to become not very, I can see everyone imagining themselves living in cyberspace. But yeah, that's the point. Real space is becoming less and less relevant, and cyberspace is becoming more and more relevant. And the technology of anonymity and privacy technologies have been invented. It just has to be worked out and adopted, and that's going to happen eventually. So we may see a future of strong privacy.
Also, one of the things that I think are like talked way too little is that, you know, these exchanges have they are forced to do KYC stuff and, you know, AML things. There is also a lot of laws that these service providers have to keep their users like financial privacy intact. Like that's something that is not being done these days, in my opinion. Like enough, at least. Like, yeah, of course, inside the, let's say, some exchanges database, yeah, the transactions are not visible for anyone else. But like, yeah, there's a lot of things that they are currently neglecting about like users' financial privacy. They are only focusing on the AML side. But actually, in my opinion, these exchanges should also implement some kind of coin join setup to protect their privacy, their users' financial privacy. That's also maybe a possibility in the future. Maybe.
Okay. Well, I think we slowly reaching over 2 hours now. I don't know if you want to end here. Anybody else have any questions? Raise your hand. I mean, if anybody.
Oh, just before I leave, thank you very much. And Shinobi Nopara, I'm a great fan of yours. Shinobi, your podcast is great. Sometimes it's a little bit above my pay grade, but definitely very, very helpful. Thank you very much, both of you. And thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Appreciate it, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it too.
Thanks for joining, Alberto.
Thanks for coming, guys.
Zero tolerance for bullshit.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you guys all for coming. I hope we learned something. Maybe.
I mean, I feel like there would be another 2 hours of different topics to go into, but yeah, maybe it will be a little bit too long. But yeah, thanks for
we didn't
Thanks
even
for
go into
coming.
the stuff.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
See you guys.
Well, this got pretty long, to be honest. I don't really like, you know, keeping everybody's attention here stuck for more than 1 hour, but this special episode really needed some length to it. Well, it's quite daunting with all this information out there. how much disinformation is targeting Wasabi Wallet and users and everybody else in the space. It's like really that's what happened. It's really a great quote that the samurai people have completely poisoned the well on a topic of privacy. And yeah, it's probably likely that. But anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the show. See you guys next time.
Bitcoin Takeover Radio is brought to you by Voltoro, the gold and Bitcoin exchange. Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro. Grab your phone, use Blue Wallet on iOS or Breeze Wallet on Android, and scan the QR code on the webpage. So what are you waiting for? Go to bitcoin-takeover.com/Voltoro, scan the QR code, and get that sweet pile of Bitcoin.
And let me tell you that we are really changing the world as we know it. The world is not anymore the way it used to be. No.
Bitcoin Takeover Radio.
What's going on, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Talking in Bits, where we walk you through Bitcoin bit by bit so we can provide you with the information you need to succeed and persist. Back with episode 30. I got Ben in the house as usual.
Episode 30, bro.
What's up, brother? 30's big.
Making moves.
We getting up there. What's the football? 3 touchdowns. I'm bad at math, man.
That's 21.
21? What do we need? 3 field goals.
That's 4 touchdowns and a 2-point conversion.
Let's go, man. We moving across the field. This was happening up and down the field all day. How's it going, man?
It's good, man. I was talking with a friend.
Yep.
I know he's in my Facebook group. He's obviously a Bitcoin. He's not. He holds Bitcoin. He's not a Bitcoiner. He's not a maxi.
Okay.
But he understands the importance. Yeah. He understands the importance of cold storage. And he knows how to sign transactions, and so it's cool to just like have that conversation and hear him talk like that. I'm like, all right, that's dope, man.
Yeah, no, we're gonna talk about privacy later, and hopefully your friend or anybody can get love out of this episode. If you don't know by now, guys, you got to get your own keys. You got to own this stuff. There's different ways to do it. We're gonna talk about multi-sig later. We're gonna talk about a little coin join later. Some things there even
little Marty Bird,
little Marty Bird. Check me out on Twitter, Marty Bird. Here. I won't give context, but you could probably piece that together yourself if you're a connoisseur enough. But we're going to talk about some stuff a little bit later to help. This is even a little bit out of the scope of our knowledge of our stuff. This is stuff that we're talking about that we're learning as usual, guys.
Yep.
This is like a magical experience for you guys to be able to learn with us on the fly. And like Hove said, we did it, so hopefully you won't have to go through that.
Yeah, man.
So that's what we're here to do. We're here to talk about that stuff. I'm going to put Ben on Front Street right here off the bat,
Let's go.
What's up with your boy Sailor, man?
Listen, Sailor is a corporate guy. So his moves are in the best interest of the corporate people.
Would you agree that he slid in there by owning up to the plebs, though?
I think...
I mean, he could buy regardless.
He's obviously no pleb, right? This is a dude who was buying millions of dollars of Apple stock years ago. He's the CEO of a company that's been around for a long time. So, like, he's no regular Joe. He's no regular pleb. But he just has mass adoption from a corporate perspective in mind and other stuff. But, every time people are critiquing him, it's they're for the pleb who doesn't want taxes, who doesn't want KYC, who wants privacy. And Sailor's like, yeah, let the taxes come. You know why? Because more corporate money is going to come in. And like we were talking about off air, when Sailor is saying it's good that things are going to be taxed, that it's going to be treated as, like real estate where it's taxed as an asset.
Yeah.
That just like legitimizes Bitcoin when he is pitching or, those conversations are happening and they're looping him in on billion-dollar buys. You know what I mean? Like, let's not forget he was talking to Elon Musk and Tesla eventually made a big buy. SpaceX eventually made a big buy. And companies like that. So it's one of those, again, to get to that next level of 100K, 200K Bitcoin, institutions and big companies have to come in, and so now taxes have to come in, and the plebs get, taxed on their profits. My thing is, we were going to talk about legislation. I don't know So right now, if you sell Bitcoin, you're supposed to be taxed with capital gains, right? So it's a one-time tax at the point of sale, like real estate. With new legislation, are they going to try and tax people for holding Bitcoin?
I don't know. I don't know
Like,
much about the infrastructure.
I haven't seen any of it, but I could imagine that. I can imagine talks of it.
I would just say, and about Saylor is that, but isn't those are the same things that incentivize the fiat system to be toxic? Taxes and these things. Isn't that whole stealing time concept? Over and over
absolutely.
again. So now, ironically, the person who talks about all the intrinsic values of Bitcoin is now highlighting flaws that could be brought upon Bitcoin if these things are supposed to be taxed. To individuals that, as we talked about in the last episode, don't need pampering. Yeah. I mean, these are the bigger elites in the world, as you said. They're living a pretty good life. So are their generations to come going to live a really good life. So what are we incentivizing them to do? To understand what you and I have put in hard work to understand?
Yeah.
I think it's bad for Saylor. I think it incentivizes his pocket at the end of the day. Which, sure, everybody has incentive. That's maybe his incentive. But if I recall, there was a streak there where he was all about the pleb.
Yeah.
Like, there was that, like, he was on Pleb Podcast. Like, he was just doing this run there where, I stand by you, Giga Chad. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That whole thing started happening, talking about Hornets. Mm-hmm. And that's not to say that Michael Saylor has done nothing. I don't want that to be the argument here. I think Michael Saylor has done a lot and will continue to do a lot.
And here's the thing about Bitcoin.
It's just
like,
bad.
even if he fades into the dust and turns an Elon Musk way, like, even if he does, like, I love that Bitcoin is bigger than any one person, bigger than any one influencer, and it doesn't need, you know what I mean, these people.
But it could be influenced in the sense that if these big people come, they're not going to allow the people that still need the saving to be saved. Right? For example, if Michael Saylor brings all his Chad friends and they come in and scoop stuff up, then how can El Salvador really happen?
Yeah.
These guys have already gobbled it up. And then at that point, it won't get to a point where they decide what happens, because then, as we discussed, everybody would just leave.
Bounce, yeah. There's no central governance.
Right. But it's still like, you're in the way. Yeah. You're in the way of something that is just eating through everything evil in this world. And you're slowing it down by inciting evil here and pampering people that don't need to be pampered. My opinion.
Yeah, as it stands, you're taxed if you sell Bitcoin. You're supposed to report that, right? So we'll see how things shake out on that bill. Yeah. Sats, for anyone in El Salvador, for anywhere, for America, sats are going to get more expensive. And so when Bitcoin goes to $100,000, you're, $50 will get half as many sats. But I mean, it's still, we're in 2021, right? The last coins will be mined over 100 years from now, bro. And like, we're going to get closer to 1 sat equals 1 USD.
It's just bringing back those incentives of like taxes and those nasty things. Like,
well, how do we get around taxes outside of?
Well, listening to safety, right, is like you get this world, you get this Bitcoin standard where, as we know what the Bitcoin standard is, which is like there will be none of that taxation. There will be none of that stealing of time, because it will just be a mutual exchange of things. The only reason you asked that question, in my opinion, I'm not the best guy to talk about finances, any of that. How do you get around taxes is, well, you're only asking.
Sell peer-to-peer, right?
Yeah, well, you're only asking because they're so used to being involved in everything. How do we get away from taxes? By not involving them.
Yeah, which is a KYC exchange.
A non-KYC exchange, or the things that we're about to talk about. It's really difficult to do now, but it's not impossible. But yeah, if you don't want to be taxed, then you need to remove them from the situation. I think it's wrong to say that they should come in and tax things just because we want to trade this thing. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So that's where it's weird to me. Like, they've never been able to do anything properly. So when they say a tax, what I'm thinking in my head is they're going to cast a wide net, and they're going to tax anything that comes through that net.
Absolutely.
They're going to lose some stuff on the side, some loopholes and stuff like that, but they're going to get as much as they can just to get in. Yeah. How is Michael Saylor like exercising these things and promoting these things? How has that become a real reality? I mean, the good thing about this is it's only going to make the cypherpunks and the coders that much more aggressive, because now we want to get around this stuff. Mm-hmm. But once again, Giga Chad, to me, as somebody who can say Giga Chad, is more like, I understand the role of big dogs and whales, but you brought up earlier, he brought in the Elons, those places. The Teslas, we also saw the exit of the Teslas. Mm-hmm. And that wasn't good for anything. It just led for a waste of time, everybody fighting with Elon. a big price swing going from all-time highs to lows. Like, you're enticing these guys, these emotional human beings, because most of these people that have a lot of money are extremists, right? Because that's how they got a lot of money. You bring these emotional beings into a situation where the people in El Salvador, the people in Ethiopia don't have the luxury to play games.
Yeah.
Why are we playing with these billionaires? What are we talking about? If you don't get it, you don't deserve to get it. We get it because we deserve to get it. Yeah, Michael Saylor doesn't have to be a cheerleader and make you understand it. He's already done that. He has conferences. He has a bunch of stuff. What are we waiting for? So now he has to go on CNN and change the narrative from Bitcoin is everything and Bitcoin is to now the language kind of changing. But this is good for Bitcoin. This is right for Bitcoin. And this is different. Wait a minute. That language is different.
Yeah.
What are you saying? You didn't sound like that 3 months ago, 4 months ago.
Yeah.
So something happened somewhere where he found a way to capitalize maybe 5 years down the road, maybe 10 years down the road. But until proven otherwise, because things change fast, I gotta put a big question mark on Michael Saylor. It's a weird thing. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in the club.
Yeah.
If he makes this thing go to 10 million through his philanthropy and through his babying and coddling of other billionaires, well, I guess I go on the ride with it.
Yeah.
But I'm more worried about the example I gave before the show, people getting on the ship. I want people on here, man. Like, get on here because this is the only opportunity to get away from taxes.
Yep.
To get away from big dog whales. Whales won't matter in the Bitcoin standard.
Yeah.
They do now. Proof of stake. They own majority of decision making. So they could just wave their magic wand and say, I want to do this. And because, fiat is so highly glorified, they could do whatever the hell they want. And the Bitcoin standard, listening to Safety on Stephen Livera's podcast, that won't exist. That lifestyle won't exist. That's what I'm chasing for. And I think that's what Michael Saylor's missing.
Yeah.
I don't think he's missing it. I just think he's too far in now. I think he has to commit to whatever board he's part of now. And I get it. They have to come in. My argument is, to wrap this up, come in when you understand it. Don't come in because the other billionaire made it flashy for you to come in.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's people that depend on this. In the current fiat world, y'all big dogs don't depend on this.
Yeah.
Y'all good. Y'all wake up and do whatever the hell y'all want to do, whatever. Let us get more of that. That's my point. Did you want to move on or you got anything to say on
we
that?
can move on.
Cool.
Yeah.
Infrastructure bill. We're going to likely hit this one. I know nothing about the infrastructure bill besides that more FUD came out. People were nervous about taxes. Do you know anything?
Not particularly. What's going on right now is you have senators who are learning about Bitcoin, or they don't know about Bitcoin and they're saying really ignorant things. So you have like Senator Warren and all these others who are just saying foolish things. And what that's going to do is fuel bills to get lobbied and written, and then they're going to vote on these things. But the people like writing these things are like ill-informed, right? And that's why, not to go back to Saylor, but the whole mining council, they're trying to just get good data to be able to pass to people like that. You know what I mean? Senator Warren and people in corporate spots. I mean, the battle to make sure that bad legislation doesn't get passed is pretty big right now. And so there's one senator, I forget her name, but she's been on a lot of the, not Clubhouse, but the Twitter spaces. And I see her on Twitter. I think she's holding like a few Bitcoin.
Cynthia Lewis?
Probably. She has short hair.
Wyoming?
Yep. Yeah, I knew it was somewhere else. So
seeing
her come along and learn and tweet and, say she'll openly tweet and say, hey, what's been your Bitcoin experience? And like, she's really trying to learn.
Yeah.
And we need more reps like that who are going to protect and kind of safeguard, bad legislation being written, passed, and then, harming us, taxing us.
Yeah.
Those kind of things. So
to fight back a little bit on the ESG thing, though, as you can see, it didn't take Cynthia Loomis to see good data.
Oh yeah, sure.
Because my thing is who defines what good data is?
Yeah.
The truth is on the blockchain. Go look for it.
Yeah.
So it's like when we make arbiters of who provides good data.
Yeah.
Whether it's Saylor, whether it's the council committee or whatever, you put a shade on stuff that's already transparent. The best data is there. Go look for it yourself. And as data analytics do, you kind of have to like convert that to however your methods of converting it to your argument, right? Like scientists do. So like that information is free. I don't think anybody needs to do that. And I do agree with you 1,000%. We need more senators to be educated and stuff. But my counter argument to that is if you're a smart senator, you don't need good data to get you to understand this. You just need to go and find the good information that you and I have found.
Yeah.
Like there's people out there willingly giving this information, not only on a hiding behind my keyboard publishing journals and articles standpoint, but public faces, podcasters, right? Like I constantly see Parker Lewis in Texas in City Hall doing certain things. Like
Good
those
for
people
him.
are active. You see what I'm saying?
Good for him.
So it doesn't take, councils and good data. It just takes somebody willing to want to change and wanting to do something and back to save people and help people and not just be all about talk.
Yeah.
And when we throw these fiat words into Bitcoin, not to keep going back to that, it just put flaws on it, like taxes and stuff. Why? Like we're moving away from, this is the brand new, generation, right? This is the brand new opening that we're seeing, and we're gonna muddy it up with fiat terms that don't work.
Speaking of taxes, I saw someone on Twitter. They had said that I think they're filing their taxes, or they're basically adjusting their taxes to not have Bitcoin gains because they're claiming their Bitcoin as legal tender. Since yes, sir.
Cool.
Since El Salvador has announced it as legal tender.
Rewind that. I'm sorry. I was focused on the recording.
So a dude on Twitter was like, "Hey, I'm adjusting my taxes to not have like capital gains taxes from Bitcoin." Because I think he had mentioned him and his attorney will claim that the Bitcoin that they're holding is legal tender and not, and so you got to wonder.
I wouldn't say that on Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, that's his argument. As more countries adopt Bitcoin as legal tender,
more loopholes.
Like I think that just gives people more room to stand on to say this isn't an investment vehicle for me. This is legal tender. This is like USD to me. You know what I mean? So from a tax perspective.
Foreign.
So yeah, the IRS they're going to be actively working to kind of adjust with this whole taxation thing, and obviously like if we got to pay a tax, sure, I'll pay a tax, but if I don't want it to get crazy, you know what I mean? I don't want it to be like, hey, 40% tax on your profits. And it's like,
well, that's what.
Why am I giving you 40%?
Well, that's what happens when the billionaires get involved.
Yeah.
That's why when they advocate for taxes or even try to justify it, because we said this before the show too, which is important to highlight for anybody listening. You can't get much out of a 2-minute clip.
Mm-hmm.
Like I didn't see Sailor's point for the previous 15 minutes that he was probably on that conversation. That's important. But, once again, if you're advocating for these words and these things because of it being the right thing or it taking it to the next level or it being, you need to let these things unfold naturally if that's the case.
Yeah.
And I don't think it goes against his argument. But either way, man, I agree with you. I'm foreign when it comes to taxes and stuff like that. I would go to you. I would go to somebody else for that. I'm so illiterate to that whole side of things because hodling is just so easy to me. It just makes so much sense.
Yeah, there's no point, so.
Yeah, but kudos to that guy. I don't know if he should be putting that stuff on Twitter. That might be the worst idea. But a lot of people are doing that. So let's move into, I guess ways to secure it, ways to protect it that we've been hearing. This is no secret. The Odells of the world are really good about it.
Yep.
There's I probably butchering his Twitter name. Econo Bridge. I need to burn the bridge. My man is super about this non-KYC stuff. He has some of the best tutorials about home KYC mining. He's big on that. Cool. He's been on a few shows. He advocates. He has a good guides for certain wallets and how to do whirlpooling with Samurai. Really good individual. That's similar to CoinJoin.
Okay.
I don't know which came first. I just know Samurai Wallet does Whirlpool.
Gotcha.
Which I think is their implementation of CoinJoin.
Mm-hmm.
And Wasabi's, as far as I know, is CoinJoin.
Gotcha.
There's a few other apps that use those implementations. I'm still learning about all this stuff. It's pretty interesting stuff. But in a world where, like you said, I got to give you 40% of it, well, how about if you don't know if I got it? How about if you don't know where it came from? How about if you don't know any of this information? How can you now, besides brute force, justify, right? Taking 40% from me. You don't know where I got this from. You don't know, right? So I think this is going to be problematic whenever the time comes, if it hasn't come already, where that's going to be an argument of what I guess money laundering is in U.S. dollars, where it's like
Marty Burden.
That's Marty Burden. That's going to be the name of this episode.
Yeah, Marty. Is that a verb? That's a verb.
Marty
right?
Birding?
Marty Burden.
Well, we just made it one if it's not. But yeah, it kind of just seems like that would be the argument. And it's one of those things, man. Like, yeah, you could launder for drug purposes, but you could launder for different reasons. I saw a really awesome example of how this type of anonymous, basically laundering, let's use the words laundering, it seems the most relatable, is advantageous to a business, especially in let's just say a cryptocurrency future, right? Where exchanges happen, right? So think about this. If I'm Apple, right? And I have 2 distribution plants, right? And one of them is getting less money than the other one. In a Bitcoin world, well, the other company is just going to be able to trace back the address and say, damn, why are you giving them that much money?
Mm-hmm.
Apple now has the ability to coin join their transactions. The other company now can't see what they're paying the other company.
Mm-hmm.
And it's advantageous. It keeps the status quo between companies because now you could do competitive business.
Yeah.
Now we could arbitrage on a number as opposed to saying, nah, now I know because of the blockchain.
Yeah, I know you did XYZ.
You pay them that much, we demand that much. And it brings chaos into
Yeah.
business, which could make supply shortages happen,
Sure.
can make that whole chain effect happen.
Yeah.
So I was like,
Yeah.
So once again, you can launder for dirty reasons
Mm-hmm.
as you can spend this and that in US dollars for dirty reasons. But
Yeah.
there's also legit, and I believe ethical in that situation, right? Because if you're a business, most of your business is conducted by having an anonymous book,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like people can't know the inner workings of the price structure. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
So in the future, where things are transparent, that only works because in your business, your customers can't look into your bank account.
Right.
But in the future, your customers
can be able to look into your bank account.
Yeah, because most likely you're going to give them a pay script, right? So you're going to give them one number, right? One address that probably continuously takes payments unless you spend and you change it, right?
And if that address is in a vault, that's my cold storage, they can basically access the amount that's in there.
I want to specify. Do you mean a vault like the Unchained product, or you mean like just analogy?
Just
of
a cold storage. Yeah, cold storage.
Okay. Yeah, because So what was the question?
So right now, like I think what we were saying recently was send someone a hot wallet on like Wasabi or Blue Wallet or Trust Wallet, etc. Right?
Yeah.
Because if they have your actual cold storage wallet address, they can potentially see how much coin you have or how much coin has hit that address before.
Right, because when it's a certain type of script, the address doesn't change, right? Like, so the famous example that I see a lot is imagine you were doing like a charity and you just wanted one spot where everybody can contribute to that address.
Yep.
It's fine. It's hidden behind your keys. It's public information. It's perfectly fine. But now I could just look up that address and see how much Bitcoin is hidden behind the address or sent to that address at least.
Gotcha.
If you moved it, I may not be able to see that, but I think there's also ways that I can see that, right? Because I can just follow the trail in a sense. So this would make it in a sense where companies now, if I give all my manufacturing one hash code so I can handle billing through there or whatever, or receiving or whatever it may be, then now with a coin join, they at least won't be able to look at the history of what's coming out of my thing, which keeps business competitive, which keeps that ecosystem working.
Gotcha.
That's a really good example on a higher level of why, being more anonymous with transactions, especially in a transparent world, is very important.
Yeah.
But I think the FUD that'll come will eventually be, well, this is how drug dealers do this, and this is how they could burn this and do that, and we can't catch them doing. Yeah, but that's the thing. They want us to think that this works the same way the fiat world works, and it just doesn't work that way. It doesn't function that way. It's transparent.
Yeah.
I can't see Swiss bank accounts. I can't see this information. I can't see who's getting paid. But if a politician is getting paid, and I hate to use the word, let's just say Bitcoin. I don't want to use cryptocurrency. But if a politician is getting paid in Bitcoin, we can see that if we know the address. And we can see how much that political campaign is actually bringing in. And that's all public information. But for certain reasons, you may be wanting to coin join that information. And now people don't know that it's more private as a business, as an entity. And you can use that as you will. Good, bad, it's up to you. Coin join is really cool. Look into it, guys. I think Samurai does Whirlpool. Wasabi does coin join. I think it's a similar thing, maybe slightly different.
Now, is Wasabi like a hot wallet?
Wasabi's, I've tried it on a desktop. I don't know if they have a phone wallet. But yeah, it's a desktop wallet. Coin join basically works. You have to have, this is very basic level. I'm not a professional in this stuff. I want to learn to be one because of what we talked about here, taxes and things like that. But the way I think it works is you join a pool. There's about 100 other peers that are willing to coin join with you. You kind of all put in one set amount. You can't just put in any transaction you want. It all goes into a spend, and you get a return that's basically, through all those channels, anonymous. I don't know the intricacies. That's just the basic way to do it. But I've heard about it for about 6 months now, and I've shied away from it. I don't think I've been, too excited about it. But as I go deeper down this whole multi-sig, it's the next thing we'll talk about. It's very important for private anonymous to just like it's very important to care about your data in this world, right? Like I have a little camera blocker sensor here thing. It's just data. It's these things that if we want you to get access to them if we allow you to.
Absolutely.
And I don't think CoinJoin is bad. They'll make it seem like it's bad. I think it's intuitive. I think it's another example how the cypherpunks will always figure out a way around it. And it's cool. I don't know how that helps or hurts or combines with Taproot though. I have no idea how that changes. But I'm interested in learning more.
I'm in my head. I'm thinking Taproot is just going to be layer 1 of that, and then
maybe
layer 2 is CoinJoin, and if we need a layer 3, it's something that sits on top of that. You know what I mean? Like
sort of like having like a VPN block your browser to then have a Tor block your node, and it's like that layer of
protection.
And I think it's just better, and I think that just leads to more businesses, right? That more companies can support this. More companies can educate on this stuff. And I think it's key. Sort of like a lot of companies, and I'll go right into our next topic, multi-sigging. Right? A lot of companies are leveraging the power of multi-sig, and I think most people on this show, I've been advocates of self-cold storage. I still think that's way better than exchanges and anything of the liking. But there's a way to mitigate risk. There's a way to, put different fail points in place that doesn't just land on one device, one set of keys, one set. That was something I always wondered very early on, which is a few questions actually. But what happens if this goes? This all goes? How do I spread it out besides buying a bunch of hardware wallets? How do I trust other people, peers, spouses, with giving me access? Sort of like CoinJoin, multi-sig seemed a little bit out of my league. It seemed like it was a lot. I didn't want to jump into it. I didn't want to learn it. Best piece of advice I give anybody out there: jump into multi-sig. Figure it out. Learn it. Don't just jump in randomly, unless it's just Bitcoin you're just playing around with. If you're code savvy, you can run it on testnet and play around with multi-sig. Caravan is a super tool to build multi-sig wallets on the fly. It lives on the browser. It's designed by Unchained Capital, but it's an open source page. It's stateless. That's important because it doesn't remember anything about your wallet. And it's a really cool feature to play around with if you want to create wallets. If you want to get into things like UTXO management. And multi-sig is key. For the listeners that don't know, maybe your friend earlier talked about cold storage. Multi-sig is a script that basically requires, 2 of 3 keys to be able to spend from that address. So typically when you're spending from your code card, you have one signature that's needed, and that's your code card address. Every time you send the transaction, and that's hot wallets, that's every type of wallet. It just happens on the background in most wallets. Your private keys to that wallet are signing the transaction that's saying, I approve this to go out. And a multi-sig, it makes it really cool, especially for security, because now you have 3 of these keys, right? And you have this like hierarchy of 2 of these 3s are necessary for this to happen. Now, the beautiful part about this is that's when you start to spread out risk. Because if your code card fails, you still have 2 of the keys, hopefully, out there that'll be able to recover your funds for you. And that can happen to any of those parties. And it's not just hardware device, it's seed word specific.
Gotcha.
So if I spread out my hardware devices with my seed words, now I have turned, let's just say 3 into 6 different fail points that would stop me from getting access to my funds. This is also cool for future thinking, spouses, friends, family, right? So you can do, you could give companies the 3rd key, and that's really cool.
Let's pause real quick.
Yeah. What's up?
Thinking about families, bro.
Yeah.
Right. So I guess there's a current death tax. The Biden administration is talking about administering another death tax. So a second one, right? So a guy was like, listen, my parents own a house in California or whatever. Let's say they sold it for $1 million, but their hospice bills are, $500,000 or $600,000. The double death tax then makes them have no money. You know what I mean? So taking your wealth, or the whole Britney Spears thing, right? Taking your wealth, putting it in Bitcoin, and then having multi-sig seed phrases set up. You have multiple attempts to get into the wallet,
right?
But it's a way where I can take that wealth.
Yeah,
if I have access.
There's a lot of different ways too. Like, think about beneficiary standpoint. So you get 2 of 3 keys. You give one to your spouse. You hand over the other one to a lawyer. Right? And then in the regular world, where people would be like, "That's a lot of trust, though. You're gonna give it to a random dude that you pay or whatever." Well, you're gonna give him instructions. You're gonna give him a hardware device, whatever you're gonna give him. But he needs another one of the keys in order to do anything.
Exactly.
So he would need one thing to happen: either you mess up and go with him and sign, or your spouse to do some dirty stuff behind your back and sign with him. That can happen, but does your spouse have to know about your will and testament? That's up to you. But that's not the only example. You can leave, like I said, there could be like third companies. Unchained Capital is one of them. A few other companies that basically hold the third key, and that kind of offsets you in the stand that is like, I don't have to trust Unchained Capital because they can't do anything to my funds.
Yeah.
But they're a business. They'll be around for a very long time. They'll hold my third key in case my wife loses hers, in case I lose mine, in case my sister loses, whatever one of those keys is compromised. You have, a neutral third party that's sitting outside that's holding that third key. None of them are private, by the way. Fun fact, multi-sig, I didn't know this before. Multi-sig wallets are constructed of public keys derived from your private keys. So the only information that you can see in a script for a multi-sig wallet are all 3 public keys. Or I've heard like Casa do like 5 of 7 keys and stuff like that. I think there's bigger types of scripts you can do.
Yeah.
2 or 3 seems...
It's a good starting point. Yeah.
I don't know how I could maintain and handle 5 of 7 keys.
So what I was thinking about recently was for corporations.
Sure.
MicroStrategy. You're sitting on $2 billion worth of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
How many keys do you have and where are they? Even the twins who have Gemini.
I would force to figure out 2 of 3 though. Yeah. Because now you're leaving the exit smaller, right? You give 5 people, 5 different humans, 5 biases, 5 different outcomes in life and situation.
I was thinking they just have them in lockboxes. Like I remember the Winklevoss twins had stuff like certain. What did they have?
And who you trusting there or the lockbox?
24 words in the seed phrase.
But you've seen those lockboxes have been pillaged.
Yeah.
You show up to the bank and they're like, nah, this loophole, new Biden administration, now we get to go through lockboxes. There goes your hardware wallet. You see what I'm saying?
No, facts. I think how they had set it up was each bank box had like 2 words or something or a word. Yeah. So like even if if something came down and they were able to go through all lockboxes and then be able to see, hey, you have 24 sets of belongings at 24 locations and we're getting all that, and then they could take your stuff. Like that's crazy.
Well, that's my thing. They would have to know. That's another part of that fail-safe thing. Like, all right, let's do the good old $5 wrench attack. Somebody shows up at your crib.
Yeah.
They take your heart. They still have to know that that's all attached to a multi-sig.
Yeah.
So they have to go to like a caravan to recover this script, right? Like you can't just take the wallet and say, ha. It's like you still have to generate that wallet somewhere and then do the 2-sign transaction spend.
Right.
So like the layers upon layers. So okay, he takes it. He goes, if he knows I have a multi-sig, he'll generate the wallet.
But
then he would need to know the PIN of one card.
He needs to kidnap someone to get that second transaction. You know what I mean?
He would need the PIN of one hardware device, the PIN of the second hardware device. He would need the seed phrases if he couldn't get into the devices.
Yeah.
He would need both of them. He would need to know how to do a script. You see how these layers of like intricacy come in where as opposed to, yo, I bash you over the head with a $5 wrench.
Yeah.
You give me your seed words, I take your card, it's over. Game's over. So I'm not here to tell anybody what to do with their coin. I will say look into multi-sig because once you really understand multi-sig, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
It's like one of those like things that I don't know if it was Satoshi or I don't know if it was, the developers after him that implemented this with one of the BIPs or something like that. But the idea of multi-sig is brilliant.
Yeah.
It's like
you're mitigating risk. You're going from one shot to I have 3 chances.
With cryptography, which is just like I said, I could give it to the lawyer and he don't know what the hell to do with that.
Yeah.
And I can leave him instructions with a will and testament that says, hey, at the event of my device, these seeds, this key, hand them to this person. And then you can leave another trail for that person so they can know what to do with those keys.
Yeah.
Beauty of it is if you find lifelong partners, business, that will help your spouse recover that stuff, that's an even bigger one, right? So you can multi-sig on your own. Caravan is out there. Other, Blue Wallet can do multi-sigs. A lot of things can generate multi-sig. But does your spouse know enough about Bitcoin as much as you do, and can they access that even if they were to have those devices? These are a lot of questions that are getting solved on the fly. There's a lot of companies booming on the fly, and it's for this one problem here. But yeah, the answer is you can get a lot of help.
I mean, Nipsey Hussle dies.
Yep.
He has no will. And they're in court over and over over his funds.
That's insane.
You know what I mean? Like having multi-sig set up where your wife is good, or if he would have imagine he would have multi-sigged with his brother.
Yeah.
Like it would have been nothing because he would have had access.
It would have been nothing, right?
So
yeah, or like I said, the wife could just reach out and say, "Hey, my spouse passed away. Here's the proof. Here's the certificates, whatever you may need, and now I need you, third party, to
sign this transaction
for me.
Right?
Yeah. And not only that, but help me do it. Because what if the company just says, we'll sign that. Here you go. The person still has to know how to function with this stuff. So the company to be able to do that, that's going to be, we're going to ask this question in general. What